Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. With me today is my very special guest, Tug, that umbrella guy.
Hey there, how's it going, man?
Oh, woo! Cutting it close today.
Woo, you did, didn't you?
I did that thing, where you hit your, the thing.
Oh yes,
Or,
I do that a lot.
you turn your alarm off, and then
Yeah, but I'm not up till like 2 or 3 hours before the thing, so and even I have trouble getting up.
Whoo, 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 whoo. All right, the court is not quite started yet. Oh my goodness. Okay, the judge is just arriving. Man, I woke up just a second ago.
Wow. Okay, that's a good day. All right, if we could have the witness, Mr. Bett, come back to the stand. Is he here? Or
God,
is he
judge
outside?
comes in hot.
Perfect timing, man. 2 minutes right before, bam.
Be ready to go.
So I turned off my alarm, I guess. I don't remember. And it was under my pillow. So I woke up like in a flash. I was like, shit, what time is it? Turned and ran my hand under the pillow and launched my phone across the room. Had to go grab it. I was like, oh my God, it's almost 9. Run, run, run. Oh my goodness. Well, we got a potentially big day here today. The rumor has it Johnny Depp himself will be testifying today. Is that
I've been hearing that a lot. Hearing that a lot from people that are very reliable. So,
All right, sir, you could come back to the stand, please. Thank you.
Oh boy. Well, that'll be exciting.
He'll be
This guy's been good.
And I think we're ready for that.
Oh yeah. This is the cross for him, I think, right?
Yes, this is cross for this guy. The personal security of Johnny Depp. I also will be getting to the super chats from yesterday as possible today, and if nothing else, we'll be finishing them up at the end of the show along with the super chats for this show, because I had to leave a little early yesterday. Speaking of that, Rebecca Welty says, do you think if Johnny's team had hired a criminal defense attorney, some of these objections would have been handled better? Maybe not. I don't actually know the trial experience of these civil attorneys. Some of them could be former prosecutors, former defense attorneys who've, tons of cases. I don't actually know. That was some speculation on the part of, on some of the criminal defense attorneys on the panel yesterday.
All right. You can have a seat, Mr. Bett. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Just a reminder, Mr. Bett, that you're still under oath, okay?
Carol Clark says, and here's Johnny. Not quite. Nate Jones, Nick Rekieta is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to, which is late. Levi the Welder says, more gay than Jack Murphy being pegged by a football team mascot. Oh, shit.
You're a full-time employee of Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
You've been working with Mr. Depp for about 15 years?
Give or take, correct.
And you make a salary from Mr. Depp, right?
I do.
And in your role, one of your top priorities is to make sure Mr. Depp is safe and that if he's out, he gets home safely, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp's safety is a priority over others that may be out with Mr. Depp, correct?
His safety along with the safety of the people that are around him.
But Mr. Depp's safety is the top priority, correct?
Correct.
That just goes without saying, right? In your role as his chief of security, right?
Well, as I said, it's his safety, but those that are around him as well.
Right.
But he is a priority.
And your job as security is to remain discreetly in the background, right?
Correct.
You were not part of Mr. Depp's family, right?
Correct.
You're not with him 24/7, right?
Correct.
And you weren't with him 24/7 when he was in a relationship with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously have no personal knowledge of what happens when you're not around, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of what happens behind closed doors with Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
You weren't, when Mr. Depp was in a relationship with Miss Heard, you weren't traveling out of Los Angeles as part of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
I did on one occasion.
No, what occasion was that?
We did a trip to Austin, Texas.
But other than that, you didn't travel outside of LA as part of your security when he was with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
So you weren't in Australia in March of 2015, right?
Correct.
You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014, correct?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Bahamas with him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't go to Tokyo with him and Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
You're around him almost every day when he's in Los Angeles, right?
Almost.
Picking up food for him,
Yes.
pick up medicine for him,
Yes.
help coordinate visitors to his house
Correct.
or his houses, pick up groceries for him,
Yes.
and you let him into places like his residences, right?
Correct.
Because he
This
doesn't
guy's
carry
keeping it
keys for
tight.
him, right?
Correct.
You drive him places,
I do.
right? Almost every time he leaves his property, he's being driven rather than driving, correct?
Almost every time.
And you help arrange that, right?
Yes.
Your responsibility, one of them, is to help get him where he needs to go, right?
Yes.
You've woken him up in the mornings before.
I have.
And yesterday, I believe you testified that sometimes Mr. Depp would have just a glass of wine or two, right?
Yes.
And you testified that his demeanor when he was slightly intoxicated was the same as if he had had a glass of sparkling water. Remember giving that testimony?
I do.
Fact is, you've seen him much more impaired than that, right?
I have.
You've seen him impaired enough that you've had to help put him to bed before, right?
I don't understand by putting him to bed.
Well, there have been times when Mr. Depp was so impaired that you had to get up the stairs and open the bedroom doors for him, right?
Well, that specific bedroom door in his Los Angeles house, it has a tricky lock to it. So it's, there have been times where I've gone upstairs and maybe had a glass of water for him. And so I would have to open that door for him, correct?
Right. So you've gotten him into bed. You've gotten him some water. You've asked him if he needs anything, right?
Correct.
In times when he's been impaired, correct?
And times when he's just had breakfast and some coffee.
And you've stayed with him and during times when he's been impaired. There's times when you've stayed with him until he lays down and you tell him good night and that you'll see him the next day, right?
Read him a bedtime story,
I would
rock him to
stay with
sleep.
him. I would
Get him
say,
to sleep.
I'm going home and I'll see you tomorrow. Or if I happen to have a few days off, I'll see you in a few days.
Now, yesterday, you've actually prevented people from calling the police when Mr. Depp's behavior after drinking was bothering them, haven't you?
Prevented people?
Mhm.
There was one time, correct?
Yeah, and in that occasion, Mr. Depp and some other people had a couple perfect bottles of wine and pounded an entire bottle of tequila, right?
I don't
That's a
remember how
quote
much
from a
they had to
text.
drink, no. I know there was drinking going on.
Mr. Depp told you that they had a couple bottles of perfect wine and pounded an entire bottle of tequila, right?
I don't remember. That was some time ago.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 892, please?
How do you not remember this one text message from this guy that you spend literally every day with?
2014? Come on. What
Wouldn't
about
you
Isaac
agree
B?
that? Wouldn't you agree that 2 perfect bottles of wine and pounding a bottle of tequila is akin to murder, sir?
Mr. Bett, is this a text exchange that you had with Mr. Depp on September 1st, 2017, at or 2:34 to 2:36 in the afternoon?
If you just give me a moment, let me put my glasses on.
Sure, take your
I
time.
have a hard time.
What kind of security are you needing glasses?
How can you dodge bullets if you
Can
can't even
repeat
see
that
them?
statement of question?
Sure. My question was just, is this a text exchange that you and Mr. Depp had on September 1st, 2017 from 2:34 to 2:36 in the afternoon?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, the date. This is well after.
What's the relevance to 2017?
The relevance is that Mr. Bett testified yesterday that he'd seen Mr. Depp have a glass or two of wine, and this is direct evidence to contradict that.
All right, I'll allow it. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is after Amber Heard left him, right? Or after he left Amber Heard?
That's correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, according to the timestamp and date, that is a text message from Mr. Depp and I.
And at 2:34 p.m., Mr. Depp texts you, steaks were excellent, pondering, though we'll likely have dinner here. Steaks were excellent, a couple of bottles of perfect wine. We then pounded an entire bottle of tequila, 3 exclamation points. Then the savagery commenced, 2 exclamation points.
Yeah.
Morning, 3 exclamation. Did I read that right?
You did. And there's an X and Fasha after that.
And then you told Mr. Depp that you said, I prevented them from calling Popo.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Ooh,
Also
yeah.
Proper impeachment.
That's for the context of the text. which
Nope.
is He testified that he had.
This is
prevented them
hearsay.
from calling Popo. Thank you, Your Honor.
To prove
So then,
the-
Mr. Beck,
oh
you
my
text
goodness.
Mr. Depp back 2 minutes later.
That was
You
an
said,
actual
"I
proper
prevented
hearsay
them from
objection.
calling Popo. Glad you had fun. You mean dinner in room or restaurant? You see that?
I do.
And you sent that text to Mr. Depp, correct?
I did.
And by Popo, you mean police, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You told him that you were glad he had fun, right?
Right.
Your Honor, permission, move for admission of Exhibit 892 and permission to publish.
Our objection is relevance. This is well past the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
If it was just used for impeachment, why would it come to that?
Well, it's Mr. Depp's,
Because it makes him
Depp's
look bad,
statements
we
about
think.
what he did when he pounded an entire bottle of tequila and the savagery that commenced.
He did
for
not.
his
That's mischaracterization of the evidence.
use of
Object.
alcohol. That's much
27
greater than.
In 2017?
Mhm.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're aware that Mr. Depp has used drugs, right?
I am.
And you've helped facilitate Mr. Depp's drug use on occasion, correct?
I haven't.
I'm sorry?
I haven't.
You have not?
I have not.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 967, please?
I have a feeling this testimony is going to make
Mr.
people
Feel
hate
free
this
to take
attorney.
the time that you need to
Just
to
of this
review
questioning.
document, familiarize yourself with it. But my first question for you is just, is this a text exchange that you had with Mr. Depp on June 12th, 2019?
June 12th. According to these transcripts, yeah, it has.
Or up to
my
2019.
name on there.
Yeah.
Right. And
Object to relevance
it's-
again.
starts at the bottom and goes up, correct?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the timestamps.
That's okay.
My
It's
apologies.
hard to orient yourself with these sometimes.
Okay, at the bottom, yeah, I do see 6/12/19 at 1:50 p.m.
And then the more recent texts are as you go up the page, right?
Correct.
So in the bottom text, you're telling Mr. Depp that some people are at his house visiting, and you say they'll be at the pool in 10,
Objection, Your
right?
Honor. Hearsay. Also relevance. This is 2019.
He just testified that he hadn't helped facilitate Mr. Depp's drug use, so this is for impeachment, and this is, you got to read the text in context to see how it impeaches him.
All
Uh,
right, we could come. if you
Sure.
could approach, please.
Yeah, you have to. This is. Whew. So if you've watched trials with me before, you know that I prefer speaking objections for the purposes of watching the trial, so we know what's going on. But this is one of the risks. I mean, that guy is the lawyer is testifying that this guy has provided drugs for Johnny Depp or facilitated drugs for Johnny Depp when he may be taking a text out of context or something like that. He's now trying to use it for impeachment purposes. But it's also hearsay because he's trying to use what was said to prove that that's what he said. So the impeachment has to be proper to allow the evidence in. And I don't think the last one should have been allowed in. These are both prejudicial. They're not relevant. But that's my humble opinion. While we have a quick lull here, let me go ahead and finish reading this from Levi the Welder. More gay than Jack Murphy being pegged by a football team mascot. Later than his wife after sleeping With the rest of the team, have my first child coming in a few weeks. Little girl, cheers. And can you offer some advice on parenting? Get sleep where you can, brother. You're not going to have enough of it.
And enjoy those small moments, man.
Yeah.
Little ones, yeah, man, they're fun when they're little. You know, once you get past the, once you get past the lack of sleep.
Yep. They're a blast. They're a blessing. But you are going to be short on sleep. Oh, and the biggest one is sometimes you just need to lay the baby down in the crib and walk away. Don't forget to do that. The baby
Mr.
will
Beck,
be
you
okay.
communicate with Mr. Depp through texts, correct?
I do.
That's your primary way of communicating with him?
Well, not primary. I mean, if I happen to be in his presence, we'll communicate.
Sure, but in terms of written communication.
Looks like they
texting is the
Depp's
way
team
you
won that
guys
objection.
primarily communicate, right?
Correct.
And that's the same thing the same way that you communicate primarily with his other employees or with his family as well, right?
Yes.
You have a practice of deleting all of your texts with him at the end of the day or week, correct?
That's correct.
So there
Yep.
wouldn't be texts from his time when he was in a relationship with Amber Heard that you have possession of, correct?
That's correct.
You've never seen Amber do
Smart
something
man.
you would call physically violent or an assault of Mr. Depp, correct?
Other than when I testified that she threw a water bottle or a plastic cup in his direction.
But that you wouldn't consider that physically violent or an assault of him, correct?
I would.
Well, in California,
No, I
it's
would.
assault if you go to
Yeah.
attempt to swing
Yep.
or throw something at
There you go.
somebody, even if you don't hit them.
You all right?
He's not a legal expert. I really want
Oh,
them to
you've seen
keep
me. Okay, I'm sorry. That's all right.
I really want them to keep challenging this guy's knowledge because at the end of the day, they could qualify him in as an expert on some of this stuff.
Mr. Bett, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
And you were under oath for that deposition, correct?
I was.
And I asked you a number of questions, right?
You asked me several, yes.
I did. And if you can turn to page 111 of this transcript, please. It's on page 28 of the
I
document.
know. I'm sorry. Okay.
And if you look at line 22, the last line, and then heading over to page 112, you see that?
Got it.
And in your deposition, I asked you this question, and you gave this answer. Question: so is it fair to say that while you've seen Miss Heard yell and get emotional toward Johnny, you've never seen her do something that you would call physically violent or assault of Johnny? Answer: correct. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to May 21st, 2016. That was the incident that we talked about last night, right before we adjourned for the day, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Jerry Judge brought Mr. Depp over to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building that night, right?
We did.
And you knew that he was going there to speak with Amber, correct?
And gather some belongings.
Your understanding was that Mr. Depp was going over there because they both wanted to talk and calm everything down, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what Ms. Heard wanted.
I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Depp told you that he and Amber were going to talk it out and talk about what's going on, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
Correct. And
It's not
he had
against
wine
party
in the car
interests.
on the way over. I believe you testified yesterday, right?
He did have a glass of wine.
And I think you testified it's possible he had been drinking during the day before you brought him over there, correct?
Correct. I saw him with a wine glass after his meeting when he came out into the hallway.
And when you, no, I'm sorry, during the day before you picked him up to go over to the Eastern Columbia building, it's possible he'd been drinking, correct?
Well, we were at a meeting. He did have a glass of wine in his hand, so I presume he was drinking.
And when you arrived at the Eastern Columbia building, you can't say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp was carrying wine with him into the building, right?
I can't remember.
You and Mr. Judge led him into Penthouse 3 and were in there for just a minute or two before you exited Penthouse 3, correct?
Yes, give or take.
And then you stayed outside in the hallway of penthouse 3 for a bit, right?
A short period of time, correct?
I think you testified yesterday like 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah, give or take.
And then from there, you went from the hallway outside of penthouse 3 to penthouse 5, the storage area where you had a couch and a TV and that sort of thing that you testified about, right?
That's correct.
Is that also known as the guard shack?
A modified version of the guard shack. It's just a place for us, as I testified yesterday, to, rest or have lunch or some coffee.
Sometimes called the cubby hole, is that right?
We might have called that. I can't remember what.
Okay, just to orient us.
Sometimes called the booty hole,
Plaintiff's
isn't it?
Exhibit 116. And Your Honor, I believe this has already been entered into evidence.
Yes, it's in evidence.
Can you rotate that, please?
I don't know why it defaults to 480.
I don't know. That's annoying, man.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise. Okay, and then maybe just blow it up, please.
Someone says, "Does Amber drink?"
Yeah. Well, she's Mira. Of course she does.
It's
Not our-
published.
Thank you.
Can't play a mermaid without practice.
So, Mr. Bett, if you, just to orient us, am I correct in saying that well, could you put your finger just on the guard shack area of penthouse 5, please?
Put his finger where?
On my quivering stomach.
Sure,
if you
it's
touch the
just
screen, it will.
the
Camelot.
diagram, the schematics is kind of off because the way Broadway is set up it doesn't coincide with the way the buildings were. But I can make an attempt to show you where the.
Yeah, just, I think the screen will make a mark if you show on it.
Okay. I mean, I'm having a.
Well, I'm not
Okay,
seeing any
okay,
marks. Okay, good.
So this is, I'd say right in this area right here.
Okay,
Is it showing up?
Yes.
Because there would be elevators to the right.
it is.
Okay,
Yep,
Okay.
that's showing up.
okay,
So that's down the hall from outside of penthouse 3, right?
correct.
And you stayed in that guard shack for, I believe you said 5 to 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes,
So if you spent about 10 minutes outside penthouse 3 and then 5 to 10 minutes inside the guard shack, you say you were at the building for what, a total of 30 minutes or so?
it could have been a little bit longer. It could have been 40. It could have been closer to an hour. It was quite some time ago.
But you're fairly confident it was 40 minutes to an hour?
Around that time frame, correct.
And you said that you arrived at the building sometime between 7:15 and 7:45. Is that what you said yesterday?
Yeah.
What's your
around-
best guess?
It would be an estimate guess, maybe more towards 8-ish. But again, it could have been 7:30.
Okay. More towards 8-ish. All right. And so you stayed in the guard shack for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you left the guard shack and headed back up the hall toward the door of penthouse 3, right?
Yes,
And at some point you heard Amber shouting and you let yourself into penthouse 3, right?
that's correct.
The closest you got to Amber when you went into penthouse 3 was 15 to 20 feet, right?
Around that, correct.
And you were in penthouse 3 for just about 30 seconds to a minute before you left again with Mr. Depp, right?
Around that time frame.
You don't remember what Miss Heard was wearing, do you?
I don't.
And you can't remember if she was crying when you saw her, right?
I didn't see her crying.
You can't remember if she was crying, right?
I just said I didn't see her crying.
She could have been crying, right?
Objection calls for speculation and asked and answered.
It's a different question.
Well, I'll sustain that objection. The next question.
And you can't remember if she had any makeup on or not, right?
If she did, she had very little.
You just can't remember if she did, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it was a long time ago.
Seal Hunter says you're late gay noodle arms. Brian Miller says late and bed poop.
Turn to page 160, please.
The Real McCoy says
Deposition.
today's coverage brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends and Surfshark. Mr. Krause says, I think Depp's side is okay with mutual combat to take the edge off
that'd
Heard's
be
emotional
page
testimony.
40.
Thoughts?
Page 40, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's basically what I was saying yesterday.
And on line 1, I asked you the question, did Miss Heard have you couldn't tell if she was wearing any makeup, right? Your answer was, I can't remember if she had any makeup on or not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you don't know you have no personal knowledge of what transpired in Penthouse 3 while you were outside of it that evening, correct?
I don't.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Amber had a phone thrown in her face by Johnny Depp that evening, correct?
I don't.
Because you weren't there, right?
That's correct.
So you left Penthouse 3, and then you went into Penthouse 5 at Mr. Depp's insistence that he get into Penthouse 5, right?
And that's correct.
And he was agitated at this time, right?
I'm sorry. You said I went into Penthouse 3 or Penthouse 5 at this time?
I'm sorry. You left Penthouse 3 after 30 to 60 seconds with Mr. Depp and Mr. Judge, and you went to Penthouse 5, right?
Correct.
And that's because Mr. Depp was demanding to get into Penthouse 5, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp was agitated at this time, right?
Yeah, I'd say he was agitated.
And one of the reasons that you could tell that he was agitated was because this wasn't the first time you had seen him agitated, right?
Well, no.
Mr. Depp told you to let him into Penthouse 5, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And when he left Penthouse 3 to go to Penthouse 5, you can't remember if he had wine in his hand or not, correct?
I can't.
I'm sorry?
I can't.
Cannot?
They need him to have that
When
bottle
you
of
walked
wine in his hand.
Inside were Rocky Pennington, her fiance, Josh Drew, and another woman and a dog, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp told them to get out of his penthouse, right?
Yes,
And they exited, right?
they did.
And you can't remember one way or the other whether Mr. Depp knocked anything off the table in any of the penthouses, right?
It's possible he did, but I can't remember.
Did you or Mr. Judge, just to be clear, did you or Mr. Judge destroy any property or knock anything off tables in any of the penthouses that evening?
No.
You have no personal knowledge of whether or not Mr. Depp was violent to Miss Heard at times when you weren't around them, correct?
I have no knowledge.
And Miss Heard may have suffered injuries at the hands of Mr. Depp over the years that you didn't witness or you didn't see, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to end by just taking a look at the video.
That's going to be your end?
Exiting the building, I believe. Heather, could you pull up Exhibit 672? And Your Honor, I believe that these were part of Mr. Patterson's deposition and that they've been admitted.
I do have 672 admitted, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Thank
Okay.
you.
And the next one will be 666, just to confirm.
All right, we have that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Heather, could you play this starting at 1? Well, actually, before we start, do you see this on your screen, Mr. Bett?
I do.
And you see the timestamp that at the bottom, that shows what time the camera, the video was taken, correct?
I see the timestamp and the date.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this, Heather. Start at 1:55.
I hope we get to see the video.
Get to see it. Stare at it.
Look at it, learn it,
That's
live
you in
it.
that black and white shirt, right?
Oh, that's me.
That's Mr. Depp in the hat. Correct.
Okay, this is the elevator footage
To his left.
when they're leaving. It's also sped up. I was playing with it last night. It's actually at 1.25 speed.
To take him to Penthouse 3, correct?
Correct.
So it's actually a good bit earlier than you testified to, right? It's at 7:02, if I'm converting military time to,
Well, that's what the timestamp says. I mean, I don't know how it was calibrated and so forth, but according to the screen, it does say 1902 hours, which is 7:02.
7:02 p.m., right?
Correct.
On May 21st, 2016.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Heather, you can take that down, please. Please pull up Exhibit 666.
I'll talk about leading questions in a minute, guys. But just briefly, cross-examination is leading questions. So if his questions, if you're like, this seems like leading questions, yes, that's the point. They're supposed to be.
And you see that the timestamp on this video is, well, let's go ahead and play the video first.
Play that video. Yeah. So why doesn't the lawyer contest that? No, because it's supposed to be leading questions. He's doing cross-examination correctly. There's nothing to contest with the leading question.
And that's you on the right again, right?
It is.
And that's Mr. Judge in the middle, right?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Depp on the left,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And the timestamp on this video is 2029 or 8:29 p.m., right?
That's correct.
So you were actually in the Eastern Columbia building for about an hour and a half that evening, right?
Well, according to these timestamps, yes, it does say that. It didn't seem like it was that long.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
redirect.
Was not the impeachment I was expecting.
No,
the
that really
cross-examination.
pretty soft, actually.
Yeah, I was thinking they'd have something more to go after him on. They're probably worried because he's pretty good on the
Mr.
stand.
Bett, you previously testified that when you left Penthouse 3 and went into Penthouse 5, who was inside that penthouse when you entered with Mr. Depp?
Josh Drew, an unknown female, and a little dog.
Was Ms. Pennington inside Penthouse 3 when you entered with Mr. Depp?
I'm sorry, you said Penthouse 5, didn't you? Am I getting my numbers?
You're right. My apologies. Let
I'm
me start
sorry.
over.
He's better at this than they are.
When you left Penthouse 3 and went into Penthouse 5, who was inside? Let's try this again.
Okay. Josh Drew, an unknown female, and a cute little dog.
Where
Again,
was
that's
Ms. Pennington? Was she inside
The
Penthouse
benefit
3
of a
when you
guy with a
entered?
ton of
Or
trial
Penthouse 5 when you
testifying
entered?
experience.
She was not in Penthouse 5, no.
He caught the
Where-
error and signaled to the attorney.
Where was the last
mean, a
place
different
you saw
question.
Ms. Pennington on May 21st?
She was standing next to Miss Hurd in Penthouse number 3.
I think there's been also a little bit of confusion about April 21st, 2016 and May 21st, 2016. So let's start with April 21st, 2016. What occurred?
Objection just to the Ms. Vasquez testifying.
No,
I'm just trying to orient the witness,
All right, well,
Your
go-
Honor.
go ahead.
I'll try to
Thank you.
limit that. Where was Mr. Depp on April 21st, 2016?
On April 21st, he was at a meeting in his production office.
And I believe you testified previously that you saw him holding a glass of wine. Is that right?
Correct.
Did he appear intoxicated to you after that meeting?
He didn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
He did not.
He did not. Okay. Now, on May 21st, 2016, was Mr. Depp drinking wine that day?
He did have wine with him, yes, correct.
And at what point did you observe Mr. Depp with wine on May 21st, 2016?
He probably had it in the car with him when we were driving down. And he could have finished it prior to us walking to Penthouse 3.
And did Mr. Depp, based on your observations, Mr. Bett appear intoxicated to you on May 21st, 2016 before he arrived to the Eastern Columbia building?
He didn't.
He did not.
He did not.
Did you ever observe anything that made you concerned for Ms. Heard's safety?
Objection, foundation.
The Pennington thing's big.
I'll allow it.
When he gets off the stand, I'll tell you about it.
I did not.
What,
Yeah.
if anything, did you observe that made you concerned for Mr. Depp's safety?
From the injuries I saw on his face when on a few occasions I took photos of him.
Nothing further. Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, not
Okay.
subject to recall.
The
correct?
Pennington thing
You're good to
is
go, or you can have a seat in the.
Heard says that she texted her best friend and said, "Get in here, save me," basically.
Are you gonna-
But you notice she didn't pass the security guards in the hallway. So Depp has always alleged that it was an ambush and that they were waiting for him. She was inside of that place already. She just popped out of nowhere. So that's going to come up later on. That's why they're hammering that point in right now.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you, Your Honor.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Real quick, guys. So direct examination, which is where the lawyer who calls the witness, so the witness for that side is under examination. That's the first thing, is not allowed leading questions. They have to ask open-ended questions and let the person develop the narrative. They're not supposed to give them cues on where to go or how to testify. That's because they're supposed to be giving a recitation of the facts to the best of their recollection. Cross-exam is supposed to be limited to the issues raised on direct examination. And because it's limited and the witness is averse to the party, they're allowed to use leading questions. They're allowed to say, "Didn't you do this? This is what happened, right? Isn't this how this occurred?" So that they can direct the flow of conversation, because again, this is a witness who is averse to their interests and they have to stick to the facts. Now there's some minor limitations. They can't just start making stuff up where it's completely ridiculous or the things. And that's that whole limitation. It's limited to what was raised on direct examination. But if you are thinking these are leading questions and it's the other side's attorney for the witness, then yes, they are leading questions. Not only are they allowed, they're supposed to be the way you do cross-examination. Because if you ask open-ended questions, you get what happened with Isaac Baruch, which is where he's able to say, "No, she's a liar. She lied about this. The lie got picked up and brought around the globe 22 times before I even heard it." That's what happens when you ask open-ended questions to a witness who is on the other side. And so they know that the system is built for that. So it allows lawyers to ask questions and the person is free to say no to the leading question, but it's really supposed to be yes or no questions with yes or no answers. That's the ideal sort of manner of conducting cross-examination. So
I wonder how often Crazy Cat Lady is going to get up there and be the one doing cross.
yeah, I hope she gets up there more because she's terrible.
She's a mess.
Yeah, leading questions can be used if the witness on direct is a hostile witness, that's not super common, but it can happen.
Good morning, Mr. Wyatt. Morning. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Keenan Wyatt,
Mr. Wyatt, where do you live?
Thousand Oaks, California.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a sound technician on feature films,
How long have you been a sound technician on feature films?
over 35 years.
Would you please briefly describe for the jury what a sound technician on films does?
Well, technically just do the dialogue recording while on the set, so it's as clean as possible.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I've known Johnny for over 25 years and we're good friends.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I have.
For how many of Mr. Depp's films have you worked with him as the sound technician?
Dozens of films.
Would you please just name a few of them for the jury if you can remember?
I've done the 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies, Alice in Wonderland, Rum Diary, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Ninth Gate, Lone Ranger, number of films.
What part did Mr. Depp play in the 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies?
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Are you, Mr. Wyatt, are you currently employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
Have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
No,
Have you ever been paid by Mr. Depp?
no,
Have you ever worked for any of Mr. Depp's companies?
yes. I worked for Infinitum Nile.
When was the last time you worked for Infinitum Nile?
Last time I was there was probably 2017. I worked on a contract basis with them, not as an employee.
And would you very briefly describe for the jury what work you did for Infinitum Nile in 2017?
I ran the media library with them, did some archiving, recording, editing, things like that.
How would you describe briefly your working relationship with Mr. Depp in the 25 years or so that you've worked together?
Johnny's great to work with on films. He always comes very prepared and knows what he wants to do and makes it for a fun day when we're shooting.
With what directors have you and Mr. Depp worked together?
Oh, many directors. But we've done several films, multiple films with multiple directors, like Tim Burton, Gore Verbinski, Rob Marshall. We've done multiple films with them.
Why did you and Mr. Depp work with those directors more than once?
Johnny makes it easy to work with.
Foundation.
Your Honor, he's laid the foundation. He's worked with Mr. Depp for 25 years on more than 10 feature films.
And relevance.
No, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is to counter the narrative that
Why
he was
did
the
you,
downfall of his own career, right?
Why did you and Mr. Depp work with those directors more than once?
Well, the directors like working for him. He comes
Objection,
with.
hearsay, move to strike.
Your Honor, you just allowed the question.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Johnny makes it easy to work with. He comes prepared. He knows what he wants to do with the characters, and he collaborates very well with the directors.
Is Pirates 5 one of the feature films on which you worked together with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Was Mr. Depp ever late to the set on Pirates 5?
Yes.
Do you know why Mr. Depp was late on those occasions?
Well, arguing going on between him and Amber.
Objection, hearsay,
I'll
foundation.
sustain the objection.
Strike that. Did you communicate with crew members on the set of Pirates 5?
Every day, yes.
Was Mr. Depp's lateness a problem for the crew?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to what the crew may have told him.
Well, I was just asking the threshold question of whether he had spoken with the crew.
You're right. I'll sustain the objection.
Did it cause problems for you? You're part of the crew.
Putting aside occasional lateness on the set of Pirates 5, was production of Pirates 5 ever suspended for any period of time?
Objection, calls
What?
for hearsay, foundation.
No.
How would he know that?
No, if you can ask how he knew it, you've only laid the foundation. That's right.
How did you know whether production of Pirates 5 was ever suspended?
I was on the film. I was working on the film, so,
It's
so
like-
I know it was suspended probably for 2 or 3 weeks.
he
And
already
why was it
answered
suspended for
that he
2 or
worked
3
on all
weeks?
of those films.
Johnny had to go back to Los Angeles because his finger had been cut off. Tip of his finger had been cut off.
Do you have any understanding of how the top of Mr. Depp's finger was cut off?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
And I believe you testified that production was suspended for a period of 2 or 3
What we didn't
weeks.
see there was the
Did there come
defense
a time
attorney
when Mr.
standing up
Depp
ready to
returned
object.
from Los Angeles to Australia for completion of the
He
shooting
wasn't there.
of Pirates 5?
Yes, he did.
Who is Sean Bailey?
He's an executive at Disney.
After Mr. Depp returned to the set of Pirates 5 in Australia, what, if any, interactions did you observe between Mr. Depp and Mr. Daly?
Sean had come to set one day and sat and talked with Johnny for a while, and they talked about collaborating and doing some stuff in the future.
Was it a friendly conversation?
Absolutely, yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever worn an earpiece in any of the many movies in which you've worked with him?
Yes.
For what purpose are earpieces generally used by actors on sets?
Well, I've worked with.
Objection, Your Honor.
This is countering the narrative. This is countering the narrative. He's so drunk that he can't remember his lines.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay, sure.
They're objecting to this. This guy obviously would know what an earpiece is used for as the sound editor on a on a set. They're objecting to the relevance now, but like you said, they're trying to counter this this narrative that Depp is so intoxicated that he can't do his work, so intoxicated that he's causing delays. He's the downfall of his own thing. That's why he just asked a question about Sean Bailey, the Disney executive, that it was talking positively about moving forward with pictures for Johnny Depp and working together. They have to establish that Amber Heard is the cause of the destruction of Johnny's career.
Mr. Wyatt, has Mr. Depp ever worn an earpiece in any of the movies in which you've worked with him?
Objection leading.
That is not a leading question. It's just a yes or no question.
Yes, he has.
When was the first time you used an earpiece with Mr. Depp?
First time we used it was on a movie he was directing called The Brave. We were doing a scene with Marlon Brando, who wears an earpiece for receiving his dialogue.
Objection.
Objection what?
Marlon uses an earpiece for his dialogue, and it was a long shooting day, and we let Johnny, as the director, let Marlon go after we shot Marlon's section of the film, and then for Johnny's character to act against something other than just a blank nothing, we put Marlon's performance in an earpiece into Johnny so he could act up against Marlon's performance.
Isn't it true you testified you shot Marlon Brando?
Did Mr. Depp ever use an earpiece for some other purpose other than listening to Mr. Brando's dialogue?
After that, we started using an earpiece all the time, where Johnny would listen to music while acting.
Ooh.
We would play all different kinds of music depending on the character. He was playing. He and I would talk about it beforehand, and sometimes it'd be classical, sometimes it'd be rock, sometimes it would be blues. It depended on the character.
To what extent, if any, did you and Mr. Depp use that process in other movies on which you worked together?
We used that on every movie.
Mr. Wyatt, on those occasions, in addition to feeding Mr. Depp music, did you ever read lines to him?
Yes.
Why did you read lines to Mr. Depp?
Johnny typically likes to go into makeup in the morning and write his own dialogue and rewrite his dialogue. So sometimes there's not enough time to always to remember the lines and learn them. So I would remind him in his ear sometimes while music was playing at the same time.
And Mr. Wyatt, in your long experience working with Mr. Depp on films, how would you describe his level of preparedness on the set?
He's absolutely prepared. He knows what he wants the character to be. He collaborates with the director on what his ideas are, but he always comes very prepared.
And Mr. Wyatt, during your long relationship with Mr. Depp, what, if any, opportunity have you had to observe his sense of humor?
Quite often.
How would you describe to the jury Mr. Depp's sense of humor?
Objection relevance.
He likes like a British humor. He's sometimes a little dark, maybe. He likes plays on words, that sort of thing.
Monty Python?
Monty Python. There's a show in England called The Fat Show, which he used to love.
That was leading.
Mr. Wyatt, what, if any, relationship do you have with Mr. Depp outside of your working relationship?
We're close. I used to, after a film, sometimes he'd call and I would go on vacation with he and his family.
On what occasions would you go on vacation with Mr. Depp and his family?
He would call after a film, and he would be going away with the kids and Vanessa, and he would say, "Hey, we're going to the island. Would you come with me?" and stuff. Or we're going to France. Would you come along? And sure, why not?
Would you please give the jury Vanessa's full name?
Vanessa Paradis.
And would you please tell the jury who she is?
She is the mother of Johnny's 2 kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
And Mr. Wyatt, on how many occasions, if you can recall, did you accompany Mr. Depp, Ms. Paradis, and Johnny's 2 children on vacation?
Several times.
On those several occasions where you accompanied them on vacation, did you ever observe Mr. Depp and Vanessa interact with each other?
Sure. Yes.
Would you please tell the jury what you observed?
They were a loving couple and everything was fine. Yeah, it was a family.
Did you ever hear or see Mr. Depp yell or raise his voice at Vanessa Paradis, the mother of his children?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever, on any occasion, see Mr. Depp physically abuse Vanessa?
Never.
And I believe you testified, Mr. Wyatt, that Mr. Depp's and Ms. Paradis' children, Lily Rose and Jack, were there on those vacations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to observe Mr. Depp's interactions with his children?
Sure. Yes.
Would you please describe for the jury very briefly Mr. Depp's interactions with his children, Jack and Lily Rose?
He was a very loving father. He used to do stuff with the kids all the time, going swimming at the island and teaching them scuba diving and, just drawing, a lot of drawing, doing artwork.
Did he ever yell or raise his voice at his children?
Not that I recall. Nothing that stands out, no.
Mr. Wyatt, on what, if any, occasions have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol?
Oh, we drink alcohol quite often.
And on those occasions in which you had alcohol with Mr. Depp, how, if at all, did his behavior change?
I don't remember it changing at all. I don't remember him changing.
It didn't make him angry?
No. Sleepy.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp use drugs?
I've seen him take pills. Don't know what they were. I wouldn't know what they were, but that's all.
Based on
You'd
your
chase him with a glass of
observations,
vodka.
when you have seen him taking pills, how, if at all, did the taking of pills affect his behavior?
I didn't see any change in Johnny. I don't recall anything changing.
Mr. Wyatt, do you know the defendant in this case, Ms. Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
On the set of Rum Diary.
Well, she was
On
murdering
how
a
many
puppy.
occasions, if at all, did you see Ms. Heard after that?
Several times.
Would you please describe for the jury very briefly your relationship with Ms. Heard after you saw her the first few times?
I mean, I don't really have a relationship with her. We didn't sit and talk. I didn't hang out with her or anything like that.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were romantically involved?
Yes.
How often did you see Mr. Depp after he started the romantic relationship with Ms. Heard?
Oh, I don't recall. I didn't see him that often, but I don't recall how often, but I didn't see him that much.
How often were you together? Strike that. How often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard when the two of them were together?
Just only occasionally did I see him. I mean, I would leave him alone, let him have his time with Amber. I wasn't into interfering.
What a bro.
And on those occasions where you interacted with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as a couple, did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at or raise his voice to Ms. Heard?
No.
On what occasions, if any, did he ever raise his hand to or otherwise abuse Ms. Heard?
I've never seen him be violent towards anybody.
And if we could, switch gears here, did there come a time in May 2014 when you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard by private plane from Boston to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Who else was on that Boston plane flight?
It was Amber and Johnny, Stephen, Savannah, and Jerry Judge and myself.
And would you please tell the jury who is Stephen?
Stephen Duders is Johnny's assistant.
Who is Savannah?
Savannah was Amber's assistant.
And I think the jury has heard the name Jerry Judge, but if you could please explain to the jury again who Jerry Judge is.
Jerry Judge is Johnny's security.
Mr. Wyatt, why were you on that flight that night?
I don't know the exact circumstances of that flight. I didn't travel with the two of them that often. I was probably headed back to Los Angeles to see my daughter.
And before you got on the flight, how did you arrive at the airport that night?
We came in a car.
When you say you came in the car, with whom did you come in the car?
It was Jerry, Stephen, Nathan, Johnny, and myself.
And who is Nathan?
Nathan is Johnny's other assistant, Nathan Holmes.
What, if any, alcohol or drugs did you see Mr. Depp take while on the car ride to the airport?
On the car ride, I don't recall anything being taken. Johnny, I know, had called Jack during the car ride to talk to him, to tell him we were on our way. And we were listening to the World Cup that was going on at the time.
And if you could just remind the jury who Jack is?
Jack is Johnny's little boy.
When you and Mr. Depp and the security personnel arrived at the plane, who, if anyone, was there at the plane?
The plane had come from New York with Amber and Savannah already on it.
What, if anything, did you observe about Miss Heard's behavior on that Boston flight?
Well, she was giving Johnny the cold shoulder, being quiet, and seemed pouty.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Heard on the flight?
At one point, I went up to her and said something to the effect of, he cares about you. And all of a sudden, she snapped and started yelling at me, "How dare you talk to me? Get away from me." So I went back to the seat and minded my own business.
When she said those things to you, would you describe the tone of her voice if you remember it?
She was abruptly loud. It was a quiet plane. All of a sudden, it got very loud.
I know about
And
loud
I
and
believe
quiet.
you
I'm a sound
testified
engineer.
You went back to your seat, or
Yeah.
you moved. What happened next?
Johnny had said something to her like, "Don't talk to my friend that way." And I just stayed in my seat and finished the rest of the flight.
And after you went back to your seat, to what extent, if any, were you able to see Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
I was able to see them very clearly.
What, if any, violence or physical altercation did you observe between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard once you'd gone back to your seat?
I've never seen Johnny be violent towards anybody.
To what extent, if any, did you observe Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard hit, kick, or throw anything at each other on the plane?
No, I don't recall that at all.
Mr. Wyatt, was Mr. Depp consuming any alcohol on that flight?
Sure, yes.
Did he seem intoxicated?
Seem intoxicated? No, he seemed like Johnny. No, he seemed normal.
So he was
Did there
intoxicated.
come a time, Mr. Wyatt, when you learned that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were getting married to each other?
Yes.
How did you find out about that there would be a wedding?
I was at the Infinitum office, and Christy came to me and said, "Hey,
I'm just asking, it's not for the proof, I'm just asking him how he found out about the wedding.
All right, what's the relevance?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
So again, hearsay objections. It's not hearsay if it's not offered for the truth of the matter. So how he found out about something has nothing to do with the content of the message. So he's trying to say, well, how'd you find out? So-and-so told me that, that he's not offering the hearsay to prove what was being said in the hearsay. He's offering the hearsay to prove how he found out about it. So that should not be a hearsay objection, but it may not be relevant.
Mr. Wyatt, did you end up attending the wedding?
Yes, I did.
Where was
Clearly, the
that?
judge agreed
Where
it
did the
was
wedding
not
take
relevant.
place?
There's two weddings, one at Betty Sue's house, Johnny's mom's house, and then another one on the island. The one on the island I did not attend.
What, if anything, did you observe at the Los Angeles ceremony that you attended at Betty Sue,
Betty
Mr.
Sue's
Depp's mother's house?
It was all very quick. I mean, we all found out about it at the last moment. There was a bit of confusion. Johnny had a friend from out of town and she wasn't sure what was going on. Little Jack didn't understand what was going on.
I'll sustain this. Other people, go ahead.
What, if anything, did you observe about Ms. Heard's demeanor at the ceremony?
She was very happy-go-lucky. She was all dressed up. All of her friends were nicely dressed up and ready for a wedding.
Have you ever, in the course of your interactions with Ms. Heard, ever seen any marks, injuries, or bruises on her?
I have not, no.
During the decades that you have known Mr. Depp, to what extent, if any, are you aware of any woman other than Ms. Heard accusing him of abuse?
I'll allow it.
I've never seen Johnny abuse anybody, ever.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wyatt. That's all I have right now.
Well, we go ahead and take our break. All right, let's go ahead and take our morning break for 15 minutes. Do not say anything, do not talk to me about the case, and don't look up anything. If a juror needs to address something to me, please write it down and give it to the deputy, okay? All right, thank you. You're excused. 15 minutes.
Try not hitting the microphone.
God, that was loud.
Yeah. Some of the mics in the courtroom are really loud. The judge's mic is way loud.
And Mr. Wyatt, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss the case or your testimony with the attorneys or with Mr. Depp at this time, okay? All right, thank you. Let's just come back. Let's make it 11:20. Okay, we'll come back 11:20.
I'd wondered why White. See, I wasn't placing, and I don't think a lot of other people were, that he was privy to the plane incident. That is going to be one of the big incidents that will come up. There's going to be text messages from Stephen Deuters trying to calm and placate Amber Heard, and they're going to make a huge deal. That's going to be one of their places they try to make their stand.
Yeah, I wasn't sure why they brought this guy on at first. I mean, other than just to testify about how great Johnny is and how wonderful he is to work with. But yeah, the plane incident makes a lot of sense. That because you've mentioned several times that's one of the critical instances in this case.
Yeah,
because
there's 14 incidents all told that they're going to, but I don't know how much time I'm sure every one of them will get time with Amber Heard, obviously, but there's some of them that they're going to turn into a 3-ring circus, basically. And that one, yeah, that's the one you can tell already, because you can tell which ones they're aiming at. They've got the flight April 21st and May 21st, which apparently people are getting confused between April and May 21st because of the same date.
Yeah, it's and that was brought up by Depp's counsel with the security guard, April and May 21st, some confusion about it, but that's it's interesting to say the least. I'm curious where it's going to go. Of course they're going to cross-examine this guy in a little bit, and that'll be something. And it's Crazy Lady doing cross, which is perfect. Crazy Lady should she should represent Amber. She has her interests at heart. She is truly the most competent and capable attorney in the entire courtroom, much less the state of Virginia. And I think she should be the one doing all of this.
Yep. I like it when she gets that big brain out there. Man, you can just tell she's great.
Yeah, it's good. Let's see. Someone asked for a summary of the morning. Well, the summary of the morning is that they finished cross-exam and redirect of the security guard, the personal security guard of Johnny Depp. I thought cross-exam of him it was technically done well, but it was kind of weak. The guy kept the questions really tight. I think they wanted to get him off the stand because he's a dangerous witness.
Yeah, he's smart. You could tell, yeah, you could see that police training and him actually doing cross before. I mean, you could see it coming out.
Yep, he was able to answer questions that they didn't want answered. He almost knew what was going to be objected to, and he answered very quickly and loudly those things before the objections would come in if they were not directly on top of it. He knew exactly what he was doing.
The thing I was talking about, though, Rocky Pennington is one of the few witnesses that says that I was there and witnessed Johnny Depp being volatile or violent. I didn't see him strike, but he was being volatile. In that last incident, she claims that she was texted in a panic and ran across from her penthouse into the penthouse. But the problem is the way that it's set up, she would have had to cross the bodyguards. She would have had to go on by Sean Bett and Jerry Judge. So Depp has always said that was a setup from go. They knew that he was going to leave. He was tired of it after the April incident. His mom had died. That had just been the final straw. So when he went in to get some stuff. His bodyguards are outside. And he alleges that Rocky Pennington was hiding. He says hiding in the closet. But, when you look at that penthouse, I mean, my God, what he calls a closet, we would call like another, maybe another freaking apartment. I mean, they're huge.
Yeah, that's how they're gonna play that out is going to be interesting. And you could tell both with both of these witnesses, they're very cagey, they're very on edge. The defense team does not want they really don't want any testimony about most of the incidents. They want to be in control of the narrative. They have been for years. Yep. Now they're not, and that bothers them. They're very quick with the objections. And they came prepared to object a lot. They want to be able to sculpt this conversation. Okay, let me hit a couple of these super chats. Trade Talk says, "Hey Nick, I just wanted to say thanks for the help on Easter. I tried to send a chat yesterday to show my appreciation for it, but YouTube super chat is broken. I sent this one by phone for the people having the same issue." Yeah, apparently there's some issues with some browser-based super chats. I don't know. That's what people are saying. There were people complaining about it last night. I don't know if it's resolved or whatever, but if you do want to send one, mobile might be the way. I don't like to encourage people to use mobile for super chats because Apple takes a cut as well. So it's always nice. But that's potentially a way you could participate. Yellow Flash 2 says, "Sir, are you aware if she used Amica cream?" Checkmate. Yeah. Did she apply Amica cream to the plane that you were on? Is that why it stayed in the air? Matthew Self says, "What is your expert testimony of the sound of applying Amica cream to evil wench skin?" You don't want to ask that question because then he might give it to you. It's some like ASMR, like or whatever. Oh,
he's like, it sounds like sandpaper. Oh God!
And you have to pause every 8 minutes so she can shriek and steal the soul from a child.
It sounds like the cut footage from The Little Mermaid. It's like Ursula. Whoa! You're like, no.
Oh, terrible! Sandpaper on a newborn. Oh my God,
that's horrible.
Okay. One of the things that happened yesterday was I had to leave a little early. So some of the super chats from yesterday did not get read, a considerable amount. So I'm going to try and sneak some of those in while we have these breaks as we go. Of course, any super chats that come in today, I will address as well. And where are we? Samantha Schoner says, "I'm not looking forward to doing taxes tomorrow." Tomorrow? You're late. Yesterday was tax day. C. Goody says the government didn't even give you a reach around while they effed you. You had to get people you grift to hold your hand in the snack tray. Damn, that's messed up. DSP is jealous, though. Yes. The context of that, ladies and gentlemen, is I have a tradition where while I do my taxes, I go into my Discord and I have a nice pity party and scream and yell and curse while I sit there watching my money being taken from a government or taken by a government that did nothing to help me earn it. So very nice. LGK says latent gay. Also, will the outcome of this trial have an impact on the first one in some way? No. Levi the Welder, thank you. Miku Huntu says, can I call you daddy? I'll holler if I can't. No, start hollering. Squeal, piggy, squeal. Mad Rhetoric says, is perjury ever charged? Seems constant. Also, how did Tug get interested in all this celeb nonsense? Keep it up, dude. Well, Tug, do you want to answer yours first?
Well, first Flash messaged me, and he was like, whatever stupid you're dealing with, like drop that crap or something and check this case out. And after I looked at that, there's a YouTuber called Incredibly Average. He's put up all of the video and audio footage. He's actually gone through and, you get like if you've been on Twitter or something and you see Amber Heard speaking, there are lines come up and then, vice versa. He's the one who narrated all of that. And looking at, that's actual evidence. Looking at that, I thought, man, that doesn't fit up with the narrative that the entire mainstream is pushing. There's no alternative to it besides channels, and there's some noise on Twitter. So the more I went down that rabbit hole, the more I found this is a jacked up case. And on top of that, the guy has a fat wallet, and he was willing to fight this case. You pick the ones that will make a lot of noise. So I've been following that. And again, it's not just about him or Hollywood or celebrities. It's about men being falsely accused, survivors of domestic abuse. They're being mistreated with this kind of stuff, and somebody actually being able to try to write that course.
Yeah, it's wild how this has, I don't know, how this is shaked out. I don't even know what it is. To the other questions, perjury ever charged? Not often. Perjury on the witness stand. Look, witnesses lie a lot. They lie a lot. There's nothing the court is really going to do about it. And the court is going to err on the side of having witnesses come in and speak as much as possible rather than charging them with perjury, because they would rather have a couple lies go by than have witnesses just clam up and never answer any question. They want a little more candor. Now, when the lies get really egregious, maybe they do a perjury charge, but most of the time, no. Sometimes the court could hold a witness in contempt or sanction them, but you need a lot to prove those lies out, and it's usually faster to just impeach the witness, make them look bad, and then move on. That's the better approach. If the court came down heavy-handed, people just wouldn't cooperate with it. So it's kind of a balance. Levi the Welder says, after taxes, I feel like Jack Murphy's college boy love toy. The blood acts like lube, but then it gets dry and tacky. Oh no. May H says, road trips, live streams, and bad data aren't the best together, but we'll see how well they hold out. Thanks for covering this, Nick and Tug. Hey, good luck, May. Pork Hunt says, when Amber pooped in the bed, was the electric blanket on? It was when I returned home after my stag night and I spewed pizza. Spatula got it out. Oh, gross. Disgusting.
That's really gross.
That hurts my soul, man. I didn't want to hear that at all. NSX says, do they have performance review process for judges regarding their accuracy of rulings for objections? Seems one-sided. The judge's ruling on the objection is normally correct, even if it's wrong, because the judge is in control of their courtroom and the judge's will is how it will go. Sometimes a screwed up objection could be the basis for an appeal if it unduly prejudices someone. But no, there's no like performance review process. you get what you get. The appeal can overturn the most egregious abuses of judicial discretion, but that's the only thing. And nothing happens to the judge on a successful appeal. They just get overturned. They don't like it, but nothing like career-wise happens to them. Deborah Breeden says a Virginia jury might notice Pooper had a girlfriend before and has a girlfriend now, and that looks different than in Southern California and London. Thoughts? Maybe, but this is a Virginia jury that's near Washington, D.C. I mean, they've every time they go to Congress, they see 435 lesbians. So I don't know that that's going to be that shocking to them. For me, man, thanks, Tug. Doesn't even laugh at my joke. Rude.
Ha 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 ha.
I just called every congressman a lesbian subtly. Just drop that in there. For me, Taro says, I'm new to this channel. It's pretty entertaining, but I'm often confused. Like, what does mommy mean? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Mommy is what happens when the chat simps for a female who appears on the screen. They start calling her mommy. Don't ask. You're on the internet. These are broken people. They're very broken
There you
people.
go. That's the best answer.
Dojar Yort says, can you do a toast to my great uncle, police department of Memphis, Tennessee? He was a great man who passed away due to complications from Crohn's disease at 73. We figured out on Easter. Okay. Yes, I can. Oh man, this is from yesterday, but we'll do it today. I hope you're watching, Dojar. I got a little, let me pour a small amount of bourbon here. To the great uncle of Dojar Yort, who was in the police department of Memphis, Tennessee. He passed away just recently, and the family found out on Easter. And how appropriate that on the day when Jesus Christ defeated death, he called one of his sons home. And on that day, the family can remember that though he passes from this life, he lives on not only into the next or whatever afterlife you may believe in, but in the hearts and minds of those he left behind and those he affected. And as a police officer, was probably a considerable amount of people. Cheers, brother, and to watch. All right. Artemis Tree says, Nick, sound balance was spot on today. Thanks. It's difficult because I don't know if you've noticed this, Tug, but the court audio changes. They change their levels like constantly. It's really driving me nuts.
Yeah, I really noticed it, like making videos and stuff, when going in and you could see it in the sound levels, like when you record it. It's a mess.
Yeah, it's like the judge's microphone is cranked up to 1 billion. And they're really sensitive directional mics too. So they're made to be back here. And the judge is supposed to be talking towards them, and it's supposed to pick up this sort of focused cone of sound from the judge. That's what they want. But the judges will have it right here all the time. And they'll yell. But first they'll be over here. They'll be like, hey, what's going on? And, oh, yeah, objection. You're like, oh, my God. Oh, God, it's terrible. They're so bad. They're so bad. I hate it. Oh, when she grabs the thing and cranks it around.
Oh God, that sound, man.
It's what the inside of like a Parmesan cheese grater probably sounds like. The Olive Garden one. Ian Max says, you claim to hate puns, but look at Rekieta Raw as a possible channel name. To my mind, this argument can get rectated. Samantha Schoner says, I want to watch, but I need sleep. Had a rough day. I was stuck on a train for 45 minutes this morning when the tracks caught fire. Not how I wanted my first day teaching at a new school to go. Yeah, that's no fun. But speaking of trains and planes, I do want to just announce to the audience, if you guys have not heard, yesterday a federal judge struck down the travel mask mandate. So all federal travel, trains, planes, airports, train stations can no longer require you to wear a mask. It is beautiful. It is wonderful. If you want to wear one, go ahead. Nobody has ever stopped you. Well, actually, that around 9/11, you might not have been able to wear a mask, but most of the time, nobody has stopped you, and no one would today if you want to wear a mask for your own personal healthcare choices. But now it is no longer mandated, and it is great. I'm so happy. I can't wait for the next time I fly, because flying with a mask was insufferable. Insufferable. Bekende Wolf 9 says Depp's text messages should be published. Masterful works of art. They are good, man. He has a weird way of texting.
Yeah.
And I love when they need to introduce as many of his texts as possible, I think, because I have a feeling that Amber Heard's side is going to try to misrepresent the nature of some of his text messages. And so they need to, unless I'm wrong, they need to get the jury accustomed and acclimated to his style of texting.
Misrepresent? How can you misrepresent someone saying, thank you? That would be like a monkey fucking a football. I could never do that.
Oh my gosh.
I love his text message, man. They are hilarious.
Dr. Soup is in the courtroom. You should interview her. Is Dr. Soup in the chat or something? Let's see. Dr. Soup is not in the chat. I don't know who Dr. Soup is. Someone said some of the airlines said they'll continue the mask mandate. That's kind of weird, because the CEOs of the major airlines, I don't know which airlines are going to continue it, but Delta, United, and American just the other day wrote a letter to Biden saying, please stop the mask mandates. It's silly that we are being forced to endure this, and no other businesses are. So I'm kind of curious who that would, which airline that is that intends to keep going with it. Too Darn Shooty says, hi, Mom. Kay Valentine says, I uploaded a recap video on Saturday, and right before I could upload it to Twitter, my account was locked for a week for unspecified reasons. Oh, fun. Oh, hey. They're discussing something. They're strategizing in the court with the judge. Oh, it was at LAX. Yeah, well, the airport may do something. They're not they shouldn't be, because they're typically government controlled. I mean, they're government controlled. They shouldn't be able to do that. But there may be a California law that does something like that. I have no idea. But, leave it to LA to screw everything up. Rob Pires, welcome to Lawyer Status. Trademarks 315 says, is it just me, or does Amber Heard look like the words "you're not man enough to kill yourself" have come out of her mouth at least a couple times?
All right, we're ready for the jury. Okay, yes.
Judge, maintain that volume and distance from the microphone at all times. No, don't move it. Don't you touch that microphone ever again. Music and Fiction says, this is Amica country. Penultima says, make your own Amica cream. Name it Amicus cream. That's a good idea. Jay, the real McCoy, says, hey, everyone, Rekieta Law here. And today's coverage is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. It's not. I wish. Raid, pay me. Bear Lamb says, that witness looks like Jeffrey Epstein. He didn't kill himself. He changed his profession. Mike Lombardo says, everyone hit the like button and share. Lizard American says, that woman next to Heard has a strong jawline for a woman. Sus. Yashimi's Corner says, next year Netflix will come out with a documentary about this. Am I right? Oh, yeah. It might take 2 to 3 years. I don't know. They're going to be. You can tell. They're already salivating over it. The winner will get to play themselves. The other party will be played by Andy Dick, no matter who loses. So if Amber Heard wins, Andy Dick will play Johnny Depp. And if Johnny Depp wins, Andy Dick will play
All right.
Amber Heard.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. White, you testified that you've been a sound technician for pretty much most of your career, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go to that Marlon Brando. That he used an earpiece for his lines to be fed to him, correct, at that
Yes.
time? And when was that? When was The Brave filmed?
Mid-90s.
Okay, and so ever since then, Mr. Depp has thought it was a good idea and has used an earpiece, correct?
He is used in your piece, yes.
Okay.
It was a
And
good idea. Look at
you're
his
the person
career.
who controls what goes into his earpiece, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, so it could be music, it can be lines, it can be
Yes.
anything, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you have been his sound technician since the 1990s, all the way up through at least 2016, correct?
there's been a couple of us, yes.
Okay, but you actually have been on almost all his movies, haven't
Been
you?
on most of them, probably,
Okay, and in
yes.
fact, not only are you his personal sound technician,
Not
but
his
you are
personal, it's the
named in
studio's.
his contracts as his sound technician, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay, well, let's pull up.
Objection,
exhibit
foundation.
Number, let's go to 633. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 633, and it's the contract for Pirates of the Caribbean from August 2022.
Objection,
You see
foundation.
that?
Objection, lack of
August.
foundation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Lack of foundation.
I didn't get his answer.
I'll allow, go ahead.
Allow what? How does this guy know what's in Johnny
I
Depp's
see that
contract?
It says August 2002.
Let's turn to page 16.
Objection, lack of foundation. Follow up with this. Judge, he has not testified that
wouldn't
he
be
is
full
familiar
time.
with this
That's
document
2
or
before, right?
recognizes it or has ever seen it
There you
in
go.
any way.
Do you see where it says location assistant?
Yes,
Okay. And if you go down, it has
Object
your
to
name
this.
specifically on there. Does it not say Keenan Wyatt?
yes,
Okay. And on this
Along-
particular one, it has Sam Sarker and Keenan Wyatt. Do you see that?
yes.
But eventually it just became Keenan Wyatt in all the contracts, right?
I do not know. I don't know.
Okay. And then as part of this, in each of Mr. Depp's contracts,
They should have really,
he
they should have
had
objected
what
to
you
this
were gonna
more.
get paid,
Object to
correct?
this.
I
Object.
don't know what's in his contract.
Okay, well, on this
Lack
one,
of
it was
foundation. Object.
14.28 per hour, correct?
Lack of foundation, Your Honor.
He does not know.
Well, he doesn't
He's-
know this contract. If you want to frame
Okay.
it, it's a different question.
Well, you, on every one of his contracts, had an hourly rate and a guarantee of at least 60 hours a week, right?
I
Calls
don't
for
know.
Speculation, lack of foundation.
Surely he has to know how he was getting paid on
If
these.
you want to ask that question.
Do you know how you were getting paid on each of these films?
Yes,
Okay,
I get paid through a payroll company from the production companies.
okay, and these were all negotiated by Mr. Depp, correct?
I have no
I'm-
idea.
His
I'm
company.
paid by the union sets the rate for me.
Right, but you're aware that Mr. Depp has negotiated it and put you into his contract,
Lack of
correct?
foundation calls for
I
speculation.
can,
I'll allow that answer if you can answer. it.
How are you allowing this?
Wha-
Sorry.
You want to ask
You're
the
aware,
question again? Go ahead.
you're aware that Mr. Depp has put you into each of his contracts,
No.
including how much you get paid and all of your perks, right?
I see it here, but when I'm hired by a production company, I get paid by the production company at my union rate for the job that I'm doing. That's not the rate I make when I'm working on a production.
Okay, all right, well, let's stay on this one just for a minute, and then we'll take a look at a couple more because you ended up with a lot higher rate pretty soon. But you also had your airfare paid for, correct? For travel.
Yes,
You also were put up in the same hotel as Mr. Depp if he was in a hotel, correct?
not necessarily all the time.
Right, and if he was in a house, then you got a comparable hotel close by, right?
I got a place to stay wherever we were filming, yes.
And it was comparable.
Comparable to
to-
Johnny's?
It was,
No.
it was a positive, it was a nice hotel, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, productions, we usually stayed at nice hotels.
Okay, so is it your testimony that you didn't know that you were named specifically and the terms of your compensation and your benefits were in every single one of Mr. Depp's contracts?
Objection
I
asked
didn't-
and answered several times, Your Honor.
It has
Lack
not,
of
and
foundation.
I'll allow this.
I did not know it was in
Okay,
the contract.
next question.
Okay, let's go.
Judge,
take a
he said,
look
I
real
don't know
quick. I'm
what's in
gonna
the
flip
contracts
over to
5 times now. Lack of foundation. He
855.
does not know. This judge is just shit on objections. It drives me nuts.
And this is a contract December 4, 2008 with Paramount Pictures for Rango. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you were his sound technician there, correct?
yes.
And if we turn to page 12. which is the second one,
Objection. He is not
you
familiar
look
with this
down there,
contract.
Your name is right there. You're designated as sound technician, correct? Do you see that?
Yes,
All right, and then let's
Object.
Flip to the next page.
So you
And
have
that
you're
has 3,500 per week, correct?
Lack of foundation.
Do you remember getting $3,500 a week?
I get whatever the weekly rate is for the union position that I'm doing. I don't know, at this time, I don't recall what the rate was. I don't know if that's what I got or not, but I got what the union set as my minimum rate.
Okay, and again, you didn't know that Mr. Depp negotiated this into his
No.
contract? Okay, and then if we go down a little bit
the
further
judge
here,
didn't
it
rule
has
on the
you,
objection.
Round trip,
Oh!
class transportation.
What's up with that?
You see that?
Yes,
And then it has hotel accommodations and per diem on the same basis as the crew of the picture on this one, correct?
yes, but we were in, Rango was in Los Angeles, so none of that would have taken
Right, so,
place.
so
Yeah.
it was a lot easier. Then let's jump to plaintiff's exhibit 842. And this is
Have you?
Pirates of the
You have
Caribbean,
to ask
July
if they've
2014,
ever
which would be
seen
for
this
5, right?
thing. They have to have
Not a lack
personal
of
knowledge of the
foundation.
thing.
These are contracts to which
Right.
Mr. Wyatt was not a party.
Sustain the objection.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the
That
contract.
doesn't
What
matter.
is it offered for?
What's,
All right, well, let me ask it this way.
That doesn't
Um,
change
for
the nature of the
Pirates
objection.
5, were you were in, what was your hotel accommodations?
I was staying in a condominium that the rest of the crew was staying in.
Okay, and how much were you getting paid on Pirates 5?
Whatever the union minimum was for my job.
Do you have any idea what it was?
No, I don't recall.
Okay,
I'd have to
And-
look it up.
and were you aware that your compensation and benefits were in Mr. Depp's Pirates contract?
No, I did not.
All right,
His compensation isn't. The production companies
now.
or the audio
let's
engineering
go
companies'
to Pirates
compensation
5
is in the
particular.
contract.
I think you testified that.
It's like
Mr.
saying a
Depp
lawyer makes
was
$400 an hour. He gets paid
occasionally
$400
late,
an hour.
late
He
a lot
doesn't.
to the set.
I don't recall. I mean, he was late, yes.
There were days he didn't show up at all, weren't there?
Could have been, I don't recall.
And there were days that he didn't show up for 6, 7 hours, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And in fact, he wasn't showing up before Amber ever got to Australia. Isn't that correct?
I don't know that.
Do you recall him going on a binge with Marilyn Manson for a few days?
Objection,
I-
lack of
Objection, Your
foundation.
Honor.
Do you
I'll
don't
allow
recall
it.
that? I'm sorry, do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other, or you just?
No, I didn't visit Johnny when we were in Australia. I don't know.
Okay, so you
He
don't
had a
know-
house, I had a condominium in town.
So you don't know what was causing Johnny to be late or whether he was taking a lot of alcohol and drugs? Is that fair
Objection.
to say? Okay. And you said that you observed Johnny Depp talking with Sean Bailey after he came back. And let's go to that. You said there was a 2 to 3 week delay. In fact, it was closer to 5 to 6 weeks, wasn't it?
I don't recall what it was.
It's
I
pretty
flew-
significant when the entire crew has to stop for that period of
The
time. isn't
crew-
it?
Objection to Ms. Rederhoff's testimony.
Objection,
I'll sustain the
argumentative.
objection, ask the question.
It's pretty significant, isn't it? When
It's
there's
the
a delay?
same thing.
It's significant. I don't think the film completely shut down for all of that. They continued to shoot what they could.
How many of the crew members were impacted by Johnny not being able to be there after he cut off, after the finger was cut off?
Well, there was the crew, some of the crew, I'm sure, still kept working and filming other scenes without Johnny's character in it.
Do you know how many were impacted?
No, I don't.
Do you know how much Disney was impacted?
I don't.
Okay, so now you say when he came back, he collaborated with Sean Bailey, right?
Yes,
And they were talking about how they were going to get together on something, right?
yes.
Did Johnny do anything with Sean Bailey for the rest of 2015?
I don't know about that year, but I know that they talked about collaborating and doing something. Sean and Johnny had worked out Johnny working at.
Mr. Wyatt, if you can just answer my
Your Honor,
question.
may the witness please?
no.
She asked the question.
I
We
asked,
should be
did
able,
he collaborate in 2015?
Your Honor, may he be allowed to
Yes,
please
let him,
finish
let
his
him finish
answer?
the question, answer. Sorry, go ahead.
Johnny and Sean.
Judge should
put
not allow
together
him to answer
Johnny
this.
Dressing up as Captain Jack and addressing the crowd at the Pirates of the Caribbean ride.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike and ask you to ask that to be stricken. That is not responsive to my question.
Your Honor, she asked him the question. Should she?
That's not the question she asked him. You want to ask your question again?
Yes. Did Mr. Bailey collaborate on any projects with Mr. Depp in 2015 after Pirates 5?
The one I just said, the project of, that was a promotional project for
Was it a
Pirates of
film?
the Caribbean. Was it filmed?
Yeah.
I think it was videotaped or filmed, yes.
Was it a feature film that
No,
Disney
it wasn't a
made money
feature
on?
film.
She better
But that's
watch her
not what you
words. She
asked.
said project.
Tom
Yeah,
Bailey
she said
collaborate on
project.
I
any
don't
film
know.
project with Mr. Depp?
I don't know.
Let's go to 2017.
I don't
Did
know.
Mr. Bailey collaborate with Mr. Depp on any film project?
I don't know the timing of the other things. No, I don't know if he did or not.
Let's go to 2018. Did
She
Mr.
said
Bailey
objection,
collaborate
Your
at all
Honor.
with Mr. Depp in 2018?
I don't know.
Were you aware that Mr. Bailey said that Mr. Depp was, quote, out, end of quote, for Pirate 6 in
Objection,
October of 2018?
hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to hearsay.
Okay, let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 115.
Are you going to show him something else he has no knowledge of, you fucking
Plaintiff's
hack?
115.
The way she comes across, too, cannot reflect well with the jury. No way.
Oh, defendants, I'm sorry. It's defendants.
Oh, someone needs to punch her in her dick. I will say, like, Johnny's team,
Now, this is an article.
they need to bone up on their objections, like
in,
on how they
October
argue
of
their objections, both
2018.
for and against.
Yep.
Do you recall seeing this article?
No,
You never saw it?
I don't read
Okay.
I don't read these
All right, so-
stories and stuff like that.
So would it be fair to say that you don't know whether Mr. Bailey had determined that Mr. Depp would not be in Pirates 6 as of October of 2018?
Yeah, I don't know.
Objection to the
especially
lack
based on
of
this. I don't-
foundation.
I don't believe.
He's
this stuff
never seen
anyway.
it.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. All right, let's talk about your visits with Vanessa and the kids and Mr. Depp. You indicated you went on some vacations with them, correct?
Yes,
They were together for 14 years, right?
yes.
How many vacations did you go on with them?
Several. I don't know all of them.
2, 3,
I don't
Probably
know
more
all of
than
them.
that.
4?
Probably more than that. I don't know. Half a dozen.
Okay, we get to 6? Okay,
Yeah.
6 to 12? All
Yeah.
right. And these are all vacations, right?
After filming, yes,
Okay, so these are times where everybody's having fun, relaxing. It's not your regular,
yes,
day-to-day grind that everybody goes through, right?
yes.
Okay. Now, you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp ever physically abused Vanessa Paradis, correct?
None that I ever saw.
Right. But you have no knowledge one way. You don't know, do you?
None that I saw.
Right.
Correct.
Right. You don't know what went on in their marriage and their relationship
No.
when you weren't there, correct?
Not when I was there, no.
Okay. And they split up, right?
Yes.
Do you know why they split up?
No, I do not.
All right. You don't know if Mr. Depp yelled or raised his voice at Vanessa Paradis on a daily basis when you weren't around, do you?
Not when I wasn't around, I don't
All
know.
right. And then you were asked at the very end. by
Objection
Mr.
argumentative.
To whether you had ever heard of any woman accusing Mr. Depp of violence, and you said you'd never heard of anyone accusing Mr. Depp of violence. Do you recall
Correct.
that? Have you ever heard of Greg Brooks?
No.
I don't know.
He's a
no.
manager on a set from City of Lies who has
Okay.
filed a lawsuit against Mr. Depp for punching
Your Honor,
him.
Objection.
Lack of foundation and
That's fair
object
game, Your
to
Honor.
Ms. Bredehoff's speechifying.
This is prior acts
I'll allow
evidence
it.
anyway.
Good.
You'll,
I don't know.
How loud. Just
I've
let
never
this old
seen-
lady
I've never
ramble all
seen him
day.
be Violent to anybody.
But you testified you'd never heard of that. So had you ever heard of Greg
No.
Brooks accusing Mr. Depp of punching him on the set of City of Lies?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it. I don't know any basis of it, though.
So it's not true that you've never heard of anyone accusing Mr. Depp of violence, is it?
I suppose not.
Okay, and you don't know whether Mr. Depp committed any domestic abuse or violence on any of the women in his relationships, do you?
I never witnessed it.
Right, you don't have personal knowledge though, do you?
Only what I've witnessed, and I've never witnessed it.
Right, you don't know what went on behind closed doors
I
with
do
any of
not.
them? Okay. Now let's go to the Boston plane. This was in May of 2014. So you were in the car with Mr. Depp before he got on the plane.
Yes.
How long was he in that car?
How long were we in the car?
Yes.
I don't recall. 45 minutes, an hour maybe? I don't recall.
You sat on the tarmac for quite some time before getting on the plane, didn't you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. And is it your testimony that Mr. Depp wasn't drinking anything while he was in the car?
Not in the car, no.
Had Mr. Depp been drinking anything before he got into the car?
I don't know. I wasn't with him before.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp didn't take any drugs while he was in the car?
Not that I recall.
Do you know whether he took any drugs before he got in the car?
I wasn't with him before.
Do you know if he
All right,
murdered a
and I
Cambodian
think you
family
testified in
before entering the
response to
car?
Question that you didn't think that he was intoxicated or high?
No, I mean, he seemed like Johnny.
Did he take any Red Bulls that you saw?
Took any what?
Red Bull?
Red Bulls.
Red Bulls?
It gives you wings? Were those wings abusive?
Drink Red Bulls. I don't know if that was the same time or not.
All right, was he drinking vodka with any Red Bulls?
I don't know.
Was he drinking whiskey?
I don't know.
Was he taking cocaine?
I've never seen it. No,
Did you see any powders?
no.
So you get on the airplane and it's your
Christ.
testimony that Ms. Heard had a bad tone of voice with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
She had a bad tone of voice with me.
Okay. In
Yeah,
fact,
get the testimony correct
wasn't
if you're
Mr.
going to talk
Depp
about
saying
it.
pretty horrible things to Ms. Heard?
I don't recall that.
Like get fucked on set, get fucked with fucking James fucking Franco? Did you hear that?
I don't recall.
Did you hear him say at least you fucking liked it?
No,
Did you hear him say, I bet you slipped a tongue in there and you liked it?
no.
Did you hear him say to Amber's pussy and asking her if her pussy was wet?
Your Honor, lack of foundation. correct.
This is
Did you hear any of that?
Not that I recall.
I'll
Okay.
overrule the objection.
She lets it go.
Now, you shared an
Oh
oxygen
my God, what a farce,
with
dude.
Mr. Depp on that Boston plane, didn't you?
No,
You don't recall Mr. Depp insisting that the flight attendant give him an oxygen tank and the two of you
Was
used
your
it?
pussy dripping wet?
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Depp drinking champagne on the plane?
I don't know what he was drinking. I'm sure I was having wine. He could have been having champagne.
Do you remember him drinking a couple bottles of
I
champagne?
don't know how much.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp didn't kick Amber?
I didn't see anything like that.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp go to the back of the plane and pass out and moan loudly?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that either?
No.
Okay. Can we
What even
pull up
do you recall?
Defendant's Exhibit 245, please.
What is speechifying?
Remember,
What he
I
means
showed
is
no
that the
objection to it in the filings. So I'm going to move the admission of it and I'm going to ask it to be published.
No, any objection to 245?
Yes, Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. It's not to him.
All right, if you want to approach, we'll see
Grandma
what your
can drive her.
objections. You have your list of objections from your exhibits.
speechifying is probably some local status. Basically, she's testifying and she's testifying and being argumentative. It's probably some combination of that. I've never heard of the speechifying objection, but this Catch You Next Tuesday is offering testimony this guy has not laid the foundation for, is testifying about what happened openly on her own. None of this should be going on. This judge is fucking bad, but I gotta lay some blame on Johnny's attorneys, man. Their objection defense and their objection reasoning is not articulated well at the table. I don't know what happens when they go to the bench to talk to the judge on these sidebars, because they seem to do okay on the sidebars, but at the table, they're not articulating their objection reasons or their objection defenses very well. And it's really frustrating.
It's funny. Even my wife walked in, like, she didn't realize I was sitting here with my God. She was like, "That old lady's crazy."
She is.
She is
She
a
is.
nut.
But the judge is letting her be a nut. And I don't like, I don't get it. Some of those contracts should never have come in through this guy who's never fucking seen one. The way you introduce evidence in a court case, you have to lay the foundation for why this witness knows this fact. And they don't know the fact if they've never seen the contract and weren't party to it.
Mr. White, are you aware that Mr. Deuters apologized to Amber for Mr. Depp's conduct afterwards?
Objection,
Lack of
hearsay.
foundation, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally
Where
won.
did you go? Were you with Mr. Depp
Excuse
after
me,
you
Your Honor.
left the plane?
I apologize. May we take this down?
It's just in the witness, but yes. Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you leave the plane with Mr. Depp?
I mean, I got off the plane at the same time. I'm assuming I went to my own home.
Okay, and what was Mr. Depp's state?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if he was passed out or not?
No.
When you say you don't recall, as you're sitting here today under oath, you honestly can't
Object.
remember if Mr. Depp was passed out
I
when
mean,
you
there was-
left the plane?
There was-
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
All right. I'll allow it this one time. Go ahead. You can answer.
This one time.
One time. Good God.
I mean, the only reason I remember this one was because Amber yelled at me on that flight.
Do you remember my question?
I don't recall.
All right,
I mean,
so-
I could have gotten off the plane and just left. I don't know.
And Mr. Depp could have kicked Amber on that plane, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Not that I saw.
Okay, and he could have passed out.
Not that I recall.
That you're going to say this under oath shit is badgering the witness should not be allowed,
How many
is
times
prejudicial.
were you with Amber and Mr. Depp together?
Oh, I have no idea. No idea.
Well, what would the circumstances have been?
Invited over for something or other, or, Johnny and I may have been recording some music or something, and she was there. I don't know, at work. I don't.
No, you had a very close personal relationship with Christy Dabrowski, didn't you?
We're friends, yes.
Yes, and you were more than friends for quite a few years. were you
Your
not?
Honor, relevance, may we approach?
It's
All
impeachment.
right. All right, let's
It's
well,
bias. It's bias.
approach, please.
Amazing. Phew. Everybody's saying the judge has been bought off. No, stop. Stop that line of thinking. That is not what's going on. Judges often are just retarded, for lack of a better
So-
word.
Nobody had to buy them. They're just inept. Yeah, that's lovely.
These are state court judges. They're elected, and you'll find a lot of times they just get this stuff
Now, you
wrong.
testified that the wedding that you went to, the one in Los Angeles, seemed to be a little rushed.
Yes,
How long were they engaged?
I don't know.
Could it have been a pretty substantial period of time?
I don't know.
Okay, so when you say rushed,
We didn't know a wedding was going to happen.
well, and you said you were at the offices of Ad Infinitum, is that right? Okay, when you say we didn't know any wedding was going to happen, who's we?
Several of the people at the wedding didn't know it was going to happen.
Okay. Now, did you know what Amber's film schedule was?
No,
Did you know whether she was out of town, coming back in and leaving again?
I did not know.
Did you know what Johnny's film schedule was?
I probably knew we were off.
Because you were his sound technician,
Yeah,
right?
we were
Okay,
starting a film
and
or ending a
when-
film or whatever, yes.
Okay, and when did you leave for Pirates 5?
I don't recall when.
was he filming right before Pirates 5?
I don't recall.
Okay. So as soon after they did the Los Angeles wedding, they went to the Bahamas, correct?
I don't remember the time difference.
But you didn't go to that wedding.
No,
Do you know how many people did?
no,
Do you know how much organization was involved in getting that wedding together in the Bahamas?
no, I don't know.
Do you know whether, do you know, well, okay, I guess you don't know, so I guess I shouldn't ask you then. So as a practical matter,
Huh,
you
now.
don't know about any of the communications between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard for when they wanted the wedding to take place, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay,
Oh my God.
Your Honor, I just have a few.
sure. Redirect.
This is a frustrating day for me, Tug. This is frustrating as shit.
Man, with the
Mr.
jury
Wyatt,
heard,
You
I mean, she
testified
came off
earlier that
terribly
you
with that,
worked
though.
Mr. Depp as his sound
Just
technician on
rambles.
more than 10 feature films. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever worked on feature films as a sound technician or in any other capacity on films without Mr. Depp?
Yes, I have.
On those instances and those films not involving Mr. Depp, were your travel costs covered?
Yes, they are.
Were your hotel costs covered?
Yes, they are.
Was your airfare covered?
Yes.
Were those arrangements handled in any way different from the films on which you worked with Mr. Depp?
No.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Depp was late on the set to Pirates 5?
I'm just going to use your microphone.
You better let this in.
Objection, Your Honor, he's already testified he doesn't know, and he wasn't there with him, and he doesn't know.
Directly related to the cross.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Sorry, say it again.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Depp was late occasionally on the set of Pirates 5?
My understanding was he was having arguments with Amber.
And the wedding that you attended, or the ceremony in Los Angeles, that was right before Mr. Depp was to start filming Pirates 5, correct?
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons Amber wanted to be married right then?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
All right, foundation, I'll sustain as the foundation.
Oh my God.
Mr. Wyatt, you've known Mr. Depp for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And you've worked with him for a long time.
Yes.
Has any woman other than Ms. Heard ever accused him of raising a hand to her?
Objection, Your Honor, he's already asked that beforehand, and I went into the cross with it.
Asked and answered. Sustain the, sustain the
Thank you, Your Honor.
objection. All right,
I thank you, Mr. Wyatt, and thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and do not watch anything in the news media at this time, and then you may be recalled at a later date, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You have a good day. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few housekeeping matters to take care of, and also I know the cafeteria was a little rough yesterday, so I'm going to go ahead and give you an extended lunch today until 2 o'clock. So just do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. And we'll see you back here
Oh.
at 2 p.m., okay?
2-hour lunch. I
Wow.
wonder if we're going to get to see any of those housekeeping matters.
That's what I'm curious about.
Tell who's.
Let's see what happens once the jury's out.
All right. Okay, so you said you had some housekeeping matters to take?
I'm not aware of any.
We'd like to speak with you about this.
Judge seems
I
confused
can
here.
Chat with them, but I.
Okay, so you don't need me for that. Oh, okay. I thought you needed me for that.
So Your Honor gets an extended lunch.
So I get an extended lunch. Okay, well, what I'm going to do, just to let you know, actually, if you approach the bench.
Okay, so we don't get to know what she's going to do. Great. I don't know why that can't be said in open court.
That was
He has some,
insane,
they
man.
have some housekeeping matters he said about some video. questions about some video to work out with the other counsel, which is not looking forward to more video.
The video that they input of Depp getting into the elevator, a lot of people were saying that looks sped up. And I was playing with it yesterday, playing with the speeds, because it looks like it's at 1.25 speed. It actually does look like, which makes him look more frantic. But if you look at other people, they're moving really fast too. You know, a little bit too fast for them to actually just getting on an elevator. And it does. It looks like that video by itself had been sped up, and it doesn't look like they caught it. So.
Yeah, that's something that is really subtle, and we saw that in, I think it was Rittenhouse. There was some video evidence that was the speed was manipulated, and you could actually see it being manipulated because there was a desync between seconds ticking away on VLC and the seconds ticking away on the on-screen timer. And it's like, man, you gotta call this stuff out and get this hammered out. If a video is running at one point, and the way this the problem in Rittenhouse was that they sped it up there at the trial. Like the video file was at normal speed, but when they played it, it was sped up. I believe was the issue. But if you've got something in evidence there that is sped up or slowed down, that needs to be caught. But it costs a ton of money and time. And in a case like this, there's obviously so many witnesses. All of those witnesses need to be interviewed. You need to develop strategies. You need to develop profiles and dossiers on all of them. You need to know what each witness's purpose is. You need to know how you're going to do that. And the review of one piece of video for that technical aspect to an untrained eye may not be that helpful, or may not be feasible when you're doing everything else. But God.
I thought it was messed up that she threw in Vanessa Paradis, who has come out on record saying that Johnny Depp was never abusive to me, never did anything. Well, you never saw that he wasn't. He could have been abusive behind the scenes to her, right? It's like,
right.
What?
Oh man, that was infuriating. That last bit. This is, I've talked about it a couple times so far when people ask, but that bit of judgery was bad judgery. Those objections were handled improperly by this judge. And it seems like there are times that the judge just does not know what objections are. Is because he's never seen it. He can't testify that the numbers in there were right. And actually there seemed to be some discrepancy because, as I'm sure a Hollywood union audio industry person would say, is that rate that they pay is the production rate, and the production studio that they hire pays a union rate to their workers that is different, or can be different, from the production rate. You hire a company and they send out employees. That's just how it goes. Oh my gosh. Apparently there was a little hiccup of the video, I guess. The chat just lit up with a bunch of F's. So
yeah, see that now. I wasn't paying attention.
That wasn't on, I don't know where that came from, because I get an indication, StreamYard tells you when you have bandwidth issues. So that was either between StreamYard and YouTube, or that was just something on YouTube's end. Not sure.
I wonder with YouTube, with these trials like this, when you have so much coverage of it, I do wonder if it causes them issues.
Yeah, it could be. It's really nice, by the way, when YouTube's having problems with the super chat system. That's the best. Okay, we've got a couple. Speaking of super chats, I'm gonna get to the ones some from today, and we're gonna get some from yesterday as well, since we have 2 hours here to talk about stuff. So if you do have questions, I can try and address some of them. Tug, if you want to talk about anything too, please feel free to interrupt and let me know. We can delve into whatever. But as we have some downtime, let me get these. Russ Man says, hail, due to his long affinity for Hunter Thompson, it's clear Depp is channeling Thompson's gonzo style in his text. Yellow Flash 2 says, who is more unlikable, Binger or Grandma? I think Binger is a little more unlikable still. A little bit more unlikable. Perception Check says, I'm convinced Heard's crazy cat lady lawyer spawned from a fragment of Gloria Allred because she's unhinged and aggressively unlikable. Yeah. Yep. She reminds me of people like Gloria Allred. Just gross. Just gross. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, crazy theory that probably isn't true, but would be funny if true. Heard's team promised clearly lesbo judge a good time with Amber if she rules their way on objections. This judge has been married to a man for well over a decade, I think 2 decades. So I thought the same thing. I thought, that she might be of a certain disposition, but apparently not.
People have fan fiction to write. Come on, man.
That's true. That's true. Don't let me stop. Don't let me stop you in your shipping fantasies. Billy Witch, Jesus Christ Home Slice says it doesn't look good getting mad at a person for simply not knowing something. Well, unless you're trying to imply that they do know something and make them look like a liar to the jury, that's the goal there, right? Like this is a crazy lady, and she's kind of dumb. But she's not that dumb, and I think she's been a lawyer for a long time. I think she knows exactly how she's trying to do something. Whether or not it's effective is going to be case by case. But she wanted to paint that guy as dishonest and biased in favor of Johnny Depp. And she didn't do a very good job of it, in my opinion, but it might, it could have worked on a juror. Who knows? Isaac Kazic says, are we still pretending the judge is just dumb, or are we admitting she clearly has an agenda now? I'm hesitant because the statements that the judge made early on in this case, like stuff that he didn't get a fair trial in the UK and stuff like that. And the fact that we're at trial already, the judge got past the anti-slap. I mean, that's huge. I mean, that speaks a lot. If this judge were just biased, I mean, she could have just dismissed this case early on and probably not been overruled on appeal with the anti-slap, frankly. Anti-slap's a powerful tool, and it could have gotten rid of this entire case. So I'm not there. I'm not there. Plus, a judge would be risking their entire career and going to prison, engaging in that sort of behavior. And I don't know that they'd want to do it for, I don't know what they're accomplishing for Depp and Heard. It doesn't mean judges have not taken bribes in the past and stuff like that, obviously. But they do get caught for it. So True Nana Shabbat, Bad Pressure, Bad Calf Care says, can you explain hearsay exceptions? Yes. Kind of. They're laid out in Virginia hearsay rule. Virginia rules of evidence. The Virginia rules of evidence probably mirror the federal rules. Oh gosh. Hold on. All right, here we go. These may take a little bit to go through all of them, but we'll take a peek at a couple real quick. Some of the ones that we've seen and discussed, and then there's some other ones. So hearsay rule is hearsay is not admissible except as provided by these rules. Very basic, again, following the federal model. The following are not excluded by hearsay, even though the declarant is available as a witness. So you have two types. If the witness is available, like alive, and the other type is if the witness is dead, or like in a Turkish prison, you can't get him out. Those types of things. So availability of witness modifies hearsay. You can't. The reason that they don't allow hearsay in general is because just get the person who said it to come in. Like if it's so important and you want that person to talk about it, get them to come talk about it, not someone else to talk about it on their behalf. So if the witness is available, more likely to be hearsay. If they're dead, well, maybe the statement is important enough to allow in. So they have two sections for that. So if they're available, admission by a party opponent. So this is a statement offered against a party. That is the party's own statement. Statement which they have manifested adoption or believe in its truth. Statement is by a person authorized by the party to make a statement concerning the subject. So if an agent makes a statement by the party's agent or employee made during the term of agency or employment, a statement by a co-conspirator of a party. Okay, so if it is the other party and it's averse to their interests, so it's typically has to be against, offered against them. So it is not good for their case. Then it's admissible. If they said it, they said it. And that's because the other source would be them. And if it's against their interests, they're not going to admit to it typically. So next is present sense impression. A spontaneous statement describing or explaining an event or condition made contemporaneously with or while the declarant was perceiving the event or condition. Someone says, oh shit, right? Like they get a present sense impression of what's going on. And so if you're trying to say that the person was surprised, they said, oh shit, well, that makes some sense there. Excited utterances are similar. A spontaneous, impulsive statement prompted by a startling event. I guess this is more appropriate with the oh shit, but the present sense impression, they're similar here.
Hey, Nick,
but-
I got to step out for just a minute. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah. No worries. So then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. So if they say, I'm out of sorts, I'm not with it, I'm fucked up, some of those things, they can use that to describe how a person is describing themselves. Statements for the purposes of medical treatment. So we saw the medical exception to hearsay be argued before. So this is statements made for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment and describing medical history or past or present symptoms or the inception or general character of the cause or external source thereof insofar as reasonably pertinent to diagnosis or treatment. So it's a limited exception. It only goes as far as it's relevant to the treatment. Recorded recollection. Except as provided by statute, a memorandum or record containing a matter about what the witness once had firsthand knowledge made or adopted by the witness or at or near the time of the event, and while the witness had a clear and accurate memory of it, if the witness lacks a present recollection of the event and the witness vouches for the accuracy of the written memorandum. So you see this, does this reflect refresh your recollection? Wouldn't you agree that, do you have any reason to disbelieve it? You saw this with the text messages, right? Do you have any reason to believe that this is not an accurate representation of your text? No, I don't. So therefore, you can introduce those past statements. Business records. So these are records kept in the ordinary course of business. Those can come in, but they have to be authenticated by a person with personal knowledge of them. So this is like if you work at, I don't know. If you're someone who records meeting minutes at a corporation, right? They can ask you about those meeting minutes, and what's in those minutes may have statements from other parties about something. But if you can testify, these are the meeting minutes that, I keep in the regular course of business as my job as the recorder for the meetings, then, you can verify the authenticity of it. Say, yes, I keep these records. Yes, these look accurate. Yes, this is my signature on it or whatever. And then you can use that information because it's a business record. Public records and reports are similar, but they involve the government as opposed to business. Records of vital statistics. These are kind of like a self-authenticating thing. So, births, fetal deaths or marriages. If the report was made to a public office, this is a government report that's quote unquote official. So it'll be okay. Absence of entries in public records and reports. We have different standards for civil and criminal, but there's a whole lot of these things, right? And they get more and more attenuated. We've covered the main ones, but there's a lot of exceptions to hearsay that you can get stuff in. That there are. I don't want to sit and belabor all of them, but I hope that kind of helps lay out some of those, right? But the main ones you're looking at are present sense impressions, state of mind. You're looking at party admissions. Those are going to be the major ones that are going to come in, because those should be allowed. That's why they exist. Excited utterances and stuff like that tend to, the situation helps explain the context of the utterance. Oh, and the main thing is hearsay always has to be offered for the purposes of proving the matter asserted. So that sounds weird, but if you're offering the statement for the purpose of what's in the statement, that is hearsay. If you're offering the statement for some other purpose, like, why did you run down the hallway? Well, I heard Tom scream, she's got a knife. That's not proof that she had a knife. That's proof as to why this person ran down the hallway. Also, it would probably be an excited utterance in that case. She's got a knife, right? Like, so you're, but if you say, did she have a knife? Yeah, she had a knife. How do you know? Well, Tom said she's got a knife. That is being offered to prove the fact of the matter, that she has a knife. So that is not allowed. That's hearsay. Judges and lawyers get hearsay wrong all the time, because when you're sitting back and there's no pressure and you can just kind of talk about it, it's like shooting three-point shots in basketball, right? First of all, you're just taking easy threes in practice. Sure, you can talk about hearsay all day. But then when you get an objection from the other person, it gets a little bit, and you're actually in the moment, it gets a little bit more difficult. And same with judges. Judges have to rule on these things without really, they tend to not want to take too much time to think about them. They're a judge, they could take a minute, but that's, it's, like I said, it's like a 3-point shot in basketball. Pros will make 3-point shots all day, but you get them on the court and they can't fucking drain a shot to save their life. That's just how it goes. And it's no different with lawyering. It's a practice skill, and some people are good in practice and not great in performance. Okay, next. Chris says, enjoying the streams. It seemed to me that Depp's side almost just wanted the cross of the sound tech guy to go the way it did to show how the defense was acting. She came off very angry and aggressive. Maybe they had some objections. I mean, if the judge isn't going to exclude a contract that this guy has no knowledge of, I don't know what. It's hard to know what the judge will respond to on objections after that, because it's like, Judge, this is not acceptable. Gethralkin, I'll be reading yesterday's super chats in just a second. Edwin Sparks says, considering women dominate non-reciprocal abuse, Johnny not fighting back wouldn't surprise me. In fact, women were so far ahead in abuse of children over men that they stopped recording abuser relationships in DHHS reports. Damn, that's crazy. David J says, on the stand, rather than saying you don't know, can't you say probably not instead? Well, they'll just ask you, do you know? Do you know? And that's often the question. And if they say, do you know? And you say probably not, the judge is going to say, I need you to answer yes or no. As in, anything is possible, but it's unlikely based upon what I witnessed. I mean, you can try, but how can you make the determination that it's unlikely if you didn't see it? Is the counter argument. They want to, did you see him abuse this person? No. You weren't always with them, were you? No. Is it possible that he abused them? I guess. I mean, anything's possible, but probably not. He might be able to get away with it. But if you say probably not, they'll probably move to strike your answer, frankly. I would. I would move to strike that answer as non-responsive, and they've testified that they don't know. So how can they testify to the probability of something? Okay, let's see. Next. James Gentry says this judge is better than mommy judge. I mean, Judge Chu was similarly bad at objections and talked slower. So I think this judge gets a little bit better, I guess. Michelle Higgins says it's not going to come out that she threw the bottle and chopped off his finger. Wouldn't that have come from Dr. Kipper? Isn't that crucial? Dr. Kipper was not there to witness the bottle throw. It'll come from Johnny. That's how it's going to go. That'll come from Johnny Depp, and Amber Heard will testify that she did not throw a bottle at Johnny Depp, and it'll be up to the jury to decide who they believe. Amanda M says January 2021 at that Eldon. Have you seen the video showing Amber's outfits and mirrored Depp so far in the trial? Yeah, I did. That's fine. It's fun. Igor Slagathor, why does a settlement stop the recipient from pursuing further legal action in the future? Because a settlement is the resolution of the issues, and typically the settlement agreement will have a provision that says you can bring no further actions against this person related to these events. Timothy Reaper says the chat has a lot of sympathy for the nurse. Tom Grawl, I'm looking to be your bourbon dealer. She's the anti-Heard rub and tug nurse. Jay McCarthy says AH had also been copying JD's outfits too. Ian Carroll's, she's the beautiful nurse from Futurama. Mr. Poe 123 says, who's a daddy and what does he do? Eric P, that's my nurse. I'm permanent sick. For context, these are from yesterday. And yesterday there was Johnny Depp's nurse practitioner who was assigned to him from Dr. Kipper's on the witness stand. And some people found her attractive. And if there's an attractive female, the chats on the internet go nuts. It's embarrassing. It's sad. Rekieta Beats, Law and Crime. Thank you for the donation. C. Neal says Johnny is a whiteboard abuser. Wonder if BLM provides a safe place for him as an artist at their mansion. Stegger 13 says, can they play the famous private tapes of them arguing? Maybe when Johnny's there. Again, the way evidence is supposed to work, and I know that we didn't get a good demonstration of that with the contracts just a minute ago, but the way evidence is supposed to work, okay, is that the witness is supposed to have personal knowledge that the evidence accurately depicts what it's intending to depict. It's supposed to be a fair and accurate representation of the thing. So the audio recordings would be fair and accurate representations of the thing, but you would have to testify that they were fair and accurate. They're not edited. So you'd have to know because you'd have to have been there. So if someone wasn't there to hear the original, it'd be hard for them to testify to the authenticity of the recording itself. So with the contracts, they should not have been allowed in at this point because that guy didn't have knowledge of the contracts. So he shouldn't have even been able to talk about them with him because he doesn't know. Evie Warner says, what is the point of her testimony if she recalls nothing? Like, seriously, I don't get it. Her testimony is as useful as my lazy ass. That's the nurse from yesterday again. Too Darn Shooty says, hi, Dad. Marie says, Johnny wrote on Two Mirrors starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber. He also wrote, she loves naked pictures of herself. So modern, so hot. The pictures are on Incredibly Average's YouTube channel. See, Goody says, if my doctor or my wife won't suck my dick, I may just have to do it myself. Johnny Depp, probably. Oh, that was when he talked about getting some morphine to see if his tongue would touch his penis, I think. Dolomer says, knockout yum yum equal margaritas on the private island with Hottie Nurse. Joe T says, how was that gumbo? It was great. CS, you not mandated to report adult abuse if the adult is not elderly, disabled, or under guardian. You document telling the adult to contact authorities. Nova Clover says, what I find amazing is we were talking about the finger incident in Australia, where she claimed the thing with the bottle happened. Who misses that? Well, they can't. They have to have her statements, and they have to have someone familiar with it. They'll be hammering her on cross-exam on the bottle. I mean, that's going to be the way it's going to go. Ryan Montgomery says, Amber looks like the woman from The Last Crusade. Things that make you go, Yes. Yes, Nazi lady Olga or whatever who fell into the crevice of the earth. Perihelion says, I watched Love on the Spectrum with the wife, had a blast of a romantic time. We just didn't expect to see you there. The red hair was a nice touch, but the height in the nose gave you away. I know. The second that guy comes on the screen, I turned to Lady Rag and said, oh God, there I am. I love that guy. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. Love on the Spectrum is like it's one of the best shows on television that I will go to hell for watching. TH says, for tax info, read the book Cracking the Code. My brother fought paying some and won. I haven't personally read it yet. And I don't want to fight the IRS ever. I mean, fighting the IRS is how you end up paying even more. Brain says, more like Coach Deadpill. Yes, reports of Gonzalo Lira's demise are still unconfirmed as far as I know. Look, Coach Red Pill does not like me, okay? He does not like me, and that's fine. That's Coach Red Pill. Well, he maybe didn't like me. I don't know if he does anymore. He might be dead. I hope Coach Red Pill is alive. I hope he was not executed by Ukrainian special forces. That would be one, it'd be too much YouTube, right? Like that's too ridiculous. And two, I just, even if people don't like me or whatever, I don't wish them ill. I hope he is safe and gets to continue making weird YouTube videos. So, yeah. CS says duty to warn relates to warning an adult of an intentional threat of harm presented by a client. Eldon says, did you see the video showing Amber's outfits at the trial meant to mock Depp? She's still mocking him even this late in the game. I mean, I don't know that you can say that those outfits are meant to mock Depp, but I just don't know her motivation. MGTOWN Podcast says, I heard he was a total fraud. Oh, he is. Yeah. He is, but I don't want him to die by Ukrainian special forces. Like, again, that's too much YouTube meta. But yeah, total fraud, absolutely. Jonah Subtle says, nurse, no, I did not witness Johnny doing coke because he was doing it off my back. Oh, no. Scarvy the Strange says, after hearing what you said about Virginian accents, I'd like to remind you that we don't all sound like Ethan Ralph. Sure. That objection assumes facts, not in evidence. MGTOWN Podcast says, wait, Nick, you were the one who told me. Yes. Yeah. I don't have any love for Coach Red Pill as a YouTuber. I'm not a big fan of him. And he went off on me and is like, and I think he leads a life that's inconsistent with values he professes. But that being said, I still don't want him to die by execution in Ukraine. I also think he was stupid speaking out against the Ukrainian government during an invasion while in Ukraine, living there. I think that was it's bad to be pro-Russia to be vocally pro-Russia while in Ukraine, like just because there's a literal war and an invasion going on, you get killed. That's idiocy. He has a free speech to do it, except he's in the Ukraine, so he doesn't. But that, that again, doesn't mean I want him dead. It just means that he's kind of a dummy. Next. Bekende Wolf 9 says, I don't have jokes. Billy Duncan, I'm embarrassed that Eve is from my homeland, bloody Scotland. Scavenger McSpazzy says, hearing the amount of I do not recall today, it reminded me of our favorite soy boy, only good. Speaking of whatever happened in that case, still waiting on the appeal. Andrea 44, forever. We're going to wait on that appeal forever, apparently. Andrea 44 says, Tug, what kind of negative testimony do you think Ellen Barkin has that would help Team Heard? I don't even know who Ellen Barkin is. Real quick, one of the things that that I like about this trial is I don't know all the facts. So in some ways I'm getting it, I'm getting to experience this as closer to the jury than to some of the lawyers. So I like that. I like coming into this not having a ton of preconceived ideas about what has and hasn't happened. I mean, I think Johnny generally got boned over. That's what appears to be the case. But that being said, I just I don't know, and I get to experience this in real time and see how I take it, which is fun. It's fun for me. But it's also fun to know the facts that are out there. Like Tug has got to be really frustrated with some of the stuff that's coming in, not coming in. Scarvy the Strange says, as any Johnny Depp character, I didn't hit her, love. That's fucking bullshit. I did not hit her. Oh, I did not. Oh, hi, Isaac. Jay Darkness says it's an alpaca lies. Hashtag just alpaca lies. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Also, Tug, YouTube made me unfollow you. Fix that. That's nice. Nightmare XT123 says you need to ask the question, Nick. Balls or no balls? My simping hangs in the balance. Blue-eyed roof Korean the base. Eve Barlow looks like Jake Gyllenhaal on heroin. B King, welcome to lawyer status. Shady says this is garbage. What's garbage, Shady? We're on a 2-hour break from the court. What do you want? What do you need? What do you want? What do you need? What can I do for you? How can I help you? I don't know if you're even talking about me or to me on this. Tina Lewis says, with the commentary of today's stream, along with the awesome panel from yesterday, what are the chances that Tug is in contact with his sources and hopes to pass on the wisdom of Depp's counsel? Thanks, Nick, for all you're doing. I have no idea what Tug is up to right now. He just said he had to step away for a minute. What's next? So getting back to this. Here we go. Happy says Indian simp followed Amber to court. Oh no. JJ says rip, make my coffin. Reddit killed it this weekend. Oh, that's too bad. Alex Codes thing says, hey, toast to me. Trial pushed again. So on to 6 years. Let's do this real quick. Why are you not on with Legal Bites? Because people wanted me to cover this on my channel. So that's where I am. That'd be the same as asking why Legal Bites isn't on with me. Because people wanted her to cover it on her channel. None of us own these things, right? Like we're all just doing our stuff and we do our commentary in the way that we want. So no one should infer anything about this. It's we are not a conglomerate network. We do not have an organizational structure, and there's not like a super great or easy way to figure that out, if that makes sense. Let's see. To Alex Codes things, his trial has been pushed, waiting 6 years for trial. Alex, I wish you the best in your trial, and I hope you eventually get around to it and and justice prevails, brother. Good luck. Big Chungus, it's a 6-week trial. You should drop in on her once or twice and vice versa. No. The problem is not, the problem is how YouTube does these things, how YouTube promotes you in the algorithm, how YouTube does it. If you are consistent every day, things go well. People talked about like us alternating and stuff like that. One, there's no reason to. There are plenty of people to watch both of these streams wherever they choose. And I encourage people to watch what they want to watch. Certainly get the commentary that you want, the style of commentary that you want. Go do that. If you want to see what Legal Bites up to, I fully encourage it. Go, please do that. But if you're like trying to alternate channels and stuff like that, it doesn't really work. People don't get the notifications. They don't follow back and forth. It's the nature of the YouTube beast. Consistency on your own thing is the only way to actually make this happen. So it's frankly, and I would not want Legal Bites to like come onto my stream canceling one of her own shows or whatever for the exact same reason. It's dumb. It's just how it works out. But again, we're all independent. That is independent journalism. That's independent commentary. We're not a network. If we were Fox News, you could pop people into each other's shows or whatever. You could alternate. If there was one centralized place, you could do something like that. But we're not that. But I also think there's value to the variety. So that's my personal opinions. David Swander says, do you recall anything from any conversation you ever had with Miss Depp or Miss Heard? I don't recall. Austin Inglis says, quick update from today in Richard's voice. Well, this is for yesterday, but in Richard's voice today. Wait. Well, the first it was a security guard getting cross-examined, and he did a pretty good job. I thought the cross-examination was a little bit lighter than I expected. And then after that, we had the sound engineer come on, and it was kind of a vanilla questioning of the sound engineer. We wanted to get the plane incident to be on the record, that he was there, that he didn't see any of the crazy stuff that's going to be alleged about it. But what ultimately happened on cross-examination was the judge turned into a moron. And frankly, it was kind of dumb. So there you go. I hope that helps with recap of today. Jestar says, Nick, did you drink all the Lagavulin 16 in Minnesota? I can't find any. Keep up the good work, brother. Check your Walmart liquor store. Walmart typically has tons of Lagavulin 16. I don't know why they do, but the Walmart liquor store, they tend to have it a lot. You could also check like Costco and Sam's Club. Joe O Flesh and Bone says it's just like the Dark Shadows movie Johnny did. Joe O Flesh and Bone says, Aru, classy and stylish, sauvage, lol. Dr. Z says, I'm a shrink in LA. Mandated reporters can't report domestic violence unless it's happening in front of children. Mandates for reporting are child abuse, elder abuse, or abuse of adult dependents. So there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Z, the shrink in LA. Ron Toy III says, I'm so proud of her. People need to follow my advice more often. I know the way, Nick. You can be a better man if you read those books I sent you. Richard Fada says, how did you survive the jump? Seagulls, mate. Oh, yeah, that's good. Ron Toy III says, also, if you ever see Jack Murphy, tell him that I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tap him with the remote. I'll let him watch that jock. I miss him so much. I miss that warm feeling of him caressing me. Gross. Joe Flesh and Bone says, I'm from Australia and I've met Amber's type. Hashtag the help. Luna Freya says, all this was before they got married. P.S. Johnny Depp is hot. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Frankly, some of Johnny's friends maybe should have stepped in and said, hey, brother, bro, she crazy as shit. Like some of them maybe should have done that, but it's LA. So maybe they weren't that surprised by it. Maybe they're like, yeah, this is just how women are. I don't know. I hope not. Sailor Moonkin says, Amica cream cured my crippling depression and saved my marriage. Joe O Flesh and Bone says, I will always remember Amber as the turd abuser. Iram Rose says, will the Amber Heard audio where she says, I cut it on accident? Will that? I don't know. I don't know if that will. Bad Vibe says, gee, Amber wearing less makeup. Gee, maybe she didn't like the idea that people might suggest Eve beats her too. Josh Vermillion says, this whole case reminds me of a bad episode of Californication. K-Rab. Tug has a video about Amber Heard trying to set up Johnny Depp with video by taping him when he was very angry. Good vid to watch. Joe, which is very common in people preparing for divorce or for to go get a restraining order or whatever. They will They will record specific context encounters with frequency, even if they're not directed at them. Oh, look, he's always mad. Oh, look what he does. This is what I put up with every day. They'll do that because then they can take that and try and get it to make someone look bad, frankly. Criminy says a male judge with 4 kids and a 20+ year marriage would also be joked about for favoring Amber in exchange for sex. Opposite sex marriage is no conversion therapy for same sex orientation. True, I guess. Let's see. Joe O. Flesh and Bone says scratch and sniffing is how to detect infection. Contagion says I'm gonna need to see all the photos on all of Ms. Heard's devices for legal representation purposes. Of course. DJ Tommy C. Colasai says trial watch while watching a trial, watch a trial. Righty Rofty Pixel says taxes done in 15 minutes. Benefit of bro equals accountant. Yeah, that'd be good. Elizabeth Williams read that one yesterday. Joe says the lead attorney is looking sharp. Dude, lead attorney is always looking sharp. Lead's great. Geth Ralgan says, hey, Nick, Tug asked for screen grabs of the Eve Barlow cell phone handoff. Didn't have his email, so I sent to yours. Can you pass them on? Also PM'd you both on Twitter, the timestamps of those events. Yes, I'll send that over to Tug, Geth Ralgan. Rip says, did she get a surrogate kid for Moloch? Lead attorney, show feet. Joe Flesh and Bone says, so much fecal matter in this trial. Simp says, I had to go out at L, the truth-seeking hottie, for the last 2 hours. What have I missed? CP Scott says, Andrea Burkhart, loving the fish art on your wall behind you. There you go. Speaking of, maybe I should invite her back. I forgot to send her an invite today. So, where is she? Where is she? That, and let me see where. There we go. Doing this stuff on the fly. Best television when you do that background stuff on the fly. Okay. Jake, yes, I have seen Ethan Ralph's multiple breasts. I do. Or I did. Unfortunately, it was really disgusting. CS says mea culpa, intimate partner violence with evidence is mandated to report in California, not to an agency though, because those are not vulnerable populations. Wuxia Games Central says too cool for stool. Gross. Jacob Labby says in football you get 2 challenges. Perhaps for court you should get 2 objections per witness. No, because then they just do the thing to burn the objections and then they just run roughshod over them. Damar Holness says, why does Lead look so lost? This is first time. No, I think it's his setup. I don't know what his setup is on the other side of the camera, but I get the feeling he's got a nice big screen to watch something and maybe like another screen to watch chat or something else. I'm not sure, but no, he was on the other day as well. He's great. I like that guy. I want to talk to him more. Michael Muddragon says, in this trial, Amica cream is a foundation. Yeah, no kidding. For just so people don't know, it's arnica cream that they're talking about. And the crazy old lady tried to imply that wearing arnica cream would have some measurable impact on a bruise, like in the moment. It does not. Once arnica cream is on, it's like a lotion. It rubs in effectively transparent. And the idea is to reduce bruising and swelling over a period of time, not to reduce it immediately. It is not some like anti-inflammatory or blood dispersal cream or whatever. It's just something you rub on that's supposed to help control that bruise a little bit quicker than your natural process would. And so you would never know if someone, you can't tell if they were wearing arnica cream. You can't tell because it's clear. You can't see anything. Oh my goodness, we got another chat here. Daphne Lansborough sends a sticker. Thanks for being you. Hey, thank you, Daphne. Thank you for being you. Wuxia Game Central says Snopes fact check. Amber Heard did not poop on Depp's pillow. It was a chocolatey gooey product from Korn. Richard Farley says, wait, I'm confused. When Tim Burton and Helen Bonham Carter separated, who got custody of Johnny? That's a good question. Nick Smith says, who is Voldemort? Voldemort that I was talking about yesterday was Without a Crystal Ball. She's a Minnesota YouTuber who is consistently being sued for what people allege are defamatory statements. And no one has effectively sued her. In fact, no one has really drafted an effective complaint against her, as far as I've seen, despite the fact that some of the stuff that she says seems to be poorly sourced. But I don't know. That's up to other people to deal with. I've never directly interacted with her, but that's Katie Joy Paulson, or otherwise known as Without a Crystal Ball. And then Black Tiger 001 says, Andrea kind of reminds me of an adult size Anna, that Star Wars girl. Oh, that's pretty funny. Is that Star Wars girl still in the chat? How you doing, Anna? Hope everything's well with you. Whoo. So how are you guys doing today? I've finished yesterday's super chats, which was I do not like to do that. I do not like to have them hold over for a day. But so yesterday, normally, how do I word this? Normally on Mondays, our nanny, I don't know, mostly a driver for our kids' activities. Because if you don't know me, I have 5 children. My wife and I have 5 children, and we homeschool them. But that means that they're in a ton of extracurricular activities because their curricular is here at home. So I guess everything that's outside of the home is extracurricular. They're in a ton of activities throughout the day, every day of the week. They either go to like supplemental classes, art, history, geography, Spanish, stuff that engineering classes. They go to piano, they go to violin. The girls do dance. My oldest son does drama, and my 2 sons do band at the private school. They're in the band there, so they have to be going somewhere all the time. And for me to be able to do daytime shows, we had to get someone who could help manage some of the running. She and Lady Rackets are driving kids all over the place all the time. So typically on Monday afternoons, one of my daughters has dance class on Mondays, and our nanny was out yesterday, not feeling great or something. I don't even actually know. So it doesn't matter. Just was not here. And Lady Rackets did not have the ability to drive our daughter to dance yesterday. So I had to end the stream early and didn't get to all the super chats. So I do apologize for that. It was not expected or anticipated. And I don't like doing that, but now we're caught up. I try to read all of the super chats that come in every stream. So yeah. Who you hope the girls didn't get my beard and nose. Well, I guess they're not really old enough to find out if they have a beard yet. We'll find out at some point. Was she with Drex? No, Drex is on vacation with his wife or whatever. Actually, I don't think I think he's on vacation away from her for once in his life. Angel of Sin, has the lead attorney ever said which zone of Georgia he's in? I think he's in Atlanta. I think the lead is in Atlanta. Drex says daughter. Oh, sure. Sure, he's on vacation with his daughter this time. All right. Okay. Sure, Drex. You know, I talked to the lady while I was doing my taxes, and she told me how often you've been visiting. Very, very breaded, my friend. Very, very breaded. Is Johnny Depp going to take the stand? That is the rumor. I don't know. But if they needed an hour of housekeeping time in addition to the hour for lunch to quote unquote work out some video with the defense, it might be because they're about to bring Johnny on and they want to get some agreement or whatever over those over the video evidence they're going to introduce. But I have no idea what specifically is happening. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Oh, by the way, while I have a moment for housekeeping purposes, tonight, if you don't know, I do a live stream every weeknight at 11 p.m. Central, except when I'm covering trials and I'm literally too exhausted to do anything. But that is not tonight, and hopefully not any night this week. This trial actually having Fridays off is a huge boon to that, because I know I can push through Thursday and then Friday I can rest a little bit during the daytime. But so tonight, Adam Krigler and I will be finishing our review of the Jack Murphy interview, his big return to the internet interview, where he has so far, we're not even halfway through the interview, and so far he has claimed success for he has claimed to be a big part of the reason for Tim Pool's success in a weird kind of roundabout way. I don't think, to be fair to Jack, I don't think he consciously meant to do that. I think his inherent narcissism brought him to that conclusion, which was very funny. So claimed to be responsible for the success of Tim Pool's show, claimed to be part of the original Manosphere, the good one, but also then claimed that the Manosphere was something that you would grow out of and not speak into, or certainly wouldn't speak about in public. Claimed to, really have these private views that were kind of just exploratory, despite the fact that those private views involved having someone else have sex with his wife. I'm not, this is just the first portion of the interview. It has been rather crazy. And also talk about how he's really actually super smart and actually gets to talk to all of the smartest people in the world, while demonstrating that he has no real knowledge of anything that he's talking about. So it's great. Adam Krigler will be on with me tonight to discuss or to watch the rest of that. It should be a fun show. If you want a different sort of change of pace and you're able to be up at night, the night shows are a different animal than the trial streams or daytime streams. They're a lot more laid back, usually involve a bunch more whiskey and quite a few jokes, and sometimes the subjects are and the subject matter is a little bit ridiculous. So there you go. What do we got here? Farmer Sneed says, where's the first part of the review? On Krigler's channel? No, it's on mine. I think it was Friday. Yeah, it was the Friday live stream that I did. And Jack Murphy's in the title of it. So, Ty Beard, what's up, Rekieta Law, you fargan bastard? Ty, I'm gonna assume you're busy, but I'll send you the link just in case you want to pop in for any time during today. We're watching this trial, but the trial is on lunch until 2 p.m. No, wait, 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern. And it is, it's pretty interesting. Some of this stuff is very frustrating today. But we're watching this trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. And yeah, but if you want to pop in, you're welcome to. I'm sending that to you right now. If you want to pop in, you go ahead and do that. I've sent it to you, big guy. Hope everything's going well for you. I know you've been pretty busy lately. So, okay. Let me get some more of these super chats from today. Matrix says, read my super chat, you slacker. Thanks for all you do. I learned so much as I'm typing this. Court TV said Johnny Depp would testify today. Yeah, that's the reporting, is that Johnny Depp will testify. But we won't know until they actually call him. That's the assumption. Robin Kellum says, I'm with you night and day now for the next 6 weeks. I'm on, so just move in. I'm not going to run your kids around town though. Yeah, no, it's look, it's great. One of the big things, and this is what you guys have enabled, frankly, and I'm humbled and awed by it, is the support for the show has allowed us to do that, to have someone come and help us out so that I can, and the main goal I had from that is, one, reduce stress on Lady Rackets primarily, because she does a ton and I love her very much. And so I hope, I always hope that if I can do something to help her out and with all that she does, then I do that. But two, to allow me to do more content, and specifically stuff like these trial streams. I'd been long wanting to add a daytime show to the nighttime show, because I know there's a bunch of people that would love to watch these things live or watch anything live during the day. And I just couldn't do it because I was always just sitting in my car in town and just burning hours. Like, these are hours I could be making stuff. Even when I wasn't able to do live stuff, I would have short videos that I'd want to record and edit and get out, and I couldn't do it. So, but y'all's support and helping the channel grow and all of that has made that possible, and it's fantastic. Thank you so much for that. You'll never know how much I would love to thank all of you personally with hand jobs or whatever. I mean, depends what you're into. But yeah, thanks for that. Did I catch yesterday's paid chats on Rumble and Odyssey? Yes, I did. I did do that because I knew I wouldn't be able to get them today. Look, I will say though, I don't use lotion on my hands, so it might not be a pleasant experience. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The Dragon's Treasure says, time for the deposition. Use code Amber Poops in Beds at thedragonstreasure.com, or I am going to hammer Rekieta with more puns, drink tea, or make Nick suffer. Rude. Very rude. Oh, also, one other thing, just dropping a whole bunch of stuff here. Last night I had a fantastic and fascinating guest on, the DUI guy. If you want to learn a little bit about DUI, the DUI law practice from a guy who not only is like the guy for DUIs in Kentucky, but also has a YouTube channel showing him in court doing these things. I found it fantastically insightful to see how DUI practice works, to get some reality about the practice of it, the problems with it, the good, the bad, all of that stuff, how you do it. DUI is a highly technical area of law, and people just think, oh yeah, well, criminal defense, you can just do some DUIs and stuff like that. It's not actually that simple. DUI is like I said, highly technical, and it's a difficult area of law to practice, but it's consequently one that, for all of the expertise required, the payoff isn't that huge. So people who specialize in it, and do a really good job of it, they're invaluable to those defendants, frankly. And it's a hard thing to defend based on how the prosecution of DUIs is set up. So if you want to learn about that, Go check it out. Last night, you can just go to my channel page or whatever in the live streams. But it was a great conversation. Guy's really cool. I like talking to him. Hopefully we'll have him on again at some point. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, Nick, saw your exchange with Ralphie on Twitter. Clearly, the only fair and prudent resolution to that conflict is single combat. I will second for you. Okay, sounds good. Fropunk says, has anyone brought up the fact that Depp studied, partied, and lived with Hunter S. Thompson for his role in Fear and Loathing? All of these wacky texts are basically Hunter/Gonzo. What is someone at my door? Nope. Okay, weird. I heard a thumping. It was probably from the kids upstairs, but oh, NCAA Cat's in the chat. Oh shit! Goodness gracious, Sky. They ended their broadcast and switched to some other thing. Just so you guys know, NCAA Cat, that's Drex's wife. Very married. It's really beautiful, their relationship. But she's in the chat. Hey, what's up? What's up, Cat? How you doing? Real Hydro PX says, do you think birds of a feather flock together? I know that that's a weird idiom that I don't quite understand, but sure. Warzone Brother says, I'm in Kentucky. That's a must watch. Yeah, watch it. Last night it was great. And it's up on YouTube or whatever right now. It's I had a good chat with the DUI guy. Like I said, would love to talk to him more about some subjects. And, if we could only get like a celebrity televised criminal DUI trial, that'd be great, right? That would be good stuff. We could bring him on, talk about everything that's going on. With that, I would love to do something like that, but we'll have to wait and see. But other than that, just talking to the guy was very cool. Next, G-Man says, has the defense called any witnesses who corroborate Amber's claims yet? Has it all been a setup that nobody ever saw could have happened? Yeah, that one so far. But remember, the defense has not gotten to call their witnesses yet. The defense will call their witnesses after Johnny Depp's team rests. So they'll be done. And then the defense gets to stand up and make their case. At the end of Johnny Depp's case, you should feel that the needle has moved in favor of Johnny Depp. Like that's how you, assuming everything goes well, that's how you should feel. Then the defense will get up and make their case. And at the end of their case, you should know where you fall on that, right? Like their job is to make you go to Amber Heard's side. So that's how that goes. Okay. Let's see. Silver Stacks sent a cool sticker. Thank you. Casey says bros before chodes. Very, very important. How long do you think Depp's questioning will last? Probably a while. It may not be done today. It's hard to say what they have planned, but you'd think you want to keep Johnny Depp. Both sides want to keep Johnny Depp in front of this jury as much as possible. The prosecution, because one, they've got to believe that Depp is their biggest asset, his charm, his charisma, his ability to connect with people. Some actors are acting. Johnny Depp seems like he actually does make good connections with people organically outside of the box office as well. We've gotten some good testimony. People just seem to like him, but that could be false. Who knows? But they probably want Johnny Depp up on the stand. He's also got the most information about the relationship for their side. the defense are going to want to rake him over the coals. They're going to want him to crack. They're going to try and bust through the celebrity veneer. They're going to try to discredit him, to make him look like a liar, to make him look like an abuser. You will if you like Johnny Depp, you will probably really be pissed off during the during Johnny Depp's during his cross-examination. You will likely hate what the defense is going to do, because they're representing Amber Heard. Remember, from their perspective, they need to cast Johnny Depp as an abusive, wife-beating pile of garbage who hates children and puppies and chocolate, and who steals candy from disabled veterans who have their minds reduced to that of 4-year-olds. I mean, they have to make him a villain for the jury. That's their job. They have to overcome his charisma, and they have to do it with brutality. And they'll want a long time to do it, because you can't be obvious about it, right? You can't just come out and be like, isn't it true that you rape nuns on the weekend? Like, you can't do that. They're going to have to get in there. They're going to have to start just picking apart his story a bit at a time, a bit at a time, a bit at a time. What they want is admissions from him that he has hit her. Well, you struck her, didn't you? You slapped her. I mean, it was open-handed. You slapped her, didn't you? You yelled at her all the time. You berated her in front of her friends. You did this on this occasion, didn't you? Don't you remember telling her that she was worthless right in front of her sister? Like, that's the stuff you want to get out of Johnny Depp on the stand, and they're gonna be brutal in going about it. Speaking of brutality and violence, I would love to welcome to the stream my friend, Mr. Ty Beard.
Hey, man.
How you doing, brother?
Well, I got a little bit of strep throat, but other than that, I'm fine.
Why do you have strep throat? What'd you do
I don't
wrong?
know. My God, how much time do you have?
You didn't wear your
the
mask on a plane
the
or
wages of
something.
the wages of a sinful life. By the way, the mask mandate, at least for now,
Yeah.
goodbye.
It is gone.
Yeah,
It is
and
gone.
the mask clowns are going to try to bring it back, but I just don't think the people are going to tolerate it. I could be wrong, but
I mean, the good news is that I believe that the administration announced that for now, because it was just an injunction, right? But for now, they have decided to, in accordance with the injunction, stop attempting to enforce.
Did you see the Twitter video? There's probably a lot of the pilot telling the people on the plane no masks and
Yep, I did. I
So-
did see that. It was great, and it just goes to show like how unpopular and how ridiculous the masking has been. Look, I don't think so personally, but for other people, there may have been a time where they think that was appropriate, but the time is long past. I mean, you've got tons of people vaccinated with the thing that's supposed to work, and once you get to a certain area, like, you just got to stop this the thing, because the people who are at risk are people who are quote unquote choosing to be at risk at that point, and you let people make their decisions. I mean, that's just freedom.
Yeah. Well, of course, I don't think that the mask advocates were ever particularly concerned about anybody's health.
I don't think so either.
Yeah,
but I'm running with pretext here.
right,
Ty.
right. That's their story, and and they're sticking to it. So we'll stay there. But how you been doing, man?
Oh, just peachy. I guess busy working 9 to 5 or whatever. Following along with this trial, this thing is going to be 6 weeks, Ty.
Oof. Wow.
Yeah.
I need to get the Amazons hooked up with you and let them come on your show occasionally. They probably know more about this. I have been working, as you pointed out in your monologue. I just had this bubble of free time and popped over and saw you were live. Hey Nick, what's up?
Yeah. We'll probably need to talk about this off stream. I'm gonna need legal representation because I have bought a scythe. And I'm going for a reaping in Washington after paying my taxes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to start at the state level, though.
Uh-huh,
The harvest
uh-huh.
is coming.
Yeah. Hell is coming with you. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. It's that time of year again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It was.
It's all a painful blur when you live in the world of having to make estimated tax payments, right?
Yeah.
Because just about the time you finish making one estimated payment, you're now getting ready to make another one, and it just but yeah, it's okay, Nick. I'm sure Washington will spend your money intelligently, reasonably, thoughtfully, and responsibly.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what wonders they have in store for me. It's
yeah,
so perfect.
Yeah. So what's going on with the trial? My big business deal was supposed to be over by now, and so I was actually kind of planning on paying attention to this, but of course it's been delayed several months. So
business deals as they do. So what's been going on so far? We're in Johnny Depp's case in chief. Like I said, so it's 6 weeks, but they're 4-day weeks. They do no Fridays, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
So that's actually, for me personally, that's very helpful. So thank you to the judge for that, because it gives me a little breathing room, predictably once a week. But so far it's been pretty tame. They have lots of video deposition because this is being done in Virginia, and most of the witnesses are over in LA. So they have video testimony from some of the really kind of dry, fact-based witnesses. But you can tell there's some people they wanted live. One of the first guys that they had live was Isaac Baruch, who is an artist friend of Johnny. And that guy's testimony is absolute. Like, you would pay to have this witness whenever you could. He was so damn likable, Ty.
Oh, wow. Really?
He's got this thick New Jersey accent. He's known Johnny, known for 40 years or whatever.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy. He's sweet. He's a sweet guy. I've never seen him be mean to
anyone.
anyone.
Wonderful guy,
Yeah. And so he's an artist.
Excellent and
Johnny entered into a patronage with him, like old-fashioned patronage, where I will pay for you to live. You just do art, and then we'll try and sell it to people. It'll be fun. Cool. So I moved him into a penthouse apartment in LA.
Hey, Johnny.
Look, I can paint too, Johnny.
I'm sure we can find something.
Yeah. And so yeah, he moved him up into, like $1 million penthouse apartment in LA. He was painting all the time. His paintings are a little bit interesting, we'll say.
Oh boy.
They're wild. Like his subject matter is very. One of the pictures was a naked Hillary Clinton, a naked who was the PBS, the black chick from PBS who did the debate.
Gwen Eiffel.
No, the other one. Might have been
not Candy. No, Candy Crowley is white.
No, it was.
But
Elizabeth,
not someone you'd want to see.
Donna Brazile.
Oh.
So it was a naked Hillary Clinton, a naked Donna Brazile, and a naked Elizabeth Warren, all celebrating while Hillary holds a hatchet over the severed head of Bernie Sanders on a silver platter. It was like the most amazing.
That's a lot to unpack.
I'm like, wow.
Did they get that into evidence?
No, they did not introduce the paintings into evidence. They're up on his Instagram, which
what is his testimony about? I mean, what
that he lived right. So Johnny Depp owned 5 penthouse apartments in the East Columbia building, I think it's called, in LA. Okay. And so it's the whole top floor that he owns. And this guy lived in one of them. So he's there all the time. He's hanging out with Johnny Depp. He's hanging like Kramer, right? Coming over to Seinfeld's apartment all the time. Yeah. He talked about how he would, every time he'd come over, Amber Heard, Amber's wonderful. She offers him food, drinks, whatever, anything you need. So he's with them a lot, and he never ever saw anything bad between them.
Sorry, I just clicked on the link that C. Goody put up in the chat.
Oh, you pulled up his Instagram?
Yeah.
You should not do that at a
No,
not.
no.
Oh, you're at home, so at least it's
I'm at
not a
home,
work
yeah,
computer.
yeah, so I'm not. Yeah. No, you shouldn't do that anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, the Gilligan's Island was interesting. Ginger, Marianne, and Mrs. Howell.
Yeah.
I don't want to
He's
see
got-
that.
he's got a unique art style.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, he basically testified that there's, he never saw anything, that was on direct, right?
Right.
Then on cross, and this is great. The defense team, Amber Heard's team, has this crazy baddie lady on their team, and they've allowed her to do anything, which is shocking. She did half of the opening statement, which was terrible.
Jury trial, or bench trial?
It's a jury trial.
Ooh.
And she's up there testifying like your great aunt Gladys telling you all of the town's gossip. Like that's what she sounds like. She's like, well, and Jerry, he's related to Bill, and Bill is the sheriff of town, and Bill, he made an arrest last week with Eric, and that was very controversial. And so she's doing this bit for her opening statement was a mess. And she's done a couple of the cross-examinations so far. She does a cross-examination of this guy. And I don't remember the question she asked, but she did ask a question that was open on cross. And
Rookie mistake, and you hate to see it.
He goes off and he says, everything was good until she lied, until this fabrication that she made up, these false domestic violence allegations. She made up this lie and it went around the world and it just ruined everybody's life. It ruined everything. It was like, oh,
Please tell me that the woman didn't then compound her error by objecting.
Oh yeah. Yep. She's objecting. So like, I didn't ask that question. It's like judge, like you did ask.
You did. Yeah.
It was great.
And children, what do we know about cross-examination?
Only
yes or no questions.
leading
and only questions.
Yes or no questions. Right.
Yeah.
And you need to be in control of the narrative and the witness. If you let it go for a moment and the witness is either smart or just kind of wonky like this. I mean, Isaac may be smart. I don't know, but he's certainly eccentric.
Well, if you remember, you saw that in the
Rittenhouse.
In the Rittenhouse trial, yeah, the Chad photographer guy.
There's the
Were
Chad
they cross-examining or direct examining him?
Well, there was the Chad photo. Chad was good.
Chad, yeah.
But I mean, the first critical moment was Richie McGinnis.
Oh, it was
right, which is when I think it was either Binger or Krause asked him, "Well, how do you know? How do you know he was trying to harm Kyle?"
Because he yelled "bleep you."
He yelled "fuck you" and grabbed for the gun. That's an open question. That was not yes or no. What he should have said was, "You couldn't know what his intentions were, could you?" And if he said yes, then you say you can't know the intentions. You would agree you can't know the intentions inside a person's head. Only
if you feel that you have to address that whole issue,
right? Which you shouldn't even get there. But if you're going to ask about it, like. You have to agree that you can't know what's in someone else's head.
Yeah,
right?
You'd lose half a grade on in a trial advocacy class for making a mistake like that.
Yeah, and that's the danger of the open-ended question on cross-examination, especially with a witness who's ready for it. And that happened with Isaac. It was really good because Johnny Depp's sister testified first. She was his personal manager. Not his business manager, but his personal manager. She booked hotels and all that stuff for him. And she was pretty good. One thing she kept getting to is that she didn't really trust what Amber had told her about Johnny's situation with drugs and alcohol and stuff like that. And she wouldn't just say, because she's a liar and I don't trust her because she lies. You're like, God, just say you want to say it. I can read it on you. Just say she's a liar. And she wouldn't get there. But Isaac was happy to just go ahead and say, and he had testified the whole time that he loved Amber Heard. She was always nice to him. He wasn't mad at her. This was 6 years ago. He just wants it to end, all of that stuff. But
he was hearing about this for half of my adult life, it seems. How long has it been going on? 6, 7 years, something like that?
Oh, Johnny's trial here.
No, just the whole Amber Heard, Johnny Depp thing?
Oh yeah. This stuff started in 2016. Was
Wow.
when he left her. He left her in 2016. So now it's been 6 years of time. So
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, she is in the northeast quadrant of the hot crazy matrix, but still,
yeah.
that's a long, long time. And he sued her for defamation, right? Is that the
Yep.
okay?
His case is interesting because, first of all, it got past anti-slap, which is, I mean, that's a positive for him. The statements at issue are these two statements in a Washington Post article, which, if we're being very, very honest, like those two statements in a vacuum are not particularly defamatory towards Johnny Depp. And I'm really surprised that they got past anti-slap. Like, I'm really surprised, and just a pretrial motion to dismiss. Like, I'm shocked that they did, because the statements are so really don't say anything. It's about everything that's built into those statements, right? They're representative of a greater thing. But see, Goody, I did not miss Contangen's super chat about him wanting to see all of the pictures from Amber Heard's devices for research purposes. I read it. I told him I read it. Telling you, I don't know if you missed it, but I did read it. So you can rewind the tape. We got it on tape.
Go to the tape. Go to the tape.
Jamie, pull that up. Anyway, so where were we?
I hear
We got
most Nerdly might be available, so you could
shit. Now my train of thought is gone.
Yeah,
but
it's gonna be happening more and more. That's your past 40. What 50, man?
It's all downhill.
Yeah,
it's all downhill. See, Goody, you should be sorry. How dare you?
He's not sorry, or she's not sorry. Is she Goody a male or a female, or do we know?
A female.
Female. She's not sorry.
Yeah, not at all. Terrible lady.
Well, so we're in Johnny's case in chief, and Johnny and is Amber in? I guess they're both in there. Now, I did pop in
there
real briefly. When did this start? Last week? Was it last week?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Whatever the first day was, I popped in just, in between meetings or something, popped over to see what was going on. And the camera was on Johnny, and Johnny looked kind of rough. It'd been.
Yeah. So the beginning of last week, he had his hair kind of down. He looked kind of dour. And it was yesterday when he came in, he had his hair slicked back into a ponytail. He looked perked up. It was a better look for him. I haven't even seen him today. They've not shown him or Amber Heard very much. But for as bad as, or as I shouldn't say bad, he looked good. He just looked kind of depressed.
Yeah.
For as depressed as Johnny Depp looked the first week, Amber Heard looked 100% the ice cold bitch. People compared her suit choices, because she's wearing suits for some reason, comparing them to like SS uniforms, and not missing much with it. Like, she took a brutal utilitarian aesthetic, and it's like, and the way imagine Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct, but with, instead of a dress, a pantsuit. Right?
Yikes.
Like,
got
her hair pulled
very
way
authoritarian back. Death bun. The death bun.
She's got the death bun. She had her makeup done to where she just, the face was plastic, shiny. And she looked like she was there for business. And again, Sharon, if I remember right, my Basic Instinct, Sharon Stone wore a coat with her dress, the infamous dress scene, right?
Yeah,
but she had a coat, but instead of having the peekaboo, you just have a pantsuit on, and it's very cold.
I would question the decision to make her look bitchy.
It was a bad decision, and this week
I would think that you'd want her to be very fresh, innocent-ish. She's a gorgeous lady, so I would think you'd want to play to that a little bit.
Yeah, you don't want to slut her up or anything, but you want her to look.
No, but
You want her to look pretty.
But classy and gorgeous is never a bad look in a
Right.
courtroom for
So
a
on
defendant.
Monday, she came in and she had her hair down, like covering covering the profile of her face, which was an interesting choice because that's the side that sits to the jury. And I think that was intentional because there was a lot of feedback about her resting bitch face.
Yeah, and I never really noticed that with her, but then again, she never disparaged me or anything and made me want to kill her. So,
well, it's
but that can be a thing.
You got to watch the first, like it's all through that first trial. She had, or through the first couple of days of trial, there were a couple times actually that Isaac Baruch guy. He was so likable that at times she laughed at what he said. And this is a guy who's there to rip her apart, but they were friends, for a while. They lived near each other, and he's just a charming and gregarious guy. So, having that happen,
paints very curious.
Yeah, her veneer would crack, and she would kind of smile, but for the most part, she was stone faced. And when I say the Sharon Stone aesthetic, I mean maybe I can pull up a. Let me pull up a picture.
I know what you mean. It's I call it the death bun look. It's the hair pulled back and the ma'am look.
Yeah.
And
it was all around. But I think they had some consultation about that and said you need to soften this up.
I would think I would think a soft, not harsh look would work. They redid The Stand. Stephen King's The Stand. They did a new miniseries a couple of years ago, and it was pretty much awful.
She's in it.
Yeah, but they cast her in the absolute most perfect stunt casting I've ever seen on a show. She's the devil's bride, basically, who is insane and backstabbing and just it's like, okay, how do you?
Yeah.
You're sitting in the casting meeting with the director the first time, and you go, who can we cast as Nadine?
I have seen the devil. And
I have seen the
Amber.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it was the role that Laura San Giancamo did in the 1990s miniseries. So anyway, for esoteric stuff. So yeah. So Johnny. So you feel like though the statements themselves have some defects that are questionable.
Yeah, I mean they're just as far as defamation goes, the statements are barely.
Yeah.
I mean they're barely about Johnny Depp, and they don't really allege much. I mean, it says that one of the statements is that she experienced full-on society's treatment of women who stand up against domestic violence or something like that. That's one of the statements. And it's like, well, I mean, that doesn't.
Well, I mean, it does imply that someone beat her up.
Right. And the other one, like mildly references when she stood up against domestic violence 2 years ago, which would have been the time frame for her separation from Johnny Depp. And so, like, my thought about it is this. First of all, we're having a 6-week trial over effectively those two statements. And the reason you've got to have a 6-week trial is because they have to build in everything that's in those statements, because
they got to prove up the context.
Right. And in my opinion, they are trying to show that those statements were directed to the industry, not to the public, and that the industry people would know exactly who it was about and exactly what allegations were unsaid in the article.
And
so
that she knew that, and that she knew, I mean, that these were intentionally aimed. Well,
Right.
I mean, we've had a version of that in our little case, where the hypothetical I used to the judge was, I go over to somebody's house and I leave and I say, I went over to his house because I heard that he was beating his children, and I came back. I don't hold with abusing children. Yeah, I actually accused him of beating children, but
Right.
Contextually, you're very clearly accusing him of that. Maybe plus, I would imagine too that a big purpose of this is discovery and to get this out. I mean, Johnny wants his story out, I presume.
Yeah, well, that's been the thing. I mean, since
Um,
this happened, since that article, the op-ed was published, like not since their separation, but since the op-ed was published, um, his career has gone into the tank and he has been on the outside. You don't get to talk in these situations. Your story doesn't get told because you are bad. You are a bad man.
You're presumptively a predator.
Yeah, he's a wife abuser.
Johnny
He's
didn't write enough checks to Democrats, apparently.
and he may have written a lot. I mean, for all we can tell.
Well, he better I'd want my money back if I were him.
But I mean, this thing is crazy. The ACLU was involved in crafting Amber Heard's op-ed. Like,
Oh,
they wanted
Yeah.
to make her the face of the Violence Against Women's Act, Ty. She was invited to speak to Congress as an ambassador for domestic violence. I mean, that's how far this shit went. And that's why his career went straight into the
and there's
tank.
I guess there's no corroborating evidence whatsoever. I mean, it's literally just her saying he did it or implying that he did it.
So far, there's nothing. There is going to be testimony from her sister, who I think is the only person to allege that they actually witnessed something that he did to her, and maybe this other woman who is who's Amber's friend, who Johnny was paying for her life too. I mean, he was just dumping money on these people. And everybody, it seemed like anybody who Amber Heard knew could come and live in these $1 million penthouses that were around, and they just paid for them for everything. It seems, but they're going to testify to something, but nobody else. His security never saw anything. His doctor, he has a private concierge doctor, by the way, just $100K a month, Ty. Yeah. So he has that private concierge doctor was also Amber Heard's private concierge doctor, and they each had their own nurse practitioner assigned to them who would, like accompany them on vacations or whatever. None of them saw anything. Amber never reported anything to it or whatever. So nobody, it seems, has any record of any abuse. There's just this like one or two stories. Amber Heard her testimony is going to include the time that he broke her nose and split her lip and left a bruise on her face. And then the next day she was on the James Corden show.
With a broken nose, and I guess no sign or any kind of.
Yeah. And the makeup artist apparently may be testifying for Johnny Depp or has already offered deposition that as doing her makeup, she didn't see any signs of any violence at all. Which, I mean, it seems like you'd probably see like some after effect of a broken nose.
Yeah, I've never broken my nose, but I've known people that did, and those signs are usually pretty visible the day after.
Yeah,
swelling and
black eyes,
big
red bulb, or even
be interesting
yellowy.
To ask her to provide an X-ray showing that her nose had actually been broken.
Yeah, it'll be something. Yeah. But man, there are parts of this trial that are an absolute slog, though, and that is the video depositions. I mean, the first one that they had was the property manager from his building, from the apartments that he used to own, and all they did, the whole reason this was like 2 hours of testimony, was to authenticate videos that were entered without objection. And it's like, couldn't you just stipulate to them?
Yeah.
And they didn't really publish them to the court either. Like, so it's like, well, why are we, this is ours. Like, this should be nothing. But the videos themselves are important because they show all of these people that Amber Heard interacted with while she allegedly has a broken nose, a bruised face, all of these things.
And they're all saying, no, there's no evidence. Well, I mean, assuming that her story, that she's telling lies, I wish Johnny the best, and I applaud him for taking it the distance.
Oh yeah, and Shady Conservative adds, her seeing a doctor 2 days after that broken nose and split lip, and there were no signs of anything at all, is kind of a problem also.
A little bit. You'd expect that to be in the notes.
You'd think
Yeah.
it
Hey,
might show up.
that big knot on your nose, it looks like you broke it. What happened?
I fell. No, it's
Slipped in the
obviously
shower, yeah.
there's some real problems with all of this, and so that's
How much did he sue her for?
50 million. She has countersued him for 100 million. And her reasoning for the 100 million is because 2 times 50 million is fair. Like legitimately, that's what she said.
2 times 50 million is fair.
Yeah, twice what he
okay.
sued her for.
Well,
So,
okay. I'll have to remember that next time I file a countersuit.
I mean, her lawyers wrote it. so, oh my gosh.
Wow. How about the legal team? How are they shaping up, the two sides, legal teams?
I have some. Okay, so opening statements were split on both sides. They each had 2 people do opening, which is weird. The lead attorney on Depp's side, his opening statement was fine. The follow-up, the female attorney who did the second part of the opening statement, what she said was good. I didn't like her presentation because she stood in front of the jury, but she had a piece of paper in her hands and was reading from it. And it was only, it's like a 25, 30-minute opening statement. And I thought, I think you could, like, if you're going to use a notes or whatever, it's fine. Just use a podium, please. Like at that point. So I thought that was a little bit weird, but the substance was good. Opening statement for the defense. The guy Rottenborn is his name is Rottenborn. Can't make this shit up.
What I want to know is why I went to law school and isn't like a heavy metal drummer.
Right. But yes, David Rottenborn, his portion of the opening was quite competent for most of it. But he tried to reduce the issue. He's like, this is about these statements.
I'm gonna have to take this one.
That's fine. That's fine.
So I'll nip off and be back in a bit.
All right, sounds good, buddy.
All right.
Bye. Well, I'll finish catching Ty up in a little bit when he comes back. For now, Dogsplain says, stop paying quarterly estimated tax payments, dude. Just do what mature adult business owners do and declare Chapter 7 bankruptcy with a mysterious negative number while on several years of monthly payments. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I need to take that tax advice. I need to do that. Art the Clown says Ty sounds exactly like Billy Bob Thornton, who coincidentally killed Amber Heard in London Fields. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me get some of these other super chats as we go through. These are from today, of course, earlier today. Where were we? RoboNext 666 says Amber GG Allen Heard. Aaron Gray says, Tug, it's so great to see you here today. You have all the great info. Well, he was here and he said he'd be back. So hopefully everything's good for Tug and he'll be back soon. Ryan says, does Amanda even have the deep pockets to pay 50 million? I think you mean Amber. I don't know. I have no idea if she can pay 50 million or not. I don't think Johnny Depp's certainly the damage done is more than $50 million, right? Like Johnny Depp is out. He is out and he's done. He's not coming back. I don't think. And no matter what happens at this trial, I would suspect that Johnny Depp is not coming back to Hollywood. Just my personal thoughts. I don't think that's going to happen. But that being said, the damage is certainly more than 50 million, but I think he wants his name cleared because though he may not come back to Hollywood, he may come back to something. He may come back to, some sort of either to independent production. He could start his own thing, start his own studio, whatever. And look, I would love for him to be back in Hollywood. I hope I'm wrong. I fear our current situation is not conducive to him returning. Oh, excuse me. It's just the way these things go. The believe all women movement is so it's so pervasive that even when people are cleared of stuff, they just don't get to come back in the same way. The accusation is the punishment. What's up, Tug? Welcome back, buddy.
Hey man, yeah, I had to see a man about a video. I mean, no, that's totally not what I was doing.
Oh, yeah, good. You got to get those videos out there. I was looking, man, like Flash did a video the other day. It's crushing it. These the Heard Depp videos.
Yeah, they well, you know, and it pulls out pieces of this, and it points it out to people that they may not realize what they just saw. Like, I mean, you just saw a huge rebuttal of her entire narrative that he destroyed his career. You have a guy that, you know, was right there saying, nah, he didn't do that, but yeah, why was he late? Oh, because of her. You know, why did this go on? Because of her. So it's Hollywood picking a side, and, you know, more voices. We haven't really heard any voices from Hollywood picking her side, not just in the courtroom, but out in the last year. Like, less and less people are taking her side.
Yeah, and the interesting thing that I, you know, reflecting on that time, was when the female attorney even said they had to halt production, and she said because of his finger. So the narrative was that Johnny Depp was unreliable, and that, you know, that's why he lost his career. But the reason he missed all the time on Pirates 5 was because Amber Heard chopped his finger off.
Yep.
Speaking of chopped off fingers, I want to welcome back to the stream Mr. Ty Beard as well.
Hey, Tug, how the hell are
Hey,
you?
what's up, man? I haven't talked to you in forever. How you
Boy,
doing?
it's
brother?
been a long time, hasn't it? Chopped his finger off? Man,
Yeah, a chunk of
I'm
his
so
finger.
way behind on this whole
And-
thing.
And put a cigarette out on his face.
Ah,
Yeah.
She's the face of the Violence Against Women Act, Ty.
mm-hmm.
But the good news is the best is they got to have a nice Easter egg hunt for the finger. Like, that's like, it's kind of goofy when you think about it, because they're asking these people, like, were you looking for the, like, yeah, I was looking for the finger, but I didn't find it. Who found it? Oh, that
When
Greg
did you-
guy, he found it.
Did he get it reattached?
Yeah. Yep. He got it reattached. He got a skin graft. The long and short of it is she allegedly, purportedly, according to him, threw a vodka bottle at him, and it hit his hand and shattered, and just chopped. Was it his ring finger, Tug?
No, I believe it's middle finger. Let me
Middle
look.
finger.
I can't remember. My brain is, you know.
You can throw a vodka bottle at someone hard enough to chop their finger off?
Yeah.
Wow.
Only if you are Ilsa.
Yeah.
Ilsa.
Well, like I
the
said, she
werewolf
is in
woman
the
of the
north-
SS.
The
Yeah, middle finger.
The
Yeah, that's what
northeast quadrant of the hot crazy matrix. So
Now, what's
Yeah.
bad is that picture of him just laying there, you know, on the gurney, like he's got it wrapped here. Here's that picture. It's
pull it
pretty.
up.
It's covered up pretty well. So give me 1 second.
Warning, gore incoming.
Yeah, here he is.
Here we go.
You see him. You can see the spot on his face. Now there was for the longest time
that's
it
a
was
cigarette
rumored.
burn.
Yeah, for the longest time it was rumored that wasn't what it was. But then in the UK 2020 trial, it was brought up, and she admitted that there was a cigarette burn, but she said, "Oh no, he did that to himself." You know.
Right.
Well, that's what I do.
Yeah. When I get frustrated,
don't-
I put cigarettes out.
Yeah,
of my
I
face.
burn my face when I'm an actor in Hollywood. I mean, the natural thing you want to do is to, you know, stick a cigarette against your own face.
Right.
Geez, how long did Elon stay with this woman?
For about a year, I think. You know, there's a rumor though that again. Okay, so there's a
I'm
family
surprised she's
friend.
not in the back of a Tesla orbiting the Earth right now.
There's a family
Yeah.
friend though that went on record saying that they had a legal battle behind the scenes about embryos, and they're drawing the inference that the baby that she just had is actually Elon Musk's. So
Yeah. Too bad that's not really relevant to the case because, man, it would be great to get
yeah,
discovery on that.
that'd be great
Yeah.
television. If nothing, oh, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's team was tempted to call Elon.
Oh, Elon's going to be testifying
Yeah.
in this.
Oh, is he?
He's
Yep.
testifying on her
No
behalf.
kidding.
Yeah.
Yep.
On
He'll
her
be
behalf.
testifying on her
Elon,
behalf.
Elon.
Oh, yeah. He's an Amber Heard simp. It's kind of embarrassing.
He's an up one side, up one way, down the other kind of guy, though. Golly, Elon, that's disappointing.
Yeah. But that's the way of the world.
Well, and then there are those of us who just exist out in the work world and just do our little work thing every day and don't know about all these things. Fortunately, we have you guys to keep us.
Well, I saw someone in the chat that says, "How does this guy know nothing?"
Me? Very
Yeah.
easily.
How
8 years of
Ty, how do
college.
you know nothing?
8 years of college, including law school. That's
That'll
one way.
wipe out most of the important stuff right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it helps you guys summarize the essence of the story. I'm sort of like the protagonist in a story, the guy that doesn't really know anything, and you guys can, provide exposition or something. But
But you know firsthand like how important fights like this are about false accusations and on.
oh yeah, yeah, we never see that elsewhere in the world. Well, I'm sure our justice system, though, will handle it very effectively and whatever. Well, Tom, what have you been doing besides Johnny Depp? Have you? I see you. I see your channel every now and then, but it's all been Johnny Depp stuff.
I've been covering this pretty hardcore for about a year, 2 years, really. Yeah. I mean, once I started down that rabbit hole, it's just like with the manana stuff. Once you start down the rabbit hole, man, but this is at like an epic scale, and this guy had really 2 trials. He had a trial in UK 2020. It was a defamation trial that he ended up losing against the tabloid, the Sun, and then
Sun, yeah.
Yeah, and then you had all of this come up from that. But I mean, it's taken 2 years to get all of this out. I mean, you have high profile organizations like the ACLU, doing their backroom deals, and they didn't want any of this coming out. So it's taken that good. Yeah, I know, it's shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, the ACLU would be a scumbag organization. I'm shocked.
Yeah, they're certainly not what they used to be. Well, that's what we can save or say about it.
If I had Elon on cross-examination, I would have to ask him about acquiring Twitter.
Are you acquiring Twitter for the purposes of suppressing the Johnny Depp Amber Heard story?
Yeah.
The allegations abound. No, I've got to say, today though, this judge has had some real, on balance, I think she's mostly fine, but today and in particular, and a lot of times she is just bad with objections. She's not good at handling them. She's not really consistent with handling them, and her reasoning has been silly. So one of the things they did, Ty, this just happened. The guy they just had on the stand was an audio engineer for production studios, and he had worked on almost all of Johnny Depp's projects. And she put before him the contract for Pirates of the Caribbean. And she asked him if he knew about it, and he said no. And then she proceeds to read elements of the contract that he was supposed to know about. And they object to they object to the foundation of it, and the judge is like, "No, I'll allow it." And it's like, what? Like, he has never seen this contract in his life.
You're letting the lawyer just read a random document into the record.
Yeah, it was just like that type of stuff was going on today. It was really pissing me off. I was getting a little bit heated. I heard over on Legal Bites' channel, Kurt was having a meltdown over it too, which I can imagine.
Yes, I could see that.
But yeah, that was just terrible. And she's been real bad on some of these foundational questions. But you were asking about the legal teams earlier, and I wanted to tell you my opinion after opening statements. This is one area where I have the biggest criticisms of Johnny Depp's team. they're not great at articulating their reasons for objections from the podium or from their tables, I guess. When they go to sidebar, I have no idea what they're saying, but they seem to do okay on objections at sidebar. But from the table, they're not good at articulating their objections, and they're really not good at articulating their defense against the other side's objections. And some of the times they're getting kind of killed on them, and it's really frustrating to see.
What you really, in theory, ought to be doing is when you're preparing your direct examination and cross, you should be asking yourself after every question you plan to answer, will this draw an objection? If so, what will the objections likely be? What will they say? How I'll respond? I mean, you kind of ought to do that. I don't like cowboying. That's what I call it. I don't like cowboying examination of witnesses. I like to have you can do that in depositions just fine, because deposition is, that's a fishing expedition under oath. But when it comes to testimony, sometimes when I see lawyers that aren't prepared for objections, I question the level of preparation they did in getting ready for the direct. Now, to be fair, sometimes your direct examination, doesn't always go exactly like your bullet point list says. Sometimes, they'll say something and you'll go off on a kind of little mini tangent and that kind of thing. But still, what the other side's going to object to should be fairly obvious.
Yeah, and these, I mean, these should have been the foundation objections on the contract were fine. Like, they made their objection lack of foundation, and the other attorney said, well, it's not offered for the proof of what's in the contract, which one was a lie.
What was it offered for?
but two is also not an exception to a foundational issue.
No, that's a hearsay exception.
Can you show that this contract is accurate at all? And the guy's like, I have no knowledge. So that stuff was really torquing
Ty,
me.
you're gonna love the crazy cat lady lawyer. I'm telling you, you'll love her.
Yeah, Nick was talking about her earlier.
Oh, she's nuts. And she's as crazy as she seems in the courtroom. She's like 5 times crazier when she talks to the press. I mean, I thought she was, when I first read about it, I was like, this can't be a real person. This is a character.
Well,
right?
I just got through watching
I'll be right
the
back.
entire Sharpe series, SHARPE. It's a historical drama with Sean Bean. So this may now just give me something new to watch. this trial and the crazy crap.
Well, this is going to be a literal shit show. Have you heard about the shitting on the bed thing, right? Did you hear about that?
Somebody in the stream said that. I made the mistake of saying Amber Heard was an attractive woman.
Well, yeah, I mean, hey,
and the stream took me to there's no way anybody would put up with that shit otherwise.
Well, she in 2016, he was late for her birthday party, so she went through this whole thing she'd been doing. It was the second to last incident they had. Well, after they left, she or one of her friends allegedly took a crap on the bed. Like it's always been pointed at her, and they took pictures of it. So there's actually there's an. So I mean, you talk about like someone that's sold on their looks. Well, that's got to impact your.
That's not a good look.
No.
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't know all the details, but it sounds to me like Johnny really should not have put up with that shit. I mean,
literally should not, right?
I guess I'm victim blaming to some extent, but I mean, you're freaking Johnny Depp, man. You're not gonna, you're not gonna have a problem getting gorgeous women to notice you.
Well, it's strange. It makes you wonder. I mean, obviously there's the sex thing everybody brings up, but man, she has to be a class A manipulator too, because she's hooked quite a few. Heavy hitters.
Well, I mean, guys are simple creatures. we're not that hard to manipulate if you have the right tools. And
It's true too.
But I'm thinking, about the time I'm nursing my chopped off finger, I've been going, okay, this relationship is mildly toxic. Perhaps I should look elsewhere. I don't know.
So you're not telling me you would marry her afterwards, huh?
No, I don't think I would. That is terrible, though. I mean, this guy's career, it's non-existent now, right? I mean,
Yeah, it torpedoed him, and until he was able to put a lot of this evidence out in public too. I mean, everyone considered him a wife beater. That's she effectively, you know how that is, listen and believe, bam, and he's
yeah.
paid about $6 million to get the truth out there so far.
Well, we were talking before you came on. I suspect that's the real purpose of this trial, because Nick was talking about the technical issues with the statements are not necessarily legally defamatory themselves, but I think the purpose of the exercise is to get her under cross-examination and get it out there.
Well, I asked the question, why not bring, because obviously there was a non-disclosure agreement violation because of their marriage. I mean, that was obvious. They brag about it behind the scenes. You could have gotten her on that right away. But I talked to some sources with the trial and asked them, why not go with something like that? And like you said, they wanted to get this out there. If they went with the non-disclosure agreement argument, they may have won the case. But
well, that's just contractual. What are your damages?
Yeah, well, not even that. What is publicly? What are people going to think? Oh, why are you silencing this victim? What are you trying to hide?
That's true too. No, I think this is all about he wants his story out there. Trying to remember the last thing I saw him in. He was the victim in Murder on the Orient Express, the Kenneth Branagh version a few years back. Did a really good job. I mean, it's a fairly limited role, but that was 2018. When did Johnny's career take it? Get slaughtered?
2018, 2019. That's when it takes the hit. Yeah.
They probably they probably had those scenes already filmed in the movie before all that happened. But yeah, I mean, the guy's an incredible actor. I mean, I everything I've ever seen him in, I've enjoyed. I'm not a Johnny Depp fan per se, but it really is a shame to see someone's life and career ruined.
Yeah,
but
I hate celebrity. The idea of celebrity involving. But man, when you go through this, first of all, I don't know. I found out a feyu things that I actually thought, man, that's pretty good. Like he carries a box around. He calls it Jack in the Box. He carries Jack Sparrow pirate around, where you can dress up, and he'll go to children's hospitals and just dress up and do
That's
a thing
cool.
with no camera crews. Like she tried to say that he does it for publicity. And there was a camera crew that caught him doing it one time. And it was actually a camera crew from the hospital. They were trying to use it for their own publicity. So, typically, if people don't have pictures of it, you wouldn't even know it happens. I like stuff like that. I want to find out celebrities.
Yeah, it says a lot about somebody, But
the main things, like the interesting part of celebrity for me is being revealed in this case is just the vast difference in life that they live. Like private doctors, private islands, not multiple homes, but like multiple homes in multiple states. We're talking plurals of multiple homes.
Well, they have no
places to go.
material. They have no material limits.
Right.
I mean,
and it gets tempting to be like annoyed at how that is, like how charmed that is. But then you see like the catastrophic fall that Johnny Depp is like suffering from this is like, I mean, that material wealth or whatever, those material limits being erased is a byproduct of his trade.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't do his trade anymore. That's the crazy thing, because I'm sure he would sacrifice some of those material things in a heartbeat for the ability to ply his craft, because that's what people do.
Nick, you and I talked about this in other contexts. For men, we kind of are what we do. And so when you destroy a man's ability to make a living at his chosen profession, you've essentially destroyed him. And that's why this cancel culture thing is so horrifying, because you're literally destroying. You're coming as close to killing someone as you can without it actually being, murder.
Well, of course, the the thing that the champion or clarion call of all of these, all of the people involved in these things is always, well, we don't actually want to destroy them. We just want them to suffer consequences. Yet they will continue to attempt that destruction until the person is like, they will do it until the person's dead in a gutter. Like, because that's where they're finally no longer
in a
able
certain
to be.
deposition, I believe we went into, just what would someone have to do
Right.
to make amends, and basically, well, nothing. Roll over and die is a fair paraphrasing of it. Yeah,
Yep.
Well, I hope Johnny gets his story out. It does. It sure sounds to me like, just
it's been going out for the last few years, and it really has. I mean, in the public eye, I've never seen a person, like you say, cancel culture. I've never seen a person get uncanceled, but in the public eye, man, he has. Like, every day you'll see. You could judge it from places like Twitter. You know how Twitter's politics are. They
Right.
still lean into cancel culture hard. No, man. I mean, 99% of even Twitter is behind the man. I think that says quite a bit.
Yeah. What's happened to her career?
It's not
I was
been
telling
good.
I was telling Nick, that they cast her as Nadine Cross in the new Stand miniseries, which was the best stunt casting I've ever seen. Let's see, who can we get to play the crazy bride of the devil?
Yeah, I figured that was
Betraying bride of the devil.
I was like, is that a shot at JD? Is he supposed to be like the Antichrist? And she's saying, oh, she was manipulated into that relationship.
Yeah. So, I mean, but what is she? I mean, I only really ever, again, I'm not, popular culture is something that other people do. I don't really do it very much.
Mira, Aquaman.
Oh, okay. Is that it?
Yeah, that's her big role.
Yeah.
And now she's got she's got a small movie coming out. Actually, though, in this case, okay, she burned Disney at first. Disney was being very cooperative. They didn't, her team asked for limited searches. Well, she fired her team, brought in a new team. She wanted more from Disney. And when they didn't cooperate, she threatened them with sanctions and a lot of other things. And that burned Disney. You could read there, they were like, screw this woman. And then Warner's even worse. So Warner has her on Aquaman. Well, Warner told her, do not bring our movie and do not bring our brand into the courtroom. She did right off the bat. And from there, they threw her under the bus recently. They actually, they were like, all this stuff she said is a lie because they wanted to stay out of the courtroom. Well, they still are getting pulled into the courtroom. And on top of that movie Fantastic Beasts, it ended up getting damaged because it's well, first of all, Johnny Depp was part of it. They fired him from it, so that trashed it. And now, it's right up against the court date, and that movie not only failed, but it just tanked a Harry Potter franchise. So you're talking about a company that has lost billions because of this person.
See, the thing is, it's like my granddaddy told me long ago, you can't pet rabid dogs. Or he said you don't pet rabid dogs, you shoot.
Right.
And to all the studios and everything that enable these lunatics, no sympathy whatsoever. That's
the
thought.
studios,
Be like the old days where if you create a scandal, you were done. Studios.
Get them out. They don't have time for this. Make money. Make movies. Make money.
Hey, I'll be right back. I got a call. I got to.
one of my.
All right.
Oh man, 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's no. Well, he's gone big time. We're now the little people. He's probably got Elon on the phone to talk about that.
Yep.
He actually has had a huge explosion in his channel and stuff though as a result of all this, hasn't he?
Yeah, lots of. He's for the past 2 years. People ask me about Johnny Depp. I'm like, go to Tug.
Go Tug, yeah.
This man's covering all of it. He's got it. He's in that. He's in that case.
Let's pay some attention to it. Like I said, I just haven't. I've been operating my life and that just wasn't anything I was paying attention. But we got Crazy Cat Lady Lawyer. That sounds like it's a lot of potential right there.
She is a roving disaster. I hate her. I could not imagine hiring this lady and having her run my case in any capacity. She's the one who opened the door for the big blow up with that Isaac Baruch guy that I talked about. And I guess the advantage of her is she just steamrolls through things, like, and she's frankly asks argumentative questions, and that probably should not be admitted. She's awful.
Probably the other side is just letting her go because by the time this trial's over, the jury's going to hate her guts.
I hope so. They should hate her already.
Juries
but-
don't like it when lawyers beat up on witnesses. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
the witnesses can be obnoxious enough that they can overcome that, but by and large, most people are juries. They're sympathetic with a person sitting there in a box who can't get away.
Right.
Who is you're just stuck there. That's a very it's a very disorienting situation. I remember the first time I ever testified in a court. I would kind of been a lawyer for at least a decade, maybe longer, 15 years. But it was just real unnerving sitting there in that box. It's all you're in it, and you're there until they tell you can leave, and it can get.
And if you
nerve-wracking.
That the other person is waiting for you to answer the question wrong, and like you may not remember perfectly, but they've got a note. So every question that they ask, wow, sorry, there was a beep. You couldn't hear it. It's because you're old and it was high pitched. No, because I don't have it added. It was a beep on the stream. I think that the cord is, it's like it was the alarm or something for the time. It's supposed to be back, but waiting.
Sic semper tyrannis. Yeah, that's
the Virginia seal. We need to talk about. Look at this thing. It's a conquesting spear double spear, but two purposes lady. I don't know if this is a giant dildo or a bong or a sword. I'm not sure. She's got a boob out, a spear in this hand over a conquered foe who is a tyrant or a king of some sort.
This to tyrants, I think, is what that means. This always to tyrants, in other words.
Yeah.
But I would think the spear really needs to be driven into the tyrant's chest.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, you're right. That kind of looks like a bong.
It's a scroll. Okay, sure. Whatever it is, she's smoking weed through it. That's the.
I mean, so I hear. I wouldn't actually know what a bong looks like. But.
Sorry, my microphone was off. I'm sorry, Judy. I got it.
Thanks, Judy. So this is the judge, obviously the one in the robes. What if you showed up for court in robes, like judge's robes? What's up, Your Honor? What are you doing? What?
Trying to think if I know a judge well enough that I think I could get away with that without being tasered by the bailiff.
This is what I always wear.
I would wear a cape. I mean, if I were going to wear archaic clothing, I would want a cape.
You got to get the powdered wig on, too.
I'd love to have a powdered wig. That'd be freaking awesome.
Haven't they finally gotten rid of wigs for English barristers? No,
I don't know if English. I think Canada. You have to wear a whole stupid outfit to go before like the Queen's Court.
Yeah,
they look like complete morons.
Yes.
And they know it too. They hate it. It costs a fortune too because you have to get these specific outfits.
Just some fashion choice from some random time period. What if they chose the 1970s instead?
Right.
All the lawyers have to show up in leisure suits and polyester.
All the ties are this wide.
Your Honor, we call Mr. John C. Depp.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Johnny Depp.
Johnny.
Make sure you let people know, guys, that Johnny Depp is testifying right now if they're interested in this trial.
Hey. Demand. What are you going to do for 5 more weeks?
I assume this is going to go on for several days.
Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury why you're here today?
Yes. About 6 years ago, Ms. Heard made some quite heinous and disturbing, brought these disturbing criminal acts against me that were not based in any species of truth. It was a complete shock that it just didn't need to go in that direction, as nothing of the kind had ever happened, though the relationship, there were arguments and things of that nature, but never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. And so at the time, because the news of her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media, and social media became quite a global let's say, quote unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16. And so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear my name for the sake of, for many reasons, but I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing that they were having to read about their father, which was untrue. And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time it was I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems or anything like that. And I'd met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to even give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth. My goal is the truth, because it killed me that people that I had spoken with, that I had met with over the years, who maybe were in a not such a great position and they needed advice, and I gave them the best advice I could. All I could think of was that those people would think that I was a fraud and that I had lied to them. And so I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, which were criminal charges.
So far, he has hit fact,
They just
criminality,
weren't
per
true.
se
So I
defamatory.
felt the responsibility of clearing the record as the only way that I could get to the point where I could speak has really taken this full 6 years. And it's been 6 years of trying times. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. And I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty. I pride myself on truth. Truth is the only thing I'm interested
Well, you
in.
certainly opened the door for
The
character evidence of truthfulness.
Lies will get you nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth, and so today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
Mr. Depp, how do you feel about the intimate details of your life being aired in this process?
As a father, raising kids, when they were very, very little, it was important to me, very important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to come up here and stand before you or sit before you all and spill the truth is quite exposing. And it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard, it's exposing for, it never had to go in this direction. And so I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister
He
Christy
subtly
last
gets
week.
smoother
But can you
throughout
please tell
this.
the
It will
jury in
be a
your own
fucking
words about
masterclass.
your childhood upbringing?
He's getting smoother.
I had a very interesting
It's
childhood.
disarming, but for him to
One
start
that
so
I thought was
haltingly.
normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just my mom had this. Her feet were on fire and she had to move. So we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She was she had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be, with all of us. That is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, and also my father. So essentially, she was she could become quite violent, and she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, it hits you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy.
It's laying out what real abuse
So
looks like.
in our house, there was we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The only thing that one could do, really, was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up, and somebody was going to get it. Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
The various categories, I suppose, there's physical violence, of course. There's physical abuse, to which she was. That was a constant. That was just a constant, We were all somewhat shell shocked, Even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying. Making fun of whatever defect one might have. If my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, And my mother despised my father's parents, And my grandmother's name was Violet. And every now and again, you would hear my mother scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut psychologically, emotionally. But we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare thing in my eye, as the back of the lens is spherical. Normally, is spherical. So in this eye, it isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye. And they noticed when I was about 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. It was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was
There's a holistic approach to
was
abuse.
almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent toward my father, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. He amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. There was never one moment, never a moment when my father lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother, or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far, that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He remained a gentleman. To me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't. He was able to maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of, I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand, but yeah, 2-3 times at tops, you know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue, because if he argued with what she wanted done, and that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about. So he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, you know, the belt. And I have to say, My mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her, you know.
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left for, I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his side, his bracket, clothing, and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, "Listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet." And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man. You're the man now." And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon, I woke up. I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother, like very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind?
No, you can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there's drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and two paramedics came in, and we were on the gurney, whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. And she had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital, the depression was so deep. She was down to she lived on the couch, and she weighed about 70 pounds. And all that imagery spun into my head at that time that I thought that was in my head at the time, I thought that that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later where
I don't even
I
remember
asked
the
him
question.
what really happened, how did it happen when I was older. And he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
So the defense here has to walk a really fine line. Johnny is extremely sympathetic. This is his chance to talk about everything. And this is all relevant to why he was in a relationship and stayed in a relationship with Amber Heard during the abuse that he's going to talk about. They cannot bully him now. They can bully him later, but right now they cannot open hot. And so he's getting to walk all over this. They should, under other circumstances, be objecting constantly to the fact that he's just narrating. Like he's just telling stories. There's no questions directing this. Very, very improper testimony. And they've finally broken. They're like, we are going to get killed. Because
they're going to go whine to the judge and at the bench. So would you please, or the judge would say, counsel, make your objection.
Yeah, he's coming across very sympathetic.
Please stop letting him engender himself to the jury.
I find it's killing our case. Objection. I find him very credible. At least the stories he's telling, I think he's telling the truth.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel about your father when he left?
Right back to it. Right back in the same area.
I was very disappointed in him because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't, when he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye. Goodbye, Bob. And I went, see you later, Pop. That was it.
So that seems honest too. That's exactly what a 15-year-old would interpret
from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection next.
Yeah, I was going to say. And that's relevant how, counsel?
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from
that was not a good defense of that question.
Your experience in your childhood?
His vulnerability to the defamation.
And to the abuse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children. When my girl Vanessa got pregnant, I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know, but that will clearly, that could kill you.
I'm not
So,
sure reasoning this with a toddler works, but
Yeah,
okay.
I was going to say yes.
um,
Close
um,
enough.
things of that nature with a more of a conversation as opposed to a you know, a flat out, don't you ever do that again, and threats and things of that nature.
It's more of an
didn't-
aspirational guide to parenting.
Nor did Vanessa. We never raised our voices in front of our children ever.
How do you
And-
think your experiences with your parents in your childhood affected your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
There it is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's her soft
one more
look.
time.
How did your experiences observing your parents as a child affect your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
Well, in the beginning of my relationship with Miss Heard, there was, from what I recall and what I remember, she was it was as if she was too good to be true. She was attentive, she was loving, she was smart, she was kind, she was funny, she was understanding, and we had many things in common, certain blues music and, well, music, literature, things of that nature. So for that year or year and a half, it was amazing. There were a couple of things that, I don't know, stuck in my head that I noticed that I thought might be a little bit of a dilemma at some point. For example, if I worked quite a lot, and when I would come home from work, I would come in the house or the hotel, and she would sit me down on the couch and give me a glass of wine and take my boots off, set them to the side, and I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I just never thought I just never experienced that before. And it became a regular thing.
I think the cross exam
she
is going to
did.
be
It's
violent.
kind of routine. And I remember one night I came home from work.
Ineffective, though.
I think she was on the phone or something, and or busy. She was doing something, and so I sat down on the couch and I took my boots off, and suddenly Miss Heard approached with this look on her face that she just said, "What did you just do? What did you do?" So what do you mean? You took your boots off. I said, "Yeah, yes, I did. You were busy, you know." No. That's my job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that. Okay.
I'm making a
All
list
right,
for
then.
Lady Rackets right now.
And then she said, "Let me get you a glass of
You
wine."
know how that works out for you.
Glass of wine. But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out. And then within a year and a half, she had become another person almost.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Miss Hurt in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
Couple minutes. Pressing X to doubt on
I
that.
ended up acting by accident. I was a musician and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my
Tom Petty video, wasn't it?
band when I was 20 years old. And then there were a couple of things that happened in the band where the band split up. And I remember I was filling out job applications and then Nick, with a friend of mine and who happens to be, he was an actor, less known then than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any video stores, clothing stores, anything, and just to be able to pay the rent. And Nick Cage said, why don't you meet my agent?
Why don't you meet my agent?
I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said,
Imagine the
I'll meet
conversation.
anybody. At this point.
Nick, what should I
So he sent
do?
me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. And they brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven. And I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was
We
a
know. We
musician.
saw Nightmare on Elm Street.
But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, then I did some other couple of dumb movies because I still, in my mind, I was a musician and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. But I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a normally. I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got on the series and my life started to change in various ways, that is to say that people started to, you go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it, and I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and will get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was having to deal with this newfound sort of notoriety, and it was odd. It was very odd, and it was. Yeah, it was a very uncomfortable thing. I mean, I don't think it's anything that one can get used to. I don't. I wouldn't. I'm not. I'm still not used to it now, and which I'm actually glad that I'm not used to it, because if I were, I don't think I'd be the same person that I am.
Mr. Depp, did there come a time when you became passionate about acting?
Once I realized that that's the road that I was on, and that any attempt at going back to music would be a not, it would have been. I hated the idea that since the television series had come out and I had been exposed as this character or this actor, I had to realize in my own mind and heart that there was no going back to music, because I didn't want to, I didn't want to use whatever amount of success that I had attained from the TV series and that sort of thing. I didn't want to use that to influence, some career in music. I had far too much respect for music than to just become what they wanted me to become, which was a teen idol or a teeny, that's that sort of thing. I fought that with everything in my being. So once I realized that music was no longer an option, then I began to study at various places. The Loft Studio, which is now long gone, in Los Angeles. I studied with some other teachers, Sandra Seacat. I read all the books that you could read, and all that was great, but you realize that the only way to learn, or the only way to learn how to, it's not act necessarily, the only way to learn how to react and behave, because it's just behavior and it's reaction, was to do it. It's on the job training. It's trial by fire. So I did my best to work up my own approach towards the character and such.
And what were a couple of the first few projects that you worked on where you were really able to implement that approach?
I would say that the first film that I had done that I really took, where I really felt, okay, I've done the work. I know what I need to do. I would say that where I considered myself an actor, I suppose, was when Oliver Stone cast me in Platoon in 1986.
How
Can you
did you
please
come to be cast in
apologize
Pirates
for
of the Caribbean?
Crybaby?
Well, that's many years later, but I had been Disney had offered me a film called Hidalgo when it was about a man and his horse in the desert and stuff, and I read the screenplay, and I just didn't think it was for me. But
We could
I
have had
wanted to
Hidalgo
have a
with
meeting with them.
Johnny
because
Depp instead of Viggo Mortensen.
at that point, I had a 2-year-old,
Could we have then had Lord of the Rings
yeah,
with
2 year,
Johnny Depp as
2.5-year-old daughter, and so or 3, and for 3 years I watched nothing but animated films, cartoons from Tex Avery to Bugs Bunny to that was all I watched with my little girl, and I received the screenplay for Pirates, and it was that I somehow in my mind I saw this opportunity, like a way to mesh characters like cartoon characters. For example, Wile E. Coyote gets a boulder dropped on his head and he's completely crushed, but they cut to the next scene and he's just got a little bandage on his head. So I started thinking about the parameters that were available to cartoon characters, and if they were available to cartoon characters, and nobody ever asked a question, whether you were 5 or 95, you didn't ask a question. Oh, Wile E. Coyote, of course he's still alive. So I tried to incorporate these kind of ideas into the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, so that I could try to push those parameters and control the sort of suspension of disbelief, to be able to control the characters' actions, words, movements, and put them in a place where the things that he would do or say were so either ludicrous or mainly something that also something the cartoon characters can get away with things we can't. Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. So it was for me a way to stretch the parameters of a character and take a risk in doing that. But if it panned out, and I felt I was on a pretty good mission. If it panned out, I thought that it might be a character who would be accepted by 5-year-olds and 45-year-olds and 65-year-olds and 85-year-olds, and in the same way that Bugs Bunny is,
You mentioned that,
believed.
sorry, you mentioned that you received the script. When was that?
Sorry.
When did you first receive the script for Pirates of the Caribbean?
The first screenplay
So
I
I'll-
received was 2000.
I'll tell you why he's doing
I
this in a
believe.
second.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for
2002.
good, just
And what
a
did you
little
think
bit of a
that
pause.
script when you received it?
I thought that it had all the kind of hallmarks of a Disney film. That is to say, a kind of a predictable predictable 3-act structure, and the character of Captain Jack was more, he was more like a swashbuckler type that would kind of swing in shirtless and, be the hero. And I had quite different ideas about the character, so I incorporated my notes into the character and brought that character to life, much to the chagrin of Disney initially.
Now, when you say you made changes to the character, how did you do that?
Lead attorney,
Just,
thank you for the huge chat.
in
Says he hopes he tells us
preparation,
more about 21 Jump Street.
the
and Salute
the very
Rekieta.
same way that I've ever
Cheers,
approached
buddy.
any character. You
Yeah.
look for a
There's so many
background,
unanswered questions.
base it on, it could be anything. Like Edward Scissorhands, for example, was I based on a dog that I'd had and newborn babies. My sister had
Ixnay on
babies,
the eared way
I
stuff,
watched
Johnny.
them,
Ixnay on the eared
because I
way.
thought that Edward would see things from the sort of from a place of innocence, and not knowing exactly what things meant or were, and also that look of a pure innocent child when they experience something for the first time.
He nailed it.
Those were the two main ingredients that I thought would serve the character. And with Captain Jack, again, the cartoons, the Pepe Le Pew, it was a
I have him pretty loud, guys.
it's like making a soup, it's ingredients. It's just ingredients. There's some Pepe Le Pew in there. There's some Keith Richards in there. There's a bit of I figured this is a guy who's been on the sea for the majority of his life. Quite possibly his brains may have been scrambled a bit by the sun. And also I thought that he'd been on the sea for so long that he had his sea legs, but when he got on land, he just didn't have his land legs. So he could never quite stand still.
How did the film ultimately turn out in your view?
I didn't see it. But I believe that the film did pretty well apparently, and they wanted to keep going, making more, and I was fine to do that. There's great freedom in being able to. It's not like you become that person, but if you know that character to the degree that I did, because he was not what the writers wrote, so they really weren't able to write for him. So once you know a character better than the writers, that's when you have to be true to the character and add your words, add the rewrites.
What a flex.
I was, I believed in the character wholeheartedly, and initially the Disney folks were somewhat upset.
Now, you mentioned that the film was, to your understanding, a great success. How did your life change after the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Though I'd been around for many years already, and people knew who I was and all that. After Pirates 1 came out, there was completely different. It was a completely different way of life was being sort of, my family and I were being plunged into. That is to say, at our house in Los Angeles, you would have people trying to climb the gates to get in to see Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have people trying to bust in the gates dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have and follow you and your family. So that was the moment when there was no other way but to we had to hire more security guards, and I was certainly worried for my kids' safety. And so then that's when instead of just the one guy, there became several security people, because I wanted to make sure that my kids were safe when they went to school, or when they went to Disneyland, or when they went to the mall or whatever. So yes, more security, and then just getting followed, by hordes of paparazzi and things like that. It's I've had worse jobs, certainly. I can't complain about it. But yeah, after a while you realize that anonymity has left the building a long time ago. Anonymity's gone. And that's an odd thing to deal with. When you can't just drive down to the diner and get a cup of coffee or something. It's not possible. It turns into something else altogether. So it's acceptance, and of course there's a bit of sacrifice involved. I can't complain about the work that I've been given. I can't complain about any of that. I have no right to. But it does make you have to think very creatively when you've got little kids, about how to take them to the park, or to the swings, or to the this or that, or movie, or it becomes a strategic mission, and that's what happened after Pirates.
Now, you mentioned your family. Who did your family consist of at that time?
Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children, who we were together for 14, 15 years. Myself, our daughter Lily Rose, and our boy Jack.
Now, you mentioned hiring more security. Did you already have a security team at the time that Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Yes, because there'd been more films prior to that. I mean, a number of films prior to that. So I was recognized, and I was known. So if you wanted to attempt to have any experience that might be normal, you sort of had to have somebody around to get you out of a squirrely situation should it arise. So I had security prior to that for who would travel with myself and my family. But not like, when I was at work, back then I didn't have security at work so much, and not before Pirates. Pirates was really that was the thing that everything, it all turned around. It all just went weird.
So how did your security team change after Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Well, like I said, with anything, it become more strategic, and you had to have more guys or gals because if Vanessa, for example, she worked in France quite a lot, and if she was in France, and I was in LA with the kiddies, then and working, security would basically pick my kids up at school or whatever and bring them home. So that became the routine, driving them to school, bringing them home. So yeah, and then if I went somewhere, it just, the security guards kind of multiplied because you needed to protect your street, your house, your kids. Endless.
So after Pirates of the Caribbean, who has been on your security team?
Jerry Judge was with me for, oh boy, over 20 years. Jerry Judge we mentioned it before. It was a year or two ago. Jerry would go on film sets with me. He would do reconnaissance missions. That is to say, he would go to a country before we would go there, make sure all the hotel rooms were all taken care of and such. Or when I went on tour with, say, the Hollywood Vampires, which is a band that I played with, he would come on the road with me with another security guard. So there was Jerry Judge, there was Malcolm Connolly, who's been with me for 20 years or more, Leonard Damian, Sean Bett, Travis McGivern, Mark Gibbs. I mean, there are a few.
Are all of these security personnel still with you today?
Jerry has gone on to somewhere else. Jerry passed away from cancer, so Jerry made his exit. But the majority of those, I believe all of those fellows are still with me, yes.
That's crazy.
When did Mr. Judge pass away?
I believe it was two years ago, roughly, maybe a little less than 2 years ago.
Now I'd like to go through a couple of the names that you just mentioned. What is Malcolm Conley's purview in the realm of your security team?
What is his role?
Exactly, yes.
Well, now that Jerry and Malcolm had worked together for a very long time, so I'd met Malcolm through Jerry. After Jerry's passing, Malcolm obviously took over for Jerry, and so he took on extra responsibilities. He would have to make sure that there was someone on the ground wherever we were going that had done their recon, the reconnaissance, and to make sure that everything was set up by the time we got there, and that it would be a straight shot into the hotel without a gaggle of paparazzi. You didn't have to walk through 50 screaming, hollering photographers. So you'd go in through a garage door and through a slippery kitchen, and you were taken to your room where you stayed.
When did Malcolm Conley join your team?
Malcolm had joined. Jerry brought him on, so Malcolm has been with me for over 20 years now.
And in those 20 years, how often have you physically been present with Malcolm?
With Malcolm?
Yes.
Endless, countless, all over the world. Everywhere. In Los Angeles, Japan, Serbia, films, tour. Malcolm was my, he when we were on the Vampires tour in Europe, throughout Europe, and Malcolm was on the bus with me. We lived on the bus together, basically.
How often is Malcolm in LA with you?
It depends if there's or if there was a larger premiere, where where it had to be worked out so that it didn't turn into a chaotic or dangerous event, because sometimes between you and the people there are these barriers, and sometimes the professional photographers or the professional autograph people will surge forward, and in the front rows of behind these barriers, you have
Part of the reason he has
you
to
have
do this is because
little
defense is
kids
going to
and,
attack his lavish lifestyle
older
and his
women
money
older
and his
men.
fame
So
on
when the
Cross.
professionals would
So they
surge
got to get out
forward,
ahead of
these
this and
people
talk about
would
how
start
it's
getting
not all
kind of
great.
crushed against.
It changes the way you
this
approach life.
metal
But it's still stupefyingly dull.
current, and that was the most
Especially at
worrisome thing when
2:16 in the
when you're
afternoon.
at a premiere and there are thousands and thousands of people there, and I've always called it running the gauntlet. Essentially, what it is that people are there
It's also that he's not
to,
looking for fame and to
Right.
be
supply and to
in the public
support
eye.
the film or the cast or whatever. So
I think he's coming off as very,
always
very genuine.
gone out and signed for those people. I've always gone out and signed for all or as many as I possibly could. I mean, to the point of sometimes Jerry Judge would literally pick me up off the ground to make me stop signing and take me away. So yeah, it was those kind of things. Again, you don't really get used to that, so I forget what the original part of your question was. I got lost in the gauntlet.
I'll move on. What about Sean Beck? How long is?
You want to go ahead and take a break now? That'd be okay.
Now you see how we're going to get 6 weeks of
Why
this.
don't we go ahead and do that? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please we'll take 15 minutes to not discuss the case and, any outside research, okay? Thank you.
It's interesting though. He's never sat down and done this before. So when you think about it, I mean, telling your story in this arena, it's going to attract a lot of eyes. But it's going to bring, like, if all the people on the jury, they knew who he was, so a lot of them will probably be interested in it.
Oh yeah. Well, and so I was waiting for a good opportunity.
Sir, just a reminder, since you're on the witness stand now, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, and let's come back, I guess we can come back at 3:35. Is that okay for everybody? Okay, we'll take a recess. Thank you.
Definitely want him playing the Godfather in the remake.
All right. So, what I was wanting to allude to earlier is when they were going through his movie testimony, and it's kind of boring, but they want to remind people, frankly, who he is. Like, this is Jack Sparrow. You've watched his stuff. This is the guy from Nightmare on Elm Street. These are these things. You've grown up with this guy. You know this guy. It's a little cheesy, but it gets to who he is and reminding the jury that they like this guy. He's in these things that they have enjoyed throughout their lives. No matter who they are, they've probably seen Johnny Depp somewhere and in something. But at the same time, as he gets into how that all changed his life, you get to find out that it's not all peaches and cream. There's a whole bunch of hassle and headache that's involved with this. He's not safe just going out for coffee. His kids aren't safe coming home from school. You might have and not safe doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be killed or kidnapped at any second, but they're going to be accosted and confronted and bothered by random people just for the sole fact of he was in a movie doing his job at some point. So getting all of that in front of the jury is really important. His testimony is dragging a little bit here, but I'm with Tug on this. You know, this is the first time in 6 years that this guy has had a chance to even be able to speak about this stuff.
I think it comes off very genuine.
Yeah.
I saw a few people in the chat saying, oh, he's acting. I don't think he's acting. I think that's kind of who he is.
I think if he's acting, it'd be a little bit better.
Yeah, agreed. He started out nervous. Now, you know, he may have overplayed the nervousness a little bit at the very beginning, maybe. But that's the other thing about public speaking is you do tend to, once you settle in, you do smooth out. You get more confident. You get more comfortable.
Yeah. Well, and the subject matter at the beginning was that's trauma. That's that's lasting stuff. I don't know, Tug, you could probably talk about that a little bit, but I mean, this is scarred mental health from what sounds like pretty severe and consistent abuse from his mother.
Well, he also talked about growing up poor. You know, I mean, we were talking about that success story, man. You know, he's from Kentucky in the Appalachians, but I live in Tennessee, man. Like, people, they don't understand. You hear a lot of people, and especially first world, they talk about struggle, man. You have places where people grow up in the dirt. You know, we grew up, growing up, like he's talked about, you know, having outhouses and things. I mean, it's coming from nothing. And he talked about, you know, one side of his family having that almost, it was almost embarrassed by the upbringing of it. But I mean, that's relatable too. And then, like you said, the abuse, that explains why he would stay in a relationship with somebody like Amber Heard. He was conditioned to be in that. He was conditioned from birth to be in a relationship. And his mother was with him all the way through. He ends up moving his mother out where he's at. He pays for her home, and she dies from cancer one day before the last incident. So that'd be on May 20th, I believe. So, I mean, she's right there as a prominent fixture in his life. Never goes away.
Yeah, she's a prominent fixture. The other thing, two other observations I had. One, finding out about his dad and how much apologia Johnny has for both his mother and father. His mother, who is the primary abuser, his dad, who is a proxy. Now they'd call him an abuser, but in the 70s, a belt is not really abuse. I mean, the 70s, you're getting a belt. But the fact that he's doing it at the direction of the mom against his own sort of thing, it's like this this weird sort of sick abuse of the father at the same time as the kid. And to have his dad be this ineffectual sort of weak figure throughout his childhood until he gets the guts or whatever to leave this lady, but he also leaves the kid. I mean, I think Johnny really tried to paint his dad as a good guy, you know, who did all the right things or whatever, but he really wasn't. I mean,
No, but again, that's humanizing. I mean,
right.
You want to. I mean, I don't think it was fake. You know, something that hit me. I mean, it hit me like a train. Grew up in the 70s myself and had an abusive father. And the comment about the wide 70s belt, he's not making that stuff up. When he said that, I went, holy shit, I remember those belts. I mean, they were literally at least they seemed to my 10-year-old self. They seemed to be like that wide.
And thick leather.
He also angled it. He also, when he spoke about it, you know, the man of the home and stuff. I mean, it just sounds like something you would pick up from that time, the way you would see a situation there.
No, he's right about something else too. He said at the very, very beginning something like, you know, I didn't realize I was in such a, I'm paraphrasing, but that's the thing about being in an abusive place is it becomes normal. You just accept, I mean, you just get used to it. As crazy as that may sound to somebody that's never been in that situation, you get used to it to the extent you even think about it. You just assume everybody lives like that.
And I would say with Johnny's situation, the way he laid it out, there's a lot of people got belts and don't consider it abuse. And, you know, in a lot of contexts, I could agree, but it's not about the punishment. It's about the nature of the punishment. The fact that how he laid that scenario out was his mom was convinced that he did something. And so she employed his dad through her domination of the dad to dole out a punishment that she wouldn't even do it herself. She made him go do it. And he was so broken. The dad was so broken by this woman that he did it without questioning whether or not Johnny Depp had actually done the thing he was accused of doing. And then the dad found out later and apologized because he knew he was wrong. But like, yeah, you apologize. You knew you were wrong, but you did this physical corporal punishment. He said his dad had never struck his mom. The only thing he'd seen his dad hit was a wall, except when his dad would hit him at the direction of the mom. That's like a different level of psychological abuse that's built into what might otherwise be kind of typical corporal punishment of the time. So
I'll tell you what's really creeping me out, Nick, is I had a very abusive father, not an abusive mother, but my abusive father had an abusive mother. And the things Johnny Depp is talking about are stuff that I've heard, the kind of things I've heard my whole life from his family. That's not an act. He lived through that.
Tug, what were you about to say?
I was going to say, people were talking about how he's speaking. That's how he sounds, whether it's in interviews or on the phone or whatever like that. That's just the way the guy speaks. You know, he has that measure. Part of it's probably drug use. You know, that will definitely. But you know, it's not like he's lost in his statements. I mean, I always wondered how it would be to memorize lines all of your life. You know, and then try to find your own words. Sometimes I wonder how you would have to measure.
I think he ought to do audiobooks. He's got
I thought he did well. I mean,
his voice is pleasant. He has a very pleasant voice.
I think he's going to resonate with. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
People just get wrapped up in the performative aspect of celebrities, but Bruce Willis has a stutter. Bruce Willis has dealt with a stutter his entire life. I mean, people talk about like how bad movies have gotten, and we found out he has aphasia and he's retiring from making movies because he has trouble remembering lines. But Bruce Willis had a stutter from childhood that he had to overcome for his acting roles. Wow. Lots of actors deal with things like attention deficit disorder or whatever, and they have getting into those characters and having the lines and the preparation and the other people and the cues and all of the stuff built into Hollywood can allow them to break through that, and they can get into roles. And sometimes they can get into roles because of their, like Johnny Depp. I mean, his life experience would inform some of the different things that he's doing, but they're able to do that despite their natural sort of engagement limitations. And so that it's not that weird for him to have a stunted sort of speaking. You can tell he's got a stutter that's there on some of his words. He does stuff like this, right? Like that's coming through. That's just kind of natural. And I think it's okay. I do think maybe at the very beginning, he might have been, I don't know if he was embellishing or just trying to get comfortable, but at the beginning, right at the start, it felt a little bit weird. But then once he started going, it was like, no, I think this is just kind of how he is what my perception was.
Yeah, that's, like I said, that's definitely how the man speaks. Just straight up. Hey, again, interviews on the phone, just whatever. You know, that's just the cadence. The man's 58. Somebody was mentioning in the chat that he's 50. Now the man's almost 60. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's depressing. I think
Why is
they're
that,
going to have, just various reasons. I think they're going to have a very hard time coming after him effectively, and they better be careful.
I think they need to be careful, but I think they're going to be aggressive. I think they're going to
very aggressive.
Everything you're talking about, insane cat lady lawyer sounds like it.
Oh God, like yeah, the way they came after him in the UK. I mean, if they give us another show of that. They may make him really a sympathetic character, though. I mean, reading the way they went after him in the UK, they made him sympathetic. And if we would have watched that, holy crap! I mean, so I think if they sick the old cat lady on him, oh yeah, she's gonna definitely.
As long as he keeps his cool.
I think it's gonna be Rottenborn who does it. I do not think they're going to trust him with the cat lady. Plus, they just had the cat lady on for the security guard.
I think her lawyer's name, Rottenborn.
Yeah,
Rottenborn. It is.
I mean, I thought it was a pretty funny name when I thought it was Johnny Depp's lawyer.
I was amazed. I thought, like, I heard it before that, and I never repeated it because I thought that was just some nickname people had given him. I was going to look up his name, and then when I found out, no, it was Rottenborn.
Draco Malfoy of lawyers.
Yeah. So they had Rottenborn on for the security guard. Then they had Crazy Cat Lady on for the audio engineer. I think it's going to go back to Rottenborn for Johnny Depp. And I don't think that's going to happen today, by the way. I'm pretty sure we've got an hour and a half left. I don't think we're going to even get done with direct by the time that hour and a half is up. Because they're not even to the issues yet.
I mean, you can't really time it this clearly, but having to listen to that kind of low energy kind of talking in the afternoon is kind of rough. it's
kind of, but I don't know, man. Because I was like, it's kind of weird, but I'm hooked. I'm listening, and if I'm listening, I've probably got undiagnosed ADD, and I have narcolepsy, and I can certainly get real bored real quick. But I want to hear what he's got to say, and I think the jury does too.
He's very, very personable and relatable. Maybe is that the right way to say it? Maybe. I don't think this guy lost $600 million and still has hundreds of millions of dollars, relatable kind of way.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I mean, he hasn't come out too much. He hasn't come out too weird yet. I think that would have been my big concern had I been his legal team. Now, of course, they know him better, so maybe it's not a big deal. But he is eccentric. As long as he doesn't make just some really jacked up statement, I think you get away with a lot of there.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, everybody. We were talking about the beginning, with the jury, whether or not they didn't. Only a couple of people knew who she was, but everyone knew who he was.
And I think that's part of the strategy with going through his acting history and how he exploded and stuff is this is him. This is him. Yes, you did see him on screen. Yes, he is right here. yes, you've never heard anything bad about this guy at all until this happened.
Ah.
The only stuff you've ever heard about him is good. But once this lady started telling lies, then you started hearing bad things. And
Yeah,
only her bad things.
They've got to humanize a few of the statements too. You know, a lot of people will easily forget that, like when the nurse spoke and the doctor spoke, those were confidential records. You know, you're telling someone while you're in the middle of substance abuse treatment, these things are going on. They're driving me to drug use. I'm having problem. You never think another person is going to hear that. In fact, I find it kind of horrible that anybody does hear that. Just to be honest about it.
Yeah, it's the stuff. Well, so Ty, you're not super familiar, but Johnny has some texts that have come through, and they're of varying levels of comedy and and eccentricity. One of them, you know, he texted someone. This is, of course, after she had tried to destroy his life, but he texted someone saying that he hoped her fucking corpse was rotting in the back, in the trunk of a Honda Civic, which is. It's just mean.
I'm sorry, that's mean.
Oh,
but
they're
funny.
beautiful.
It's mean
I
to
thought
put
that
a
was funny.
Hollywood starlet in the trunk of a Honda Civic. Like, at
I
least
know
give her
she
a
deserves
nice
more
car.
trunk space. No, my favorite was when he was his nurses. I mean, just to his nurses. So he wrote one. He was like, I really want to say. Well, he wanted to say, I really want to thank you, but that would be like a monkey fucking a football. You just can't put it into words.
Yeah, it's just not possible or whatever.
I was like, holy crap.
So
I mean, that's to his nurses and doctors. I mean, it's amazing stuff.
But that's funny. I mean, that's actually really funny and in a weird way, kind of vaguely charming.
Well, when he was talking about the doctor to the nurse practitioner, so he's talking to her about her boss, and he's like, by the way, tell him I miss him. I love that weird fucker. And it's like,
yeah.
There you go. But no, I think his speaking mannerisms and stuff will kind of engender the jury into who this guy is, and you know, it demystifies the texts, and it takes the edge and sting off of, like, when he says rotting corpse in the back of Honda Civic. It's like, this is a very vivid image going on here, and it's kind of a vivid image kind of guy. So
I think that's hysterical.
Oh yeah.
Well, they also his defense team. Okay, his prior defense team. They didn't pick and choose text messages to turn over. They quote unquote accidentally dumped 10 years of text messages on the other side. They gave them everything the man had ever said. So a lot of those, it's not picking and choosing. That's everything the man ever said. Yeah, that was a screw up and a half.
Let me hit a couple of these while we wait. Red Valkyrie says, hey, Nick and Tug, thanks to all this BS. I ended up watching Mordecai and had a good laugh. Great actor being dealt a terrible hand. When this is done, we'll have to get you guys over on RV to hang out again. Hashtag love you guys. Hey, thanks,
Heck
Red
yeah.
Valkyrie.
Hey, Shay. Yeah, appreciate you.
Doug Murray says, everyone needs your help in the Arkansas and bordering states. Amber Alert, 17-year-old female kidnapped, Hot Springs, Arkansas. Look at the Arkansas State Police for more info. They're demanding a $10,000 ransom. Holy crap.
Oh, that's crazy.
Whoa.
It's weird to hear about a ransom
Yeah.
in something like that publicly. Nick Afifi says, letting him speak without objection seems like this seems a pretty good indicator that the defense recognizes that he, not Amber, is a sympathetic party. Also, please say hi to my mom, Kim. I've gotten her hooked on LawTube. Hey, what's up, Kim? Welcome to the show.
Kim.
Sorry for all the dirty jokes. Bring the Smoke says, this trial is brought to you in part by Bring the Smoke. Please join me as my journey to 1,000 subs on YouTube. For great barbecue and cooking content, I promise no spouses
Mr.
were harmed
Depp,
during the
I'd like
filming
to
of my
just
videos.
briefly
Thanks,
go
Nick.
through the security personnel that you just listed out before we took a break. How long has Leonard Damien been with you?
These long employment times of his security is
My-
remarkable.
My kids are now 20.
All of his employees are like that.
23. Leonard Damien's been with me, I believe, roughly the same time as Mr. Depp, somewhere in the neighborhood of 16, 17 years. I can't be precise, but they were very young. my children were very young when they joined the team, which was really after Pirates was released in 2003, the first.
Now, you mentioned your children. What is Mr. Damien's role with respect to your children's security?
Excuse me?
You mentioned your children
Yes.
with respect to Leonard Damien. Is his role in connection with your children's security?
Yes, very much so. Leonard Damien and Sean Bet for quite a while were both sort of assigned, as it were, to my kids, taking them to school, picking them up from school if Vanessa and I were unable to do it, or even if we were there, we would drive with them to take the kids to school. And over the years, obviously, your children, my children have taken quite a shine to them, and they've become like another set of parents in a way.
And how long has Travis McGivern been with you?
Travis, I believe, a little bit less than that. I believe. I couldn't really speculate. It's a little less. Maybe it's 13 years. Or, I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that you had to bring on additional security after Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
How has the fame associated with that franchise affected your personal relationships?
Again, I would never complain about the repercussions, let's say, or the repercussions of the success of that film. But of course, as I said, there are sacrifices that one has to make. Sacrifices that you're not nearly ready for. Just simply when you when you go to a town or you go on a press tour or something and you're staying in a hotel, people stay in hotels all the time. I stay in the hotel. We've found that it's just a lot easier if I stay put in a hotel and not kind of, again, especially if it's with the kids or something, I don't want them to, I've never wanted them to see me as a novelty. I just wanted to be dad, you know. Now they're well aware of a lot, and they're well aware of pretty much everything. But no, you know, when you get recognized wherever you go, the basic truth is it's pretty simple. People are generally kind and curious, and if they've grown up with you in their living room, from a television series or from various films that they've seen, there's nothing menacing about being recognized. Sometimes there can be. Sometimes people can get weird, and but we've found that it's just it's better all around if I stay in my hotel room and don't go out to too many restaurants or anything, because it generally causes a bit of a hubbub. If you go to a restaurant, someone calls the paparazzi, and you go in for a meal and you come out and there's 30 guys out there. It can be a little overwhelming. It's not something, I think I said it before, it's not something that it's not something that I've ever gotten used to, and it's something that I hope I never get used to. Because I don't think of myself in those terms. I used to be Johnny, if that makes sense. I used to be Johnny, and then my name, full name, which I honestly find still, it's difficult, it's uncomfortable to say my own name, because when I say it, I hear the commodity, I hear the product. So I went from Johnny to Johnny Depp, and then that name, with that name, Johnny Depp, and some image was cultivated. Certainly not by me, but the media, especially in those days, they must label you. They have to give you a label. And labels are one of the things that I've fought vigorously with regard to my work. I never wanted to be the poster boy. I never wanted to be the. I don't have, I'm not built with that kind of hubris. I don't have that kind of confidence. I can do virtually anything playing a character. I can become the character in my work, and that character may be able to spit out 100 words a minute, but me, myself, Johnny, I cannot. So therein lies the difference.
Mr. Depp, other than acting, what other artistic pursuits do you have that may be a little less known to the general public?
Well, I've remained a musician. I've been a musician. I started playing the guitar when I was 12 years old, and that saved my life, because I locked myself into in my bedroom at the age of 12, listening to records, moving the needle back, and then learning that piece, and then learning it again. So so much so that I don't remember. I have no memory of going through puberty. I was just playing the guitar. I was obsessed with my guitar.
Any other artistic pursuits?
I've always drawn since I was very small, since I was very little.
Can you show us your drawings from birth
And
to
always
now?
enjoyed drawing, and then began to paint. And so they started learning about painting and trying to I suppose different ways of expressing oneself, different ways to release the things that are living in your head, whether they be beautiful memories, whether they be horrific memories, whether they be I have a I need to create. It's a need. It's a of course I want to create as well, but I actually need to create because I need to summon whatever it is that I need to summon to whether that's within a film or a painting or a guitar note. All of those things should come from a place of an organic place, a place of truth. Because if they don't, well, then you're just lying, aren't you? Every bit of truth, a person doesn't have to say anything on film. What's important is what's behind the eyes. And if they do say something, what's important is not necessarily the words that they say. It's very easy to say, I love you. But what brings it into the realm of truth is what's underneath it, what's not being said, the subtext, if you will. So any artistic or creative venture, any film, anything that I do, that's where I'm coming from. That's
Thomas-
my approach.
Thomas Wilkinson has an appropriate
Mr.
super
Depp, you
chat.
mentioned
This is my
words,
favorite
and
episode of
I think the
Inside
jury
the
has
Actor's
already seen,
Studio.
some words that you've written in text messages.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about how you write?
I don't know. I think they're getting into
Certainly,
the pretentiousness of actors here. I think they're
When I was
straying a
young,
little
when I
far
was
into
about
this
12
stuff.
years old, my elder brother, Danny,
It's becoming less relatable.
Right.
walked into my room and ripped the Peter Frampton record off my record player
Okay, that's
Through the
relatable to people
room.
of a certain age.
and said, you got to stop listening to this stuff. And he put this record on, and it started, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was called Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. So I'm a kid, 12 years old. So my brother turned me on to Van Morrison, then he turned me on to soundtracks like Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris.
Get away from those. Get away from those,
Turned me on
Johnny.
to books by Jack Kerouac. He turned me on to books by Ginsberg, Philip K. Dick. I mean,
Ginsberg, not that
Salinger,
one.
I mean, the whole
The other
James
Ginsberg.
Joyce, the whole Hemingway, the whole thing. So,
Drifting into
so I
pretension.
became very interested in vocabulary and the unique voices of these writers. And then I started reading people like Tom Robbins and Hunter S. Thompson, and then ended up becoming very close friends with Hunter Thompson for the last 10, 12 years of his life. And Hunter's writing, of course, because of the amount I spent, of time I spent with him, it has influenced my writing greatly. Hunter was known for inventing a thing called gonzo journalism, which is, it's it's the author putting himself in the situation, as opposed to writing it from the author's point of view. He writes it with him in it. And there are great embellishments, and embellishments are great sort of ways that he would twist things and express his feelings, and so he became a huge hero, of course, to me, and a great friend. I in my texts and in my emails, or sometimes just even in my writing, you take the subject and you try to express it in your own vernacular, and in that, for example, with the text messages that I apologize that everyone's had to experience. I am ashamed of some of the references made. I'm embarrassed that at the time, the heat of the moment, the heat of
the moment.
the pain that I
You
was feeling,
blaspheme.
went to dark places. There is no, if you're writing, there is no set place that you have to stay in. You can travel, and sometimes pain has to be dealt with humor, and sometimes very dark humor. I grew up watching Monty Python, so yes, it can tend to get into dark humor. It can tend to get words are used that for emphasis, and words are used to express what you're feeling at the time, and it's just like growing up. You learn from those mistakes, you learn from those things, and you move forward, you know.
Yeah,
And
Dylan, he's trying to establish why his texts sound insane.
that's how you. That's how
Yeah,
you.
that's it.
It's a great way
start
to put it.
Understand your own vernacular and what's important. You know, what's necessary and what's not necessary.
Which is why I said, give me
I
some
tend to be
morphine and see
quite
if my tongue touches
expressive
my
in
penis.
Writing, and after
Yeah, that's a little less
after
relatable.
After the unfortunate words of Ms. Heard, made their way into my heart and my head.
He should have gone here 10 minutes ago.
Those are two very opposing things. So you're trying to find the best way to express something to a friend. Sometimes you're exaggerating, something that you've done, um, um, just to make it sound, just to make him understand that, you know, I'm on planet question mark here. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm in this situation, and I know that it cannot continue.
Mr. Depp, the jury's heard quite a bit from Ms. Heard's side about your drug and alcohol use, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you. So could you please just tell them about your history of substance use?
I did everything, love.
Certainly. Again, this goes back to when I was a young boy. Excuse me. At about the age of, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, I can remember vividly my mom telling me to go get her nerve pills, you know, out of her purse that was hanging on the back of the door. So I'd go get the nerve pills and I'd bring her the nerve pill. She'd take it. And, you know, after a few years, you start to notice, well, you start to think about nerve pills. And then she seemed to calm down after she took those nerve pills. So when I was 11 years old, I wanted to calm down, and I didn't know how to. So I'd bring my mom her nerve pill, I would walk away, and I would take one myself to escape caring so much, feeling so much, to escape the chaotic nature of what we were living through. So that was the beginning when I realized that nerve pills calm the nerves.
So his mom
Pretty young
causes
age
drug
to do
addiction.
that.
Stefan Molyneux intensifies.
I can't say that I'm proud of admitting to that, but I have to say that I knew not what else to do. I knew nothing else that I could do. So as we were all growing up, there was always those kids who would say, let's party. Let's go party. I want to party. I've never used the word party in my life. I've never taken any substance for a party. I have taken these substances over the years, on and off, to numb myself of the ghosts, the wraiths that were still with me, and from my youth. So I needed, they were everything. It was essentially, it was just self-medication. One of those get me out of here moments. And, you know, where you want to escape from is your own brain, your own head.
How often have you used substances throughout your life?
Having started with my mother's nerve pills at 11, of course, the you know, that's around the age that you're introduced to marijuana. you're introduced to, and also depending on where you're living and who you're associating with and who's around the neighborhood. I No, I wasn't shy to try a substance to see if the effect of it would maybe even take a bit more of the edge off. So I started at 11, and I mean, I even mentioned this in an interview in TV Guide, if anyone remembers TV Guide, in 1989, where I was asked by the journalist why I believed that kids who were watching the show 21 Jump Street about police officers in school as undercover cops, but as students, I was asked why these kids or whoever should believe me or trust me or listen to me, and I said, look, I could, because I've experienced it, and I can tell them that there is no future in it, that there's nothing but a kind of a postponing of the inevitable. That one day you're going to have to face those feelings. One day you will meet those, let's call them demons from your youth. So I was straight up, open and honest at that time in a very, I mean, TV Guide was it was right at the register when you checked out at the grocery store. It was like the most popular thing, and it was a very straight little magazine. But I told them I'd pretty much done all the drugs that I was aware of by the time I was 15 years old, and which is true. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I continued into that, forest of possibilities with regard to substances. I wasn't dropping acid every 5 minutes. I wasn't. There were many years that I didn't touch it.
At least 10 minutes.
And no drugs. There were many years that I didn't have a drink. So as I said, it's never been for the sort of party effect. It's been for trying to numb the things inside that can plague someone's who's experienced trauma. But the characterization of the characterization of my substance, quote unquote, substance abuse that's been delivered by Ms. Heard is grossly embellished, and I'm sorry to say, but a lot of it is just plainly false. I think that it was easy. It was an easy. I think it was an easy target for her to hit, because once you've trusted somebody for a certain amount of years and you've told them all the secrets of your life, that information then, of course, can be used against you, especially if it's taken to a point that is teetering on impossible, and teeters over impossible, in fact, at times. It's so, I am not some maniac who needs to be high or loaded all the time.
Subtitles are predicting stutters that don't happen.
In fact, in Australia, from before Australia and in Australia, I had been off of alcohol for, I believe it was about 18 months.
Mr. Depp, you've mentioned some periods of sobriety throughout your life. How many would you estimate you've had?
Quite a number. On various films, you see.
2.
I suppose, I guess maybe by example, if anyone's, well, if you're familiar with Hunter Thompson's book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which I was lucky enough to make into a film with Terry Gilliam. The film calls for myself and my attorney to be absolutely blotto out of our heads constantly throughout the film. And most people just assume that, well, they just got wasted and they filmed them. There would have been no way you couldn't act that. You couldn't make that film with 2 actors who were loaded. There would be no way. And then to the other extreme, Donnie Brasco, a film that I made about an FBI agent. I had to go into a training regime where I had to eat 5 meals a day, drink 5 shakes a day, these protein shakes per day, work out 3 to 4 hours a day because I had to gain 20 to 30 pounds of muscle.
I need to do that.
There was certainly
Somebody give me a movie deal.
no abuse of substances then. There's been no abuse of substances on film sets. There have been there's been no moments where I would have been considered out of control. Never. In fact, it's not been mentioned. I'm sure they don't want to mention it, but I remember that because when I was with Ms. Heard and her friends, and we were all drinking wine, and I smoking marijuana, they used to tease me because of what they said was a ludicrous tolerance, because I never appeared loaded or high or any of that. Even if I felt a little spinny, no one would have ever known.
Mr. Depp, is there any substance that you've ever been addicted to?
Yes.
And what is that?
Roxycodone or Roxycontin. which is it's an opiate. It's I think oxycodone has the opiate and then some pain like paracetamol or something, and then the Roxys are just the opiate, as far as I remember. And when I was working on Pirates 4, and there was a scene in which I had to grab this large gold and red, you know, stately gilt chair, pick it up and throw it, chuck it out this big giant window. And so I did it, and as I swung around to throw the chair out the window, I felt this immediate electricity from the bottom of my spine down my left leg, and it was like an electricity that burned. So I had obviously it was sciatica, so I had obviously pinched something, done something. So I went
Nothing
to,
sounds older than having
I saw a
sciatica.
chiropractor or a kine or whatever. I saw chiropractors and to no avail. Then I saw a doctor, and
It's also the
and
most
the
non-pirate
only
injury you can have.
pain medication that she
Yar, be sciatica.
recommended and prescribed to me was roxycodone. And there was a part of me that was a little bit worried, just in the sense that I know I've witnessed friends and people over the years who have who've had problems with heroin, you know, and I didn't want to get bit by that snake, and I started taking the Roxys, and I was bit by the snake, and then before you know it, that monkey is on your back. Stay. And it's not like you take those pills to get high. You take them to once the addiction has grabbed hold of you. You're not taking those pills to get high. You're taking those pills
To get by.
well, or to get better. Because if you're
Clearly
without
didn't
the
take
pill,
poetry.
your body will start to go into various you'll withdrawals, and so I was on the Roxys for a number of years, 4 or 5 years, I think, maybe more. I don't know, but the key was that I if you take 2, you will be what they call on the knot. You will be that. You will just drop into sleep. So yes, I didn't like being dependent on these pills. I didn't like being dependent on a drug that you'd take only so you wouldn't get withdrawals. That's what it becomes. It's like a junkie. The reason why so many, well, now there's a huge fentanyl problem, but the reason why junkies generally, why they end up overdosing is because they're looking for the first high again. And you don't get that. You don't get your first high again. So what do? You up the stakes and you put more, you take more. And that's what makes that's what makes things go dark for them, because they overestimated the amount that their body could tolerate, and they go blue and they die. So, yeah, didn't want that.
So Depp, do you have an estimate as to what year you started taking the opiates that you just described?
When 2000, or excuse me, it was Pirates. Bless you.
that was great.
4, I believe. Pirates 4. No, it was Pirates 4. Rob Marshall directed it.
See, he needs
I don't
those
know
last
what
two
year that
moments
was.
more frequently.
Maybe. I actually don't. I have no idea what year that was.
Was it before you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Yes. I believe so.
And you didn't detox, and you detoxed from those opiates during your relationship with Miss Heard. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, so of course, yes. So they must have, yeah, they did come around prior to my meeting Miss Heard.
After you detoxed from the opiates, have you ever taken any opiates ever again?
No, I can't. That's no.
He'll die.
Once you've been bit, you'll be bit again. So no, even with my finger,
That she chopped off.
I think that it was like Motrin 800, but no opiates. No, I have not taken an opiate since, and I won't unless I plan on going through the hell of the pure horror of detoxing, of coming off those drugs. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to now turn to your relationship with Miss Heard. Can you please tell the jury how you met Miss Heard?
Mm-hmm. 2000, in around 2008, Hunter Thompson and I were going through some of his manuscripts of his books that have been published, and then I found this manuscript in one of his boxes, and it was called The Rum Diary, and I had heard about it, and I knew it was what they called his long-lost novel, in fact, the only novel he ever wrote. And I showed it to him, and Hunter was shocked. Oh my God, that's where it is, And so he said, read me some. So I started reading this to him, and he said, this is a movie, we must produce this together. And, he got all excited about the idea of doing that. So we went right into it, and we started to set up meetings to get money, financing to develop the project. And we finally ended up getting the money to develop the project and to make the film. Hunter, from his own dilemmas in his life, committed suicide, but having had long talks with him, I knew every angle of the book, but I knew every angle of the film that he wanted, which was going to be a bit different than the book. And Bruce Robinson, who was a great writer-director, directed a film called With Nail and I and How to Get Ahead in Advertising, was the one director that Hunter and I talked about. And so I went to Bruce, who was a friend of mine, and I ripped him out of retirement because he never wanted to direct another film again. I pulled him out of retirement after 27 years, and he agreed to write the screenplay and direct the film. And we proceeded. During the auditioning process, Bruce was, before that, Hunter had very specific ideas of what these characters should be. Bruce had been auditioning girls or women for the role of Chenault in the film, and there were this sort of starlets that were up and coming, or there were some that were well known and things of that nature. But you know, one of the things that Hunter was very against was stunt casting. That is to say, put a bunch of very famous people in a movie and we'll let them go, and then hope for the money in the end. So Bruce had asked me. He said he had been auditioning this one particular actress named Amber Heard. He said that he'd auditioned her 5 times, and he was
frankly tired of her. No, just kidding.
I'm sure Johnny kicked this guy
he
in the
wasn't
balls
sure about
after all this
her
happened.
capabilities
Thanks for recommending her.
as an actress with regard to the film and the character and taking direction and that sort of thing. So he asked me if I would read with her for the film, and I had already met a number of actresses and things. And so what I said to Mr. Robinson is, I said, Bruce, I don't. If you've auditioned her 5 times, you've seen the best and the worst, I suppose. So me putting her, this girl in an uncomfortable situation, you know, saying, hey, all right, let's read this, I think it's a far better idea that we just meet so that I can see how she behaves, see how she reacts, because that's really all it is, reaction, behavior, and you don't have to push anything else, you know. So they made an appointment. She came to my office. I took one look at her and I thought, yeah, that's the Chenault that Hunter wants. That's the one. I thought, yeah, she could definitely kill me. That's what Hunter wants.
Fucking foreshadowing right there.
She was sweet as pie, pleasant, again, you know, intelligent, literate, very good taste. And I felt like what I felt and what I told Bruce was, look, when you put someone in a situation that they're obviously going to feel under pressure, it's not the best way to really know what they're capable of. And I made suggestions such as, and which I ended up making to Ms. Heard. I made suggestions of films that might give her some insight into what we were looking for in terms of the film, which is to say, I gave her films like To Have and Have Not, and things of that nature because I wanted to. There was something very important that felt she needed to know about stillness, as opposed to, going broad or acting a little too much.
She need to calm the fuck
So
down.
I felt like I could.
Apparently
I
that
feel
didn't
like I
stick.
could be a bit of a traffic cop in that sense, so that because if we could connect, then it could work as long as there was truth in her eyes, and as long as there was truth coming out of her dialogue. Then it's all in the editing. So I felt that I could help her with that idea of stillness. And so that's when I first met Miss Heard.
How would you describe your interactions with Miss Heard when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, well, yeah, no, mostly very, very, very few interactions. I remember there was a time I wasn't working that day, but I was producing, one of the producers of the film, and it was a scene from the book that was it was a scene where Ms. Heard's character was in a nightclub and we're amongst the locals, and she's very drunk and everybody's very drunk, and she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys and stuff, and then the other local guys start to sort of close in on her. In the book
Ooh.
and in the screenplay as it was written, there was a requirement for nudity for the part, and I was on set the day that they were shooting that, and as I was watching the crowd coming in on her, I realized, you know what? Because I would check on Ms. Heard and say, "Are you all right? Are you sure you're okay?" Because this is, she was like, "No, no, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that we wouldn't have to do the nudity, because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd, and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back because bad things have happened to her. So I remember telling Ms. Heard, "Hey, you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to. Everything's cool." And she was appreciative. But other than that, we didn't really have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was it was
Electric.
Yeah, it was it felt like something. It felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kiddies, and yeah.
When would you say your romantic relationship with Miss Heard actually began, if not in that moment?
Pretty much that moment.
Well, I
I feel
think there
like.
was something in the kiss in the shower that was very
It was only a kiss. How did it end up like
real.
this?
So that day after work, Miss Heard had come to my trailer, and I was just sitting there listening to actually old blues stuff, and we had a glass of wine, and 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 we kissed. And at that point, my trailer was the only trailer in the parking lot.
Was it rocking, Johnny?
She had a mind to stay in the trailer there for a while with me, and I
Oh, yeah.
didn't think that was a very good idea on any level, especially since there were about 9 Teamsters waiting to move the trailer. And then
They were peeking into windows.
Until whenever we did the first day of the press junket for the Rum Diary in Los Angeles 2 years later, and she had broken up, I believe, with her wife, and my for lack of my wife, we weren't married, but she was, of course, my wife, Vanessa. We had some not so great situations, you know. She was stuck in America. She wanted to go back to France. She wanted to have her life back.
So she called the lead
She's a
attorney.
well-known singer there. And,
Man, he's got such horrible problems. His
she wasn't
French supermodel wife
fulfilled
wants to leave, and he's trying to pick up a lesbian.
in her creative world.
So rough.
And that's a frustration that I wouldn't wish upon anybody. So
Yeah, Johnny, that sounds like some real problems.
Broke up, and that's not
That
long.
relatability and likability is taking a little bit of a hit.
Yeah. I mean, we've all been there, guys.
Yeah, of course. Who among us?
Especially you, Ty. You strike me many times.
Oh, yeah.
Between the end of the filming of the Rum Diary and the press junket, did you and Miss Heard communicate at any time in between?
This is the lesbian we're talking about?
I don't remember. I remember that there was a white dress that she really was infatuated with. That she really loved this dress that she wore in the film, and so I went to Colleen Atwood, the costume designer, and to Bruce, and I said, "Do you think we can snag this white dress and send it to Amber, after she'd wrapped, because she loved the thing." I remember talking to her, I think then, but briefly.
What did you like about Miss Heard when you first started your romantic relationship?
She seemed to be the
It's a trap.
she seemed to be the perfect partner in a sense in my head and for me, because she, as I said, she seemed to be very knowledgeable about old obscure blues music that I listened to and really liked. She was literate. She was sweet, funny, nice, all those things, you know. And she was, and from the beginning of our relationship at that time, for a good year and a half, she was wonderful. And then things just started to change, or things started to reveal themselves. That's, I think, is a better way to put it.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Miss Heard would take off your boots when you would get home from work. What other types of behaviors did you observe in Miss Heard early in the relationship?
She liked to eat fetuses.
Little things that you would kind of, that it would just, you'd question in the back of your mind, you know, if she wanted to go to bed, I'd say, oh, well, I can't sleep, you know, right now. And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, I'll just watch, I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out. And that was just not acceptable. Just not acceptable. It would stir up some rather unusual reactions.
That's what a 23-year age gap will do.
I didn't understand why, as a 50-something-year-old man, was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started
Somewhere
out with
Drexel just cried out in pain.
And again, they just, they just, I suppose like anything, if they're allowed to continue, then they are allowed to grow. They're allowed to blossom into whatever they're going to become.
What were you and Miss Heard's nicknames for each other?
I called her Slim.
Why is that?
I called her Slim
Have
because
not.
of the film that I had given her to watch, like about, in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. And I called her Slim and she called me Steve, which was Lauren Bacall's and Humphrey Bogart's nicknames for each other in the film. That was their names in the film. And it wasn't lost on me, the fact that there was an age difference, and that my God, when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, that's when they met on that film. He was 45 years old and she was 19, and they stayed together for many years, until Bogart passed away. So,
But
yeah,
you didn't.
there was a kind of a joke, not joke, but just, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey and she was this beautiful creature, just this stunning creature.
When did you first meet Miss Heard's parents?
I first met Miss Heard's parents when they had come out to Los Angeles, I believe, and yeah, and I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite end of the spectrum people. Paige was she was an angel. She was an angel, and I loved her very much. I loved her instantly, and we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous kind of, almost like a cartoon cowboy, you know. And he was, the initial thought, I mean, my initial kind of definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. But I loved them. I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as her sister Whitney. And yes, it felt like I had been welcomed into some sort of family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your relationship with Miss Heard?
Quite a lot.
Oh, this is
Whether
good because they
we-
like him.
I used to have a boat, and we would take her parents, her family, and we'd go sail the boat and, you know, drop anchor at the island, and we would spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever, on the boat, on the island. Also, they would come to Los Angeles quite a bit. We also would go to Austin here and there to see them, visit them. Every year we would, on their anniversary, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there, and they'd be taken care of, and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was, yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. No, I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I felt when I first met Whitney, there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was much less confident than Amber, much more revealing of insecurities, Um, uh,
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he
All right.
saw in Whitney.
I think if you could answer the question.
That is foundation.
You want to ask the question again?
We can move on.
Okay, that's fine.
She's like, please.
Um,
Question was rambling, or answer was
how would you
rambling
describe
anyway.
your
Judge
relationship?
checked out.
Great. I mean, fantastic. I called her sis. I loved her, you know. I had always felt something. I'd always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All right.
What?
We can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Where was Whitney living when
That's-
you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
What was your relationship like?
She was living with
Objection, lack
her
of foundation. It's your
then
relationship.
boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue,
What city is that in?
Los Angeles. Sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski and yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having people over, you know, for dinner parties and social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Yes,
How often would you do that?
with Whitney.
Yes, with Whitney.
Maybe three times, maybe twice, 3 times.
Did there come a time when Whitney moved into the penthouses that you owned at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after Rocky Pennington and yes, I believe Josh Drew was there already as well. Whitney, I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her penthouse 4 to live in.
And how long did she live there for?
Oh boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had done a line or 2 of cocaine together.
Mm.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah.
Could you describe your cocaine
I
use
was
in miles,
introduced
please?
to
I thought they were going to go deeper down that
the whole
road.
gang, you know. Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else? That's all that comes to mind at the moment.
No, you mentioned Rocky. Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington, who was Miss Heard's good friend from youth, I suppose.
And I think you mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who was that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, you know, she was one of the gals, and she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl, southern girl. I haven't seen her in. I think that something went sideways between Brittany Eustace and the girls because she suddenly just disappeared from the group.
And when was that?
We were probably a year and a half or maybe 2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
Io Tillett Wright was a friend of Ms. Heard's from New York City who was who had identified as she was born a female, if that's the right terminology these days, born a female, but she was she had chosen
Bigot.
she at a very young age she had decided that
Chosen. Oh my
she
God.
she was a male and she identified as a male.
Cancel him
Io
twice.
seemed to be again. She was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type, and she was writing a book. I remember she was writing a book. Io, or he was writing a book, rather, and
Oops.
I had a house on one of my on Sweetser. One of the houses there was empty, and it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And when she had no place to stay or go, whatever, I called her over and I showed her the house, you know, where the desk was and all the things. And so I said, write your book, you know, write your book here. So she did.
Did Io end up living in that house or just working there?
No, Io ended up, no, she ended up living in the house for
She ended up a
somewhere in the
he.
neighborhood of a year, I guess. Somewhere about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
Nothing.
And did there also come a time when Rocky moved into the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
Rocky moved into penthouse 2.
Did Io claim the
And
gifted
do you
rent on her
recall when that
taxes?
Oh no, penthouse 1. Sorry.
How many people in these damn
Penthouse
penthouses?
That was not long
Like 8?
after
A bunch.
Ms. Heard and I started to begin to dress that place up as our residence. So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky came. I had already had my friend Isaac, who you've met, Isaac Baruch, painter. I had already given him a penthouse 2 to stay in and live in and paint in because he'd just come back from Florida and his mom had passed away and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky move into the penthouses?
Objection, foundation.
Mm.
Hearsay.
Mm.
Question potentially calls for
It's a
hearsay.
good objection.
I'll overrule that.
It is a good objection. And then she overrules it. That's how you know it was a good objection.
Yeah.
Why did,
Judge
Sorry,
sucks
what
at
was it again?
objections.
Why did Rocky end up moving into the penthouses?
well, she ended up moving into the penthouses.
How many?
I don't
are there?
recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having a place. And Amber had asked if I would be okay with, Rocky moving in. And I said, of course. The penthouse is empty. I wasn't in the, I wasn't going to be renting them out necessarily anyway. They were for friends to come and stay. Penthouse 4, in fact, was initially planned out for my sister Christy to have an escape from her 3,000 grandchildren and the amount of workload that she had taken on at the company.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses?
Longer than I did.
And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
Nothing.
Did anyone live with Miss Pennington in the penthouses?
Yes, her fiance or boyfriend and fiance Josh Drew. And then at a certain point, I learned that there was another female living there. Who I wasn't sure who that was. I didn't know who that was. It was because there were 2 bedrooms, and so she had invited a friend to move in. But I met that person very briefly a while after they'd already been living there.
All right, a good breaking point.
I think
just wanna
this is a
make sure.
good
Okay,
stopping point.
That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and break for the evening.
Woo!
Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 10 a.m. All right, thank you. You're excused for the day. Thank you.
That's we are not even close to the issues in the case. This is going to be a
No.
really long testimony. From
It took him
Jonathan.
6 days last time. Woohoo!
Oh my God! It was 6 days.
6 days. Yep, 6 days
Wow.
across. So.
He's a generous guy, though.
Yeah. All these people lived rent free. Like he had an army of them. And part of Hurd's claims were that he isolated her.
Sources
You know,
of your testimony. Did not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys this evening. Okay. All right. You can stand down. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right.
and she was
any other
keeping them away
matters?
from the world. And well, you can
Sure.
see like they were all surrounded. The penthouses they're talking about. I mean, they're right across the hall from them. So the claim kind of falls apart when you start looking at it.
All right, we'll watch him wrap up here. But yeah, so it's foundational stuff. They've got to get to it. He does have a very slow manner of speaking for sure, which makes things take a little while. You know what's kind of interesting? I mean, this is security guard. He was released from service, but like, so yesterday, did Johnny talk to a security guard? Right? Like during the break, did the talk to the security guard? The security guard was split between the 2 days. Was he able to talk to the defendant? I mean, do his job, or did they must have had a stand-in for him? One of the other guys took over or something. But yeah, so well, to the panel, I guess. Let's go over here. I don't think anything else is going to happen, but I'm monitoring it still, and we've got the audio on if anything does. But what do you guys think? What do you think of the testimony so far? Welcome, by the way, to Potentially Criminal and the lead attorney. Happy to have you guys join the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having us up again.
Absolutely. So, lead, what do you think? What do you think of the testimony of Johnny Depp so far?
You know, I caught a little bit of it. I was watching your stream this morning and a little bit this afternoon. I have to admit, I was doing a Zoom mediation, so I was kind of back and forth watching your stream and trying to mediate this crazy divorce case. But I thought it was interesting. I thought he came off as personable. You know, I like you could say that his the speech, you know, was a little slow, but like you said, considering that he's, you know, almost 60, that's to be expected. Just like somebody on the panel said, it's clearly a generous man. I thought he came off as very likable. I liked him, and some of the things that he was saying, especially when he was talking about his career early on. I thought it was a little interesting, you know, talking about how fame kind of molded his life, and you know, once he hit big with the Jack Sparrow movie, how everything changed and people started to recognize him more, and now they're trying to break into his house, and now they're trying to break in dressed as Jack Sparrow. I thought it was super interesting, especially, you know, like us as well. You know, we're just attorneys, we're regular people, but now when we start a YouTube channel, we can start to get recognized. I know you're in your bunker over there in the woods. You know, I'm kind of here in the city, and it's been, you know, since I guess about, you know, starting a couple of months ago, I'm just now beginning to get recognized, and it does feel weird. Now, of course, you know, me being recognized at the mall as versus him, you know, people trying to break into his house, we're talking orders of magnitude. But I thought it was fascinating to hear how his life was his life was shaped coming up through the ranks as an actor. So I thought he was super likable.
Yeah, I agree with basically everything you said there. Sean, what about you? What was your impression?
You know, I was expecting, you know, when you hear him in his interviews and things like that before all this happened, I just thought he was kind of like a regular actor, you know, typical guy from Hollywood. Yeah, it's really interesting the way his life turned out, and you know, I think that's really Johnny Depp right there. Like he is a normal guy that some crazy stuff has happened to, and yeah, I think he's a lot more relatable than I expected him to be, like so much more. Yeah, I just thought it was he talks about how all this stuff has happened in his life just so like matter of factly, not, you know, like nothing was the biggest thing that ever happened to him. He's just like, it just got crazy, and he would just point out all the different ways it went. And yeah, hearing about how he was raised, God, his mom sounds like a horrible human being.
Kind of terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for him. I mean, that sounds like a horrible childhood. I mean, truly horrible. And I think his sister's testimony, I don't think she did it enough justice. Based on the way she talked about it, it just sounded like, okay, she was a crappy mom, but no, Johnny's like, no, she was horrible, like really, really bad.
Yeah, she was bad, for sure. Hey, Tug, what do you think, man? You're like in this more than everybody. You've been following this for 2 years. This is kind of the culmination moment for Johnny Depp. This is him getting to tell his story. What's your impression so far?
I think he's starting to introduce the players, their game. I think you know, you're gonna have a lot of people that are going to be involved. All of them are critical to the May 21st story. You know, that's why we're hearing about Io Tillett Wright. That's why we're hearing the sister will come into another story. But Rocky Pennington, all of these folks. I mean, they are critical players in one of the abuse allegations. Heard's definitely going to throw them in there. She's going to have testimony from all of them. You can pick them apart too. I mean, a lot of their testimony, it has a lot of flaws in it. Again, with that and him being relatable, her really. I mean, when you notice her in her pictures now, she's dressed down. She's trying to look somber. And she's been looking at the jury, trying to take notes. She just, I don't know, man. If she could get, excuse my word on this, but if she could pass that resting bitch face, maybe she would be doing a lot better.
That's her problem. I actually liked how she was yesterday. She had the hair down on one side. It's the jury side. And I actually think that was probably a better move for her because she just cannot stop looking. She's trying not to react and emote, and she just cannot stop looking like a stone-faced bitch. She can't do it. And I think I've talked about this before. I think women in her position, attractive, wealthy, famous women, have one of the hardest jobs in a courtroom. They have to navigate this thing perfectly, right? They can't just go Oscars night and go balls out on their outfits. They have to pick the right thing. It can't be too modest. It can't be too flashy. Their hair can't be too sexy, and it can't be pulled up in the death knot that she had at the opening days. She cannot look like Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct because she cannot look like she's going to murder someone. But at the same time, she also can't just come in as a drop dead gorgeous supermodel. It won't. It's a tough road for her to navigate. I do not think she's doing well. I think she should have had some sort of style consultant, and if she has one, she should have picked a better one for the trial. That's my personal opinion on this. You have to know how you're going to look, and every single shot, except for one, she has looked unapproachable and dour. And the one time was when Isaac Baruch said something nice, and she chuckled and smiled. And I think, I'm going to say it, I'm going to be misogynist. Bitch needs to smile more. She needs to do it.
Absolutely.
And show more teeth. That's what Isaac Baruch would have told us. Show those teeth.
Wonderful teeth.
Yeah, he's like, show those teeth, baby.
But she just she's not doing it for me. Now, I, of course, my biases are open. I'm on basically on Johnny Depp's side in this so far until I see something to the contrary, credibly come out that he did something. I mean, then maybe I could change my mind, but still trying to look at this objectively. I don't think she looks good. And I think she's got a shifting style every single day. She's trying something else. Some people are saying that she's copying Johnny Depp's outfit from the day before. That kind of changed today, but she's wearing a ponytail and he wore a ponytail the day before. I don't know if that's her strategy. Whatever it is, though, she's looking for her look. She's looking for the thing. And I think she's trying to, like Battleship, zero in on where it is. And I think that's one of the things that, unfortunately, you shouldn't have to worry about so much, but you do. And
what did they say the age difference was between them?
23 years. He's 58. She's 35.
Wow. And so when they started dating, she was around 30, something like that?
She was
Or earlier than
25.
that?
She was 25.
25.
Yeah.
Wow. Must be nice once you get up there and you get 25-year-old, just beautiful woman, and you've got your French supermodel who's stuck in the United States.
Yeah.
Right?
Hard times.
Yeah.
Trying to get back to Paris.
Well,
Yeah.
when he left her, he was texting one of his friends, and he was like, I wasted all this time on this 50-cent stripper. I've got this Russian supermodel here with me. And I was thinking, damn, yeah, there you go. There you go. Yep.
It's it is interesting though. But man, guys, stop with it. When he went into like little bit of like nostalgia simp mode, and he's like, she was so literate. I'm like, stop it. She's 25. It's like I haven't met a 25-year-old anybody that I would sing those praises about. You would have thought that this is like one of the most mature souls on the planet, and it's okay, sure, right? I don't know. It felt very. He reminded me of guys I would meet in college that had that serious, somber demeanor, right? Like they've experienced a lot. And it's like, bro, you're like in college. I mean, he's older now, so I get it. But I thought that Inside the Actors Studio super chat was so perfect. The way I think he got, for as much as I liked him for a lot of his testimony. I think he got real unapproachable when he started talking about like getting into the nuances of film and the acting and how it has to come from the eyes or behind the eye. Truth comes from behind the eyes. I thought that stuff got like just too, I don't know if esoteric's the right word, but because I'm trying to now talk up, but it just felt out there. It felt unapproachable to me. And I'm not sure that was the best time during his testimony. I mean, small criticisms, of course, but
Hey, Ezra Miller's been arrested again.
again,
Yeah, apparently for second-degree assault. There's not a lot of detail on it, but
oh my
shit.
gosh,
It's
that
in
dude's a
Hawaii
disaster.
again too.
He's speed running that now.
He's practicing choke slams randomly now. Goodness gracious. Well, yeah, so I guess tomorrow we'll continue with direct exam. I'm wondering how long that direct's going to go. Because, Tug, you said there's 15 something total
14.
incidents.
14
total
incidents,
incidents.
Wow.
And they may or may not go through all of them. I mean, if they can.
Oh, you'd think they'd hit them all. They hit them all in UK. I'm sure they should hit them all here too, just because they're going to come up. I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, from Johnny's perspective, you would want to incorporate all of the times that you did not hit her, right? Like you want to incorporate and go through all of these times because the defense is going to bring them up, right? Like if there's an allegation that he did something bad, they're going to bring it up. So you got to bring it up on direct and get out ahead of it. And I thought his approach to the drug question was pretty good, except I have a hard time buying that he was just medicinally using cocaine, doing lines with other people, right?
Yeah.
Like that kind of doesn't jive with me, but I'm not a coke user. So I don't know. I don't know the sort of medicinal aspect of it.
I could stop whenever I want, Nick.
The medicinal aspect.
Hey, Sigmund Freud sang he sang the praises of that cocaine.
I don't know if it's really good. I mean, if it's that top quality, expensive.
Yeah.
I don't know. It starts to make your stomach hurt, like right around. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, do you not know, or do you know? Tell me more. The lead attorney.
If it's really good, I don't
How
know.
often do you enjoy a good number?
No, the people I've talked to that have been on cocaine, it's like, I mean, it's kind of like Ritalin, right? It's like a super stimulant. You're just activated. You're present. You're there. And I know people who like cocaine, but I've never done it, so I can't speak from any experience.
Yeah, you got a lot of energy, but it's in little bursts. It depends on how good it is.
Yeah. Oh man. So I guess tomorrow there will be more Johnny Depp testimony. That's that, and I would assume it's going to be at least 3, 4, 5 days. I mean, there's no way this thing's going to be done. We'll probably carry the week with just Johnny Depp for the rest of it, is my guess. I mean, at this pace.
Yeah.
But I've got super chats to read. Does anybody on the panel have any thoughts about today that they want to like get into before we transition into me reading through super chats and answering question mode? I have one thing, but if anybody else wants to yak about it.
I'm gonna jump off here. I got a sick kid apparently, so I'm gonna get out
All
of
right,
here.
brother.
If you want to catch it, 5:30 PCT, so that'll be in what, like an hour and 15 minutes. We'll do a recap. So you're not on by then. So
Yeah, I'll be
switching
done by
over.
then.
All right, man. Well, I'll catch you.
Yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow probably
See you, man.
or whatever. All right, peace. Okay, well, if you guys don't have anything specific, I got one thing. This judge sucks at objections.
Yes, he does.
Absolutely terrible.
Wow.
Oh, hey, real quick. What's up, Mr. Bronco?
Hey guys, I'm on a cellular, so I don't know how well this will work.
You're doing the
Good to see
car
everybody.
thing.
I'm doing
Yeah,
the
well,
thing the
nice to
kids
see
up
you.
at school.
Oh, welcome. We
Is
just
Joe's
got
wife
done.
driving you?
Yeah, is Joe's wife driving you around?
Nah, I should have arranged for that. So how was the fun today?
Well, Johnny took the stand.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so we're 3 hours
What's he
into
doing
his.
up there?
What was that?
Was he doing lines up there?
No, he did talk about it a little bit. He did talk about it a little
I
bit,
brought,
but
enough for everybody. I brought enough for everybody.
he had 3 hours of testimony today. But at the UK trial, Tug was just telling us he had 6 days of testimony. So expecting something similar to that, several days of just Johnny Depp, the Johnny Depp show. So
How are things looking so far?
the way I look at it, I think this is really going to come down to him versus her on likability. He comes across pretty genuine and likable. I mean, that's the big thing. And I don't know how she's going to come across. I've seen her in interviews and she is a mess. So, I think they got a chance for him. It's a tough case in general, but I think they got a shot at, just because he's charming and the jury knows him, that they might go with him on it. So,
and what's the evidence of him abusing her been like? I mean, are there photos? Are there?
well, we're not at the defense's case yet, so we have no idea.
Okay.
You know what they're gonna pull out. From what I've heard, there aren't any photos of her ever having any physical abuse signs or symptoms. There's 2 eyewitness testimony things, from her sister, and I think from her friend, that were the same incident, but or something like that. I'm not quite sure, but there's really not a lot. But there's a good amount of evidence of her abusing him. So, yeah.
Love.
It's messy. But I was just going to talk about how terrible this judge is at handling objections. I mean, Lead, I love that you came on right when you did, and we have that objection, and you're like, oh, that was a good objection. She's overruled. And it was all day, man. They're objecting to foundation on foundational questions, and the judge is sustaining them. I mean, the one question, what is your relationship with this person like? They object to foundation, and the judge sustains it. It's like, well, how does he not have foundation on your own relationship with someone else? Like that.
Right.
That is nuts. The judge has just been relatively terrible with handling objections. People think in the chat that she's biased towards Amber Heard's team. I actually think as we get into the defense's case in chief, we'll find out more that she just sucks at handling objections.
Yeah. I will say this though, in her defense, she did not have any help, because when those bad objections were thrown up, the other side, she just folded every single time. She never responded, never gave a good response at all. If it was any response, it was, oh, I'll move on. And so, you got to help your judge out sometimes. Like, give her an idea of why this objection should be overruled. And she didn't get any help from the other attorney.
That was my biggest criticism that I discussed over the lunch break of Johnny Depp's team, is that their justifications for their own objections are weak, and their defenses against the other side's objections they're just anemic. And it goes, it often goes like this: objection relevance, and the judge says, "How's this relevant?" Well, it's relevant, I think. And it's like, no, you gotta tell me why you're asking this question. And some of them seem pretty obvious. One of them that happened, I'm trying to remember the exact context, but it happened during Johnny's testimony, and it was the relevance objection was, well, I think it's relevant, or that was the response, but the actual answer was, this goes to the pattern of abuse that he sustained in his young life that carried into his relationship with Miss Heard. This is directly relevant to how he deals with conflict, which is at issue in this case, because we've had testimony that his sister would have to book an extra room for him, because when conflict arose, he would just leave and go to the other room because he was so conflict averse. And this is why he's testifying about it. And you're not going to, that's why it's relevant. That's why this is a thing. We need to prove that he has a pattern of doing this. And then at least you've got a reason for it. But
And
that
not
type of-
only a reason, but you're also reminding the jury who's sitting there listening to this, older gentleman drone on. You say, hey, you're giving the jury a kind of a recap of, what the hell are we talking about, right? And so you're
Exactly.
accomplishing a lot of things at the same time if you are aggressive. There's no one who can say that Johnny Depp's attorneys right now seem to be aggressive. They're just kind of, mailing it in.
Yeah, and
So she's
it's,
allowing speaking objections?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been unique to the. We've been watching criminal trials, and they've been really they've not been letting speaking objections come through on the ones that we've been covering. But in this trial, they do sidebar with the judge on a lot of occasions, but she has allowed them to give pretty detailed speaking objections and counterpoints to the speaking objections from the table in open court, which
Well,
is.
Who wouldn't take advantage of that? I mean,
the defense
These
is taking
guys.
really good advantage of it, though.
Yeah, the defense is doing it pretty well. They
Yeah,
they make their objections known.
Yeah, that crazy lady
that's your
is really
opportunity
laying
to
it
give
out.
a speech.
Yes. Just
Right,
give a
and-
whole
Your Honor, for the
recap.
opportunity to give a speech to the jury. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and Depp's team should be looking at the other party's objections as opportunities to give that speech. Exactly what you were saying, Lee. They should look at this as, hey, jury, this is why this is important. We're going to tell you, and we're going to tell the judge why this is important right now. Because it'll come out later, Your Honor, that she beat him. So we want to get that there.
Yeah.
Well, why is it relevant that he gave people all this free stuff? Well, Your Honor, it's because he's just generous, and there's no evidence that he's ever been anything but a nice, generous person. There you go.
Exactly right.
But I think Johnny did open himself up to a little bit of risk today. And we'll see if it's risk. But he said that his soul, like his passion is the truth. Truth is everything to him. This is right at the beginning of his testimony. The truth is the truth, and it is the greatest thing, and I am all about the truth. And I'm like, okay, well, you've got a character for truthfulness issue now. And the defense is going to be able to find any instance of a lie or a deception in his entire life and rail him with it. So
Yeah, but I think at that point, I could see the defense coming to him and saying, well, do you think the truth is everything? Like they could try to run that by him, and if he doesn't say yes, they're going to make him a complete liar. So
All right,
I don't
got my
necessarily.
kids. I'm going to sign off, but I'll try to sign back in later.
catch you later.
All right.
I just think if he used that, I think it was good. I mean, they're going to come at him no matter what. No matter what he says in that situation.
And I would assume he did a couple things today that spoke directly to his prep. Okay. He did the truth thing, which I don't think was an accident. I think that was a bait. Come at me, try and find the instances of deception in my life. Try to impeach my character. I don't think you can do it. I think that was a big challenge. The other thing was he talked about.
Wait, did he say that?
No, but he didn't say that. But when he said, hold on, I've got the quote.
I believe in
out.
absolute truth or something like that.
Did he say that? You never want your client to say anything like that, man.
He says, he also said, I'm obsessed with the truth. I'm obsessed with the truth.
Maybe you're right.
So-
That was a call out.
So I would think that he went on about truth for so long right at the beginning that I think that maybe that was part of prep. Like, we know they're going to come after you. You've generally, what do we have here? What has anybody found that's deceptive about you? And then let them try and attack it. Maybe that's the bait there. The other thing is he was calling out the falsity of the statements that Amber's made about him and the allegations. And specifically, he called to them being criminal allegations, despite the fact there's no criminal charges against him. But I think he's making a defamation per se call out there. These aren't just typical like wishy-washy statements. She's accusing me of criminal acts This is
Yeah.
automatically defamatory. And I think they might try and tie that stuff in when they get on into closing arguments and jury instructions, that if they find that these statements relate to criminal activity or activity that's so abhorrent, it's defamatory per se. And there's a, presumption there that that would benefit Johnny, but maybe not. I don't know, but it just kind of seemed like that's kind of really specific right here at the front. You kind of front loaded it. So that's my take. But
I wonder, well, Tug could probably answer this better, but I wonder if Johnny really used the trial in the UK as, what he could run with, because he knows what they'll come at him with at this point. So, yeah, I think this was a challenge at this point. I think you convinced me of that.
yeah, well, we'll see, of course, as it goes. But I would expect, I think David Rottenborn for the defense is going to do the cross. If I had to guess, he has been, because you don't want that crazy lady doing the cross of Johnny
No,
Depp.
you don't.
That would be a mistake. She's terrible. But Rottenborn, he is precise, and he's been very on point during this trial. And I think that's, from what I've seen of her team, that's who I would have do it. And I think it's going to be a mean cross-examination. Because remember, he's a villain, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a spouse abuser. This is a rich, entitled, privileged spouse abuser who put this woman through hell, who's in control of her career, and who is deceiving the entire world with his charming Jack Sparrow thing, but that's not who he is. And I think they have to do that to him, and it probably will backfire, but I'm kind of curious how it will play out. But anyway, I guess that's my thoughts on the day. I am going to go ahead and go through super chats. But again, if you gentlemen have anything to interject, please feel free to do so at any moment. Or if you need to go, please also feel free to let me know. Real quick, to everybody in the chat, lead attorney, potentially criminal, Ty Beard, that umbrella guy, all in the description. Click on their names. It'll take you right to their channels. Ty's a little bit different. It's his law firm channel, which is like this whole other thing. And he's not here, so I can make fun of him. But we all cover different stuff. We all have different commentary. Make sure you check people out. Want to spread the notion around that there's lots of stuff to cover in this kind of field, and we're all out here looking at it. So very much appreciated to my guests. Amanda M says he's evoking so much emotion from a survivor. PTSD is obvious and relatable to those of us that have lived this life. Thank you, Johnny Depp, for taking a stand. Domestic Violence Helpline, 1-800-799-7233. So thank you for that, Amanda M. I did not know the number off the top of my head there, but it's nice to remind people that there is someone who can talk to you if you're in a situation that you feel like you can't get out of. Mike, the dad Crosby, says we had many things in common. Certain booze music, for instance. Sorry, old ears, I guess. Grin. It was blues music, Mike. Matthew Self says, I give you this money to take a shot right now in salute of Johnny and his horrible upbringing.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, it was.
I missed that part. I was here for the whole what did you say, the inside of the actor studio. I like that.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting, but I missed all the abuse. Thank goodness.
Oh man, it was pretty bad. His mom sounds like kind of just a monster.
What were two or three? What were two things that stood out to you that happened that she was doing?
Well, he talked about the physical abuse. She would beat him with a heel, like a high heel.
Oh my gosh.
Throw an ashtray at his head, stuff like that. So like legitimate physical abuse is there.
Yeah.
But he said that you get used to the pain, the physical pain, and you just kind of ignore that. He said the emotional abuse that she would do, she had negative nicknames for all the kids. His brother had glasses and chipped tooth. So he was Four Eyes and Bucktooth, like coming from your mom. His sister's nickname was Violet, which doesn't seem to mean anything at first until you realize that Violet was his dad's mother's name and his mom hated her. So she would call his sister Violet, calling out to the woman that she hated. And they knew that she hated her. So that was a nasty thing for Johnny. He had a lazy eye growing up because he has a malformed lens, I guess he said. And so she would call him cockeye or something like that.
Johnny Depp had a lazy eye.
Yeah.
Gosh, if he didn't get that fixed, imagine just the
It would have been
two worlds.
You'd have never heard of him.
Ever.
Yeah.
The difference an eye can make. My goodness.
But there was that. He talked about his dad, who was not particularly abusive to him. His dad just seemed to be completely passive in the relationship entirely. Like the mom would berate and abuse the dad. He wouldn't say anything or fight back or anything like that. He said he saw him punch a wall twice and that was it. And then kind of one of the worst stories, in my opinion, just because of the nature of it, the mom made the dad discipline Johnny Depp for something that Johnny didn't do. And so he took him out to the garage and he had one of those 70s belts, big, thick leather belt, and was whipped him with the belt. And Johnny was like pleading with him that he didn't do it. But the dad the thing that made it worse was he described his dad as so passive, right? This is not a guy who was doing corporal punishment, but the mom like ordered him to do it. So he did it. And then the dad found out that Johnny actually hadn't done what the mom thought he did. And so he apologized to him later or whatever. But it was like that, like multi-tier abuse. First, abusing the dad, you go beat the kid for me. And then, Johnny being subjected to that from his dad, who's otherwise passive, that just messed me up. Like
I got a spanking once for something that I didn't do. But then Jesus, like how many spankings did we not get for stuff that it's kind of like, Johnny. I don't know.
I got 1 or 2 spankings in my youth, and I realized that I would find a way to not get those spankings ever again.
Right.
It didn't always mean not doing the thing, but
that's exactly right. I might have to take that one undeserved spanking because Lord knows there's a lot of spankings that I didn't get that I certainly deserve. Although it was a different time back then. You're right. Like the stuff that was happening back then, you could not do that today at all.
Mm-mm. Yeah, you get a 2-inch thick leather belt and start hitting a kid today, and you're going to prison. I mean, you're going to jail.
Yes.
Matthew Self. Oh yeah. So this is to Johnny and his horrible upbringing. Cheers for overcoming that mess, man.
Cheers, Johnny.
BK, thank you for the donation. Doug Murray says, it's amazing to see how in the last 16 months, people have returned to being enthralled about the nonsense of 2 Hollywood elite millionaires when we actually had a chance to break the hypnotic spell a few years ago. I mean, kind of, but this isn't just to me, this isn't just 2 spoiled actors in a slap fight. And I've seen a lot of people say stuff like that, but this is about, and you guys feel free to agree or disagree with this, but this is about this Me Too movement and how it's the person, it's the canary in the coal mine, so to speak, right? Like Johnny Depp has to either forge a path to victory with the best money or the best lawyers that money can buy, allegedly, and this long process. I mean, this has been a couple years now with the UK case and now this one. How do you recover from an allegation made about you that you assert is untrue in the 2020s? Like, how does that even happen? And I don't think anybody really knows how to do that, how to manage this thing. But his entire life was destroyed. He's not a Hollywood actor anymore. He's something else. And he's trying to get back to that. But I think it applies down the mountain for the rest of us too. I mean, especially, I don't know about you guys, but as things develop on YouTube, I'm more and more conscious about the possibility of some sort of fake claim about me. It's why I try to bring my wife with me wherever I go, because then I've got someone with me in my corner. Yeah, something. because you never know what someone's going to say about you or whatever. And I mean, shoot, I'm not even that popular, and I've had people say complete lies about me, or even, like, to not go the malicious route, complete misunderstandings about me and my life. So it's like, I think that applies to anybody. And
Yeah.
certainly the more notoriety you got, the more it
I
applies.
think you're exactly right. I think that's why, from what I've heard, if you're a male OBGYN, you're always in there with a woman assistant, right? You're never just in there by yourself going ham,
Yeah.
You've always got someone who could say, hey, everything was cool. I had a guy sue me in federal court,
Ooh.
saying that I was trafficking women in from Mexico.
Like, actually, I prefer Colombians.
The Brazilians? Oh, come on.
Yeah, how do you think I paid for that suit?
There you go. Yes, people will make up all sorts of things, and especially, like you said, once you get on YouTube, it's like, oh, people, the stuff that they say is amazing. I do want to go back to, though, because you made this comment, and it's so poignant. You said, listen, Johnny Depp's got a lot of money, and he's there with the best attorneys that money can buy. And if I'm
Allegedly.
Johnny Depp, allegedly, right? After yesterday, particularly yesterday, if I'm walking out of that courtroom, and we're walking in the parking lot to our cars, I'm looking over at that young attorney. I'm like, hey, by the way, what's up with all those objections being sustained? I'm paying you guys a lot of money. And she's like, oh, well, I'm just, the assistant or something like that. But, if I'm paying all this money, why aren't the big guns doing this direct? Like, why are you here? If, they must have objected. I didn't count, but it must have been 50 times yesterday.
Yep.
And it had to be at least 49 of them got sustained. As Johnny Depp, or at least Johnny Depp's friend, they're like, hey, Johnny Depp, ask this lady about these objections. Like, what's going on? Why is it that you're paying all of this money and you're getting trounced? Right? Johnny's, he's older, and everybody got mad when I called this 60-year-old man old. All right. So he's not old. All right. He's not a spring chicken, this middle-aged man, and he's got money, so he's more relaxed about it than maybe you and I would be. But if I'm paying, presumably it's over $1 million, right? If I'm paying over $1 million,
he's 6 million deep so far on including the UK case.
Ooh.
Wow.
And you got to imagine this trial alone. He's got 5 attorneys at the table. We got 24 days, 8 hours, and those attorneys, these are not $250 an hour attorneys.
Correct. So I'm like, what's up with this nice young lady at the podium getting sustained 50 times in one day? That would bother me.
That's one of the things I said at the very beginning of this trial was these are 2 parties with some of the most expensive attorneys you could buy, presumably, and prepare yourselves to be underwhelmed by their performance.
Listen. I love it. I love that, because you were exactly right.
It's really like, and the objections have been the telling sign of this. Now, they may pull out, either side may pull out a victory. I was very critical of Mark Richards' approach in Kyle Rittenhouse case with his failure to object, openly critical of it. I don't take it back either. I don't think he should have objected every time I said he should, but I only said it so often because he was never doing it. Had he objected a couple times in there, I think it would have been helpful. But he ended up winning the case still, despite my protestations to how he was handling the introduction of evidence in that courtroom. So they could still pull out a win, but you really got to ask questions like, these objections are coming in. You guys are not fighting for this client. I mean, you're just
you're getting paid big money. Yes, I totally agree. I would have some questions walking out of that courtroom. I'd be like, hey, we need to switch her out. Like, who else is in the back? Like, who else? Anybody can do this direct, right?
Right.
And usually direct is pretty easy. Let's be honest. But why? It shows that you don't know how to frame a question correctly, or you don't know how to defend against baseless objections. But either way, this is not the quality of an attorney that I'm paying for with all these millions of dollars. And just for the chat, listen, the chat is enraged that I called Johnny Depp old. They are enraged. Your audience must skew a little older because my audience is usually, I'm in the 20 to 30 categories for my audience. You've got some boomers in here. Listen, guys.
Old ass Johnny Depp walking around with his walker and his Depends.
They're like, he's not old. Like, you're going to be miserable in 10 years when you're his age. Like, guys, chill out. I'm 45, guys. So I'm right there. I'm old too. I wish I had a 23-year-old hot supermodel from France who's stuck in the United States. Those are hard for me to get nowadays. All right. When I was 23, it was hard. At 45, it's more difficult. Well, in some ways. Some
You
ways
need that Johnny Depp money. That's how
there you
do it.
go. I need to make a movie about, put an eye patch on or something. So I could talk about, all the penthouses over here. Or, we went out and we dropped anchor at the island and all. I mean, gosh, imagine
you
the
can move
money
all your
that you have.
stupid friends in. I don't care. I got plenty of houses for them.
Exactly.
Yeah, friends
How much
I've
did
never
they
met.
pay? Yeah, nothing. How much did this person pay? Nothing. How much this person pay? Nothing. Yeah, it must be nice. So you can tell, he's making a lot of dough, but he's paying a lot too for this legal case. And I would have some questions about all of these objections.
You're in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's a high rolling attorney in Atlanta cost?
Like 450. 450, man. Anything over 450, you've kind of got like the best 10 attorneys in the state.
And
to be honest,
you would expect Johnny Depp to be rolling with at least that quality of attorney. And now they're in DC. I mean, they're in Fairfax County, Virginia, but you're effectively in DC, right?
Yep.
Like,
yes,
attorneys in DC, you can't spit without hitting 5 attorneys in Washington, DC, because they're either an attorney or an aspiring politician. They're a practicing attorney or an aspiring politician. You've got attorneys everywhere. You got attorney baristas, right?
Yes, you do.
It's a nightmare. The rates in a place like DC go through the roof really quickly. And so you got to expect these guys are making at the assistant attorneys are probably pulling that $400 an hour is what you'd expect from Depp's team. Maybe $350, maybe.
Exactly.
But the lead attorneys on the case, they're going to be $800, $900 an hour at least.
At least. Yes, this attorney, I think she's attractive. I don't remember exactly how she looks, but what I do remember is that she looks young, right?
Yeah.
That type of attorney in Atlanta, I mean, that's $200 an hour all day, right? All day long too. I mean, you got to have a lot of years of experience and know what you're doing before you get to the $350 range, $400 range up here. And
but see, it's different. There's a case I followed down in Texas, and in Dallas, the going rate for attorneys was $450, and the going rate for the second, like the assistant attorneys with, I mean, we're talking 5 and 6 years experience, is $350 an hour.
Ooh.
And so it's like,
wow.
And I would suspect that Washington DC is closer to LA than Dallas.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
On those rates.
Got your wallet.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect Johnny is in for $1 million trial alone, not counting prep and everything else. It's very, very expensive, and I fully agree with the lead attorney that he's got to be asking some questions here.
Absolutely
about these objections.
I would be very disheartened to see my attorney lose 50 straight objections and not fight at all. Now, of course, he's Johnny, right? So he's super relaxed, and who knows what he's thinking about during these objections, right? Who knows, like when he's not on, I'm talking about yesterday when he was listening to this dry deposition testimony. Who knows if he was paying attention? We saw him in there with a pencil. He was just like this. He was like, he just kept holding his head up with a pen, right? So he might not have been paying attention.
If he's not on cocaine and he's used to being on cocaine, he's not paying attention to shit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But one of his more, sophisticated friends, he's to be like, hey, what's going on with your attorneys? I don't think they're really doing this well. But yeah, so when you mentioned the best attorneys that money could buy, allegedly, I totally agree with you that, his attorney does not seem to be aggressive or prepared for these objections.
Yeah, and it may be part of the civil litigant curse where they just don't do as many trials as criminal attorneys, and I think in some way, family attorneys, and maybe you can comment on this. You don't always go to trial on divorces, but there's a lot of hearings. I mean, there is a lot of evidentiary hearings with witness examination and cross examination, and you may not be before a jury, but you're before a judge a lot on those sort of
Yeah.
things. And I think certain civil litigators get they just don't do as many hearings because they're negotiating these things out for settlements, and especially if you've got high dollar clients, a lot of times you want the settlement. You want that because you want the non-disclosure agreement. You want to keep this private. You don't want this stuff aired out in public. I mean, in a sane world, we would have never heard of the dispute between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. In 1985, you would have never heard this case.
Correct.
And not because the Me Too era hadn't come, but because they would have settled it, because the studios would have demanded both of them to settle that shit with an NDA, and nobody would have ever been able to talk about it ever again. That's what would have happened back in the 80s. And so I think there's maybe some issues there with why they're not so great with objections. But or I'm just projecting. I don't know. Who knows?
No, I think you're exactly right. And a lot of times, if you're dealing with regular cases, you can get a good result with a regular case, and you don't really need to be good with objections. But if you have a client like Johnny Depp, that's when you're like, gosh, you would. I don't know, but I think you're exactly right, Nick. But yeah, get back to the super
But I
chat.
think-
I don't want to derail.
Oh,
this.
the one thing I will say though is
You
if you know
can't
the
possibly.
you don't have to be good with objections, but if you are and you're good with the rules of evidence, you can do so much in your favor, even if you're holding a bad hand of cards.
You're so
There's
right.
so
and
much you can do.
Yes, and you look great.
That
You
too.
look great in front of your clients. This young woman looks terrible. I mean, physically, I think she's attractive.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Right. She's attractive, and it's not coming through though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, and she's not, and she's getting beat up by the testimony, and that's to be expected on the plaintiff's case, right? And so like you have to counter that anywhere you can. And I don't think Amber Heard's doing herself any favors. John Dias says, Ty, who's muted, I once took a woman out on a romantic dinner, and when we got home, I reached down and I felt like I was feeding a horse. What are your thoughts on that? Oh my God. Oh, I just realized what that chat was. No, disgusting. Stop it. Carrie Z. Oh, Carrie T says it's not boring. It's making him more human. I'm a 50-something female who doesn't really care much for celebs, but his childhood was similar to mine. Switch mom and dad, and this absolutely humanized him for me. Yeah, no, I think taking him out of Johnny Depp the celebrity and into Johnny Depp the kid, and then Johnny Depp the young guy trying to make music who ends up in Hollywood. I think it's a good story. Even though I can't relate to getting into Hollywood, I think it's relatable to, like, you're young, trying one thing, it doesn't work, you fall into the thing that you land in, and that's a lot of people's story.
Yeah.
Good.
That's how I became an attorney, to be honest. It's like, I think you're exactly right. It's just, you just wind up somewhere. That's so much about life, right?
Yeah. It's how I became an attorney and how I became a YouTuber.
A YouTuber, yes, that's exactly right. What inspired you to be a YouTuber? No, I'm just here, man. I don't know.
For me, it was literally, I couldn't figure out how to upload a video into a Facebook group, so I put it up on YouTube so I could link it.
Wow.
It was pure accident. And then a bunch of people were like, you need to do this all the time. I'm like, all right, whatever.
That's so awesome.
Nehemiah Kenny says, my grandpa Daddy-O told the neighborhood kids, tell your parents I did it. They'll beat me anyways. They punished him on the chance he'd gotten away with something. At this point, it's a family joke, but it's still fucked. Oh, man. Crazy. Cyrenius Akari says, tender years doctrine allowed horrible women to get away with a lot. People are still feeling the fallout from those cycles of trauma. Jackson Kai says, for what it's worth, I had an ex with an abusive mom who beat her dad until he left and had to have her stomach pumped because she took all the pills in the house, and he described that perfectly. I remember that vividly. Yeah, that was the other thing Johnny Depp described was his dad eventually did leave. But he went to work one day and was gone. And
that's how they used to do it in the 70s. There was the whole, oh, I'm going out for a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Yep, ghosted.
Yeah.
And Johnny went to his work and was like, Dad, that's messed up. And he's like, well, whatever.
And Johnny now's like, I totally understand.
But after his dad left, he described his mom's suicide attempt. She ate just a million pills, had to have her stomach pumped and all of that stuff. And then the way he described it, she basically withered away on a couch for the next, 35 years until she eventually died of cancer. But yeah, it was kind of crazy. E1337 Neo says, hockey mask time is out. Honda Civic time is in. Oh no. Catherine Rugg says, talk about the Viper Room, Johnny. That's the music club he owns, I think. Is the Viper Room. I don't know what the request to talk about is there. Jimmy the Hand says, can the court take judicial notice of the fact that Australia does not exist? Yes. Very much so. None of the abuse could have actually happened as alleged because Australia isn't real. Natasha says, I feel sympathy, but I think Hunter S. Thompson and filming Fear and Loathing and those texts and all of this can come back and bite him hard. Maybe, but I actually think his demeanor on the stand kind of explains the texts away pretty quickly. Like, this guy uses evocative language. He uses, I'll call it pretentious language. He has a writer's soul or some other stupid thing like that. And it comes across in how he answers questions and how he talks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
he's very Ponzi.
Yeah. And so like his evocative texts and angry texts, I think, and especially when they remember that those texts came after she had destroyed his life, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean,
yeah.
If someone takes you from Jack Sparrow into the hated man in Hollywood, you want her to be rotting dead in the back of a Honda Civic too. Like,
yes. Yeah.
Gates of Above says, can we blame Australia for some of this? They had to shoot films there. There has to be some culpability. We could if it was real, but it's not. Stogies and Boobstick says, Amber Heard looks like she just got off a 20-year bender today. Jacob DeMar says, and the first time we met, she beat the piss out of me, and I knew it was true love. Ponton says, this is exposure of covert narcissism in the depth of method and lifetime impact of their abuse on others. I hope the celebrity vehicle in which it's being delivered doesn't overshadow the root cause. Gates of Above says, also, I hate you, Nick. Now the Killer's Mr. Brightside song is stuck in my head. Good. DLC says 17,000 watching and only 6,000 likes. Gavel that like button. What's on the agenda for tonight? Adam Krigler will be on. We'll be covering the rest of the Jack Murphy interview. Should be a disaster.
Speaking of pretentious bullshit, holy cow.
Oh,
Jack
Jack
Murphy's
Murphy?
interview. God, that was like him starting to wax poetically about philosophy. God, that was so bad.
Well, it's, I don't like to talk about Heidegger, but
he went. He took a community college level philosophy class. That's not impressive.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Sorry.
But yeah, well, no, that's great. We'll be going through the rest of that tonight. So that should be
who is
fun.
Jack Murphy?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yes.
So Jack Murphy is this guy. Are you familiar with Tim Pool at all?
I've heard the name, but not really.
Okay, so
he's a
Tim
YouTuber,
Pool,
right? Or no?
Yeah, YouTuber, political commentator, very big channel, million subscribers, does huge live streams pretty much every night covering basic news topics, political news topics is the easiest way to describe him. I'm sure the chat will have plenty of alternate descriptions for him. But
yeah, everybody's laughing. Hey guys, I don't know who this Jack Murphy is. I'm black, okay, but they're gonna fill me in. All right, they're gonna fill me in. Okay.
So Jack was this dude. He started something called the Liminal Order. He wrote a book in 2018 called Democrat to Deplorable, when he changed from a Democrat to a Trump supporter, and embraced the quote unquote deplorable idea. You know, Hillary Clinton had that basket of deplorables line. So he latched on to that concept after being caught in a picture with Mike Cernovich and Chelsea Manning, or Bradley Manning, however you want to say it. And then his life was turned upside down, and he suddenly became this person. He apparently was run out of his job. I don't know if that's true. So he writes a book in 2018. Then he starts building this online presence and persona, and he goes on Tim Pool's show quite with some frequency to just give some talks. And he's kind of this guy who's into the manosphere, but he's also into building up business relationships. And so he creates this Liminal Order, a private membership club that's like a business networking club.
They'll teach you to be a man as well.
Right, but also
You'll be-
masculinity is
yeah.
high on the menu.
You'll be a bro among bros.
So this goes on for a while until just at the end of last year, in December of last year, he goes on a podcast called You Are Here, which is on the Blaze Network with a guy named Elijah Schaefer and a gal named Sydney Watson. And a super chat comes in, actually 2 super chats. And first is, can Jack explain the cuck article that he wrote? And then the second article was, can Jack please explain the cuck article that he wrote? And it turns out that back in like 2015, he had written an article about the peak masculinity was having your significant other have sex with other men.
That you pick.
That you pick. Oh, is that where the masculinity comes in?
That's literally, yes.
That's the control, bro. Yeah.
And like the first paragraph of the article is this embarrassment of she's out fucking and sucking her way, and I'm perfectly cool at home writing, and that's the chadliest chadness to ever chad. And so it's like so it's
would he pick black guys? Who would he pick? Would I be picked?
We don't know. The guy's name, it was Matt from Tinder. That's all we know is Matt from Tinder was the guy in the article. So, but one can only assume he had varied tastes. So then, so he blows up on Sydney Watson for reading that super chat. He's like, no, fuck you. Heartfelt. You shouldn't have read that. And he's
Heartfelt?
Like, heartfelt, man. So he does this. It's a, and the internet like starts losing their mind because this is this crazy blow up that no one expected, all from this stupid $10 super chat. And then he goes out and he's like, no, you know, we're cool. We talked it out. Everything's fine. And then Sydney Watson released a video like, we're not actually that cool. We didn't really talk this out. You stormed off the set and you threw me under the bus when I was just doing my job and reading this chat. I didn't mean anything by it. And you blew up at me. And one of the things that he had said in his post blow up interview was like, well, I did lose my cool a little bit, but I had set a clear boundary and she crossed it and she should have known what was coming. It was like, it's not a good look, man.
Wow.
So then people start like digging into it and they find his Chatterbait videos. Are you
there was
familiar
something
with
else
Chatterbait?
heartfelt.
Okay,
Chatterbait
Chatterbait
though, that's like the online video stuff.
It's
Yeah.
like
Wait,
YouTube.
he was doing those videos. I don't want to get you.
He and his girlfriend.
You're going down the right path.
Yeah, he and his girlfriend were on, like, they do these 8-hour streams, 69 for 69, right? Like,
69 for 69. Hell no,
dude, he assumes the birthing position, heels up, and she's like face deep in his cheeks.
guys.
Yeah, there's some salad toss. Yeah.
Hell no. Are you serious?
Oh yeah, and then there's some other heartfelt things going up his tailpipe.
Oh my God. It was a catastrophe for him.
Yeah.
So then he goes into full defense mode. Like he's like, oh, I'm going on vacation with my kids and I'm turning off the internet. But people are leaking the chats from his liminal order, the behind the scenes stuff. And he's like, we're going after this person. I'm going after this person. We're assembling a war room. And so he's like trying to go after everybody. He's getting blown out all over the place. And
blown out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which he's used to, so it's fine.
Well, there was so much money at stake for him. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mention that. The liminal order, his business network, was $100 a month.
mhm.
Or you could do a lifetime membership for $4,000 ish. And so this guy has 700 liminal order members. So we're talking
What?
he's pulling
Yeah.
in $70,000 a month off of this alone. Plus he's got his podcast and all this stuff. And apparently and allegedly, I mean, his numbers on liminal order ended up dropping by like 80 to 90% of them left or something.
Oh my God.
So I mean,
so he was
huge.
financially devastated.
Oh, he's destroyed. Yeah. Hopefully he had nice savings or whatever
Yeah.
for his sake. But so now he's done his first interview since this was December. This all
I gotta
happened in
watch this
December.
interview. I'm invested now. I have to watch this.
Well,
Yeah, and-
So he's
Yeah.
gonna do an interview?
He did one. He did
Uh-huh.
it already. And I have been a guy I know, Adam Krigler, who used to be on the Timcast show and knows Jack from when he would come on the show. We've been watching through the interview and pausing and laughing and, having story time, right? So we're going to finish up the rest of that interview tonight, but it's his big comeback interview. Oh gosh, it's a beautiful disaster.
Whose channel is that gonna be on?
Mine.
All right. Everybody
Yeah.
tune in. This is absolutely
No,
gonna be
it's
great.
Good. It is good stuff, but God, he's
Yeah.
had it so bad his beard's all messed up now too. It doesn't have that clean like brown stripe in the middle now.
Oh yeah.
I always thought that was the douchiest thing in the world, by the way.
You may recognize the beard. The beard that I've got in this picture on Law and Crime here, that's Jack Murphy's beard. It's kind of his iconic look.
That was such a troll move. I love it. I love it. Wow.
Oh man, what a disaster. Okay, let me get back to these. We gotta finish this. DLC also says, I appreciate the long hours this week. You're awesome, keeping guys like me occupied. You're not bad, not too bad yourself. Umbrella guy. Well, Tug's gone. Contagion says, pain is usually temporary and manageable, but addiction ruins lives. Any kind of addiction. To put people in the position to potentially become addicts is utterly irresponsible. Get us better drugs or a better healthcare system. Doug Murray says, Racket, 17-year-old teen kidnapped in Hot Springs, Arizona last night, found unharmed, currently being interviewed by detectives. They're looking for a white Nissan Versa with Tennessee plates in connection with the abduction. She's safe. Oh, glad to hear that, because we had the Amber Alert earlier. Glad she's safe. The boss says, howdy, Rekieta. Nick Hafifi says, like you said about Truth, he opened the door to a bunch of stuff I would have wanted to tiptoe around, e.g. he's never been out of control on set. He must really think he can't be impeached on any of that. I don't think he said he's never been out of control on set. I think he said he's never been under the influence on set. I think that's what he had stated, but they'll get to try and go after that for sure.
Yeah. He's probably had his Christian Bale moments on set.
But they were already able, I think they were already going to, his drug use is at issue here. I think they've made that pretty clear, and they haven't really been objecting to it. So I think you're right. I think they're comfortable with the drug use, and I think they're just trying to get out ahead and minimize. This is part of the actor's life, right? Like, you're going to be on coke.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to think, like, okay, imagine you're not married. How much does a woman have to give you for you to lay on your back and spread your legs? I can't get, I'm thinking, like, how much money would a woman have to pay me to assume that position? Because you're done mentally when you're in that. You're never coming back.
And on camera.
Yes. Yeah. See, it gave me, though, people always ask me for life advice, and I now have it because of Jack. My number one advice for life is never have a photograph of you with your heels and your chin in the same picture. Just don't do it.
That's a good one.
I will set you right. That's the way to do
Are you
it.
giving that speech to the Spicer High School graduating class?
If they ask me, I'll do it.
It would have to be so much more than $69. Like that. Oh my God.
Oh, no. You misunderstand. This is 69 Chatterbucks, right? It's their proprietary currency on Chatterbait. It's $3.50.
Wait, what? It's $3?
$3.50. When he's saying 69 for 69, it's 69 of the digital currency that Chatterbait used, which translates to about $3.50.
And you don't get all of that. I think they get their cut.
Oh, come on! Are you serious? Why does he do that for $3?
Well, that was the gig back in
That's what
back when he
Chads
was
do,
doing it.
bro.
So he said they were on real financial hard times because his job or whatever. And all I'm thinking is like, well, Burger King exists, man.
Yeah.
Like you could go anywhere other than having your ass eaten on TV. But I mean, you do you. Yeah. But here's the problem with it. While he's doing like contemporaneous with this, he's going on a book tour for that Democrats a Deplorable book. So like he says, well, I'm hard up for stuff. Like you're selling a book and doing a book tour. Like, are you really that hard up for money?
So he was
I don't-
making money. He had a book.
That's what I feel, but I could be wrong. I don't know. You know, I don't actually know his financial situation, but it just doesn't jive with me. So
And listen, you know, I said Johnny Depp was old. Everybody lost their shit. All right. If there are any cucks in the building, like no one's judging your lifestyle.
I am. Don't do it.
He said I am.
Don't do it.
Gosh, but for $3? Like, come on, man. Jesus.
I
That'll
love
get you a
telling
gallon
this
of gas
story.
now.
I love.
Gosh.
Not if you're in California. You're gonna have to do it twice.
So was that his wife or his girlfriend? Who was the girl? Was she paid?
It's his girlfriend, and is
I thought
now
they were
his
married.
fiance. I don't know if they may have gotten married by now, but back in December she was still his fiance. But it was the same chick the whole time. And
oh my God.
I think it's just I personally think it's horrifying because as a married man, I'm like, yeah, there's no way, because he talks about like masculine traits like protecting your spouse and family. I'm like, that doesn't seem like protection to me.
So wait a minute. So he blew up on this I guess show or against this Sydney girl. So this was something that he was actually actively trying to hide. Is this right? The cuck lifestyle that he was living?
Yeah, he had tried to have everything scrubbed from the internet.
Did he really? Good luck with that.
And yeah, it just doesn't work. And so some people had found this thing. It was on, one of the Internet Archive sites had this article that he had written. And then the Chatterbait videos, I don't know how you don't know about that. Like, I don't know how you don't expect that to come out, because if you've ever uploaded a single pornographic image at all, some weirdo has saved it already. Like,
And they recognize you.
Yeah, it's been archived somewhere.
How lucky are we that we're old, man?
Oh,
the stuff that
God.
we were doing in high school. And I remember, guys, I took some photos of this girlfriend that I had. This was like back in, I might have been my first year of law school, and they were good photos, right? But it was with the camera. So I had to take the damn film to get developed at the drugstore. So I'm in the drugstore, and apparently like the laws had changed, because now with the cashier, who's like this, girl, I don't know, 23-year-old girl, this black girl, she was like, oh, okay, yeah. She had to sit there and go through them. And the ones that when we were touching each other, she couldn't give. And the ones that we weren't touching each other, she could sell us. And so she's sitting there like, it was the most embarrassing thing ever. And she's like, she's deciding which ones of the photos she could give me and which ones she couldn't. That was the last time I ever took photos like that. But imagine if the internet was up and running like that when we were young. Oh, it would be a wrap for us.
Yeah, people say at some point, like in the future, 30 years from now, every politician will have nudes online from when they were kids, from when they were young, not like kids, but when they were young and in college or whatever. And it's the truth, man. The way it's trending, I am so glad I'm alive when I was. Because
So is this guy young?
no,
He said no.
He's older
Not
than you
at all.
are. He's in his 50s, I think.
He's in his 50s?
let me get
Jesus.
I'm gonna see if I can find out real quick.
How old was he when he was doing the Chatterbait stuff?
Like 2 or 3 years ago.
What?
It was
I thought you were
2018.
gonna say when he was like a teenager or young or something.
No. Nope.
He was a cuck 2 years ago?
I'm pretty sure he's been a cuck his whole life.
This isn't a choice.
Probably a very awkward prom date.
Yeah, he's in his 50s. I'll here we just for research purposes, I'll pull up a safe for work picture of him real quick.
This
It's gonna be the picture of him moaning. I don't want to see it.
No.
I've seen that one
nothing,
enough.
nothing like that. This is a normal picture of him. So, but this is not a young man.
Oh my God. That beard
These
is
are
legit
the eyes
though. I
of
mean, but-
discontent.
Jesus Christ.
It's the eyes of a broken man.
So,
Wow.
so yeah, that's him. So tonight, I mean,
And so
it's
wait,
gonna-
you're telling me that this thing with him laying down on his back, that was 2 years ago?
But 4 now, 2018.
Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah. So he looks like that, except instead of a shirt, just a whole bunch of body hair.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jesus. I have to watch this interview.
Tonight's gonna be fun. That's all I'm
invested
saying.
now.
It's funny stuff. You know what? I could send you the link to.
No, I would be a total distraction because I don't have the backstory.
No,
I just need to sit in the back and watch.
I was gonna send a different link to you. It was my buddy Drex and I did a live stream when this all came out right before the end of the year, and
That's a good one.
it gives you the context that.
Okay, yeah, send me that. I would
I'll
love to
send that
see
to
this.
you.
I'm invested now. I'm invested with this Jack guy now.
Lajamon says, please get Lead to do Unbreaded on your show tonight. Well, Lead's not coming on tonight. We'll have to talk about that a different time.
Yeah,
Sandy Claus or Sanity Claus says you have to send him the link to you and Drex the night after, Nick. Yes, that's the link I'm going to send you. The chat nailed it. Carol Clark says, from Johnny Depp's testimony, I really think he learned a lesson about doing too much of a drug. I'm betting he still dabbled with coke, other fun, but alcohol was probably his main relaxer for some time. She drove him to ... Yeah, no, he seems pretty clear that heroin was not for him anymore. That was, opiate addiction is no joke. He knows about it, and he wasn't. You're in recovery for the rest of your life. You cannot. You can't touch it. Same with an alcoholic. When someone becomes an alcoholic and they go into recovery, not even a drop, not a drink, not a glass. You can't do it, and that's the approach he's claiming. So and maybe that was a bait. Try and find a time I was on those pills ever again. We'll see.
Jesus. I don't know. I'm gonna go. But I really do want this link. I'm gonna go back and tell all the black people about this. This guy's name is Jack Murphy.
Jack Murphy.
I'm gonna go spread the word. This is crazy.
It's gonna be blowing up in Atlanta.
Right. Yeah, send me the link to that stream that y'all did so I can get the backstory. That is amazing.
You'll have it in your DMs momentarily, sir.
Awesome. I'm gonna go get some dinner, but thank you so much for having me on, and thank you potentially criminal and Ty Beard as well. I appreciate this. I love coming up here. You guys just y'all school me so much. It's just amazing to come on here. So thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Anytime. Have a good night.
Nice night.
All right, and salute to the chat. You guys are crazy. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks so much.
All right, bye.
Just spread the gospel of Jack Murphy here.
Oh, so I'm never gonna stop laughing about this. I'm sending it right now. I'm sending the stream over to him before I forget. So give me 1 second. Whew. Okay, there we go. What a disaster. What a disaster that is.
He'll never be the same after this.
John Diaz says, sir, as a sound expert, would you say that Amber Heard sounds like a liar? Yes. JM says, Nick, why can't you be blonde, young, and slim like other YouTube lawyers? I don't know. That phase of my life is over. At one time I was blonde, young, and slim. Actually, that's true. That's true. As a kid, I was very blonde little kid running around. Spaceman Spiff says, does Libs of TikTok have a legal case against Taylor Lawrence for the docs? Also, your opinion is still objectively wrong on Olympus being good. Well, the boys will be over to break your kneecap soon for that last part. But does Taylor Lawrence have a case, or does Libs of TikTok have a case against him because they doxed him? Doxing is not generally illegal, not generally unlawful, not generally actionable in any way.
It's just uncouth.
Yeah, it's rude. Now, if the dox is used in a manner that would amount to some other crime, like harassment or a threat, sure, it could be actionable in that way. Does Libs of TikTok have a case? I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the facts, but I would lean towards probably not. Probably not, because it's just not. It's just generally not a thing that you can do. But Daddy Mac says this is the most relatable Amber has looked this whole trial. She's obviously as bored with this as I am, talking about Johnny's testimony. Housefer says, wait, did he hide the phone and slap it out of their hands? Did he tie up the people? And then Housefer says, wait, did he give them money? And then Housefer says, I like this guy as security. Oh, so he's talking about the security officer back then, and the stuff he did to prevent them from accosting Johnny Depp. Taint So says, what are the odds I will be dead before your Rittenhouse interview? Dude, I would love to interview Kyle Rittenhouse. It's not up to me at this point. That's all I got to say on it. I would love to. Kyle, if you ever see this, buddy, my door is open. I would love to interview you. And if you're not aware that I've sent you an interview request, I apologize that people have kept that from you. I don't know if that's true, but I got to briefly speak with Kyle on a video call the other day, just say hi or whatever, and he seemed very cordial. So I don't know, man. I think he's an interesting kid because of his circumstances, for sure. Mr. Batsu, same thing with Pippa. It's not on Pippa or me at this point. It's the management company who I've pinged them to try and get everything set up and have not gotten a response. Gabriel Badwolf says judge has to screw up bad before anything happens. 1337 Bald Eagle says, is the evidentiary standard C&C for this case clear and convincing? No. It should be just
preponderance
of the evidence. Thank you. Can you elaborate on it? Yeah. Also, my name is Leet Bald Eagle. Okay, Leet Bald Eagle, just FYI. Okay, so you're going with the old internet speak. Yeah, it's preponderance of the evidence. As Sean said, it's 51%. We're in civil territory. So clear and convincing evidence is something else for heightened standards for things like fraud and stuff like that. And then beyond a reasonable doubt, of course, is the standard for criminal things. But this is just good Lord, my brain broke. What was that again?
Yeah, it's 51%. You just got to get it over the line. You don't have to score a home run.
Exactly. The McGeek says, is it normal for judges? Preponderance of the evidence. Oh my gosh, I couldn't think of the P word.
Oh, okay.
I know you just said it. I just said it, and then I forgot it again. So I need my Johnny Depp pills. The McGeek says, is it normal for judges to allow lawyers to run their courtroom like this? It depends on the judge.
Some judges like staying out of the way.
Natasha says, what in the Amica cream is going on? K-Drive23 says, can they compel Paratus to testify? Seems like her testimony could make or break either side. I mean, you can... if she's in France, she's outside the jurisdiction of the United States. They probably cannot compel her to testify.
I thought she was in court last week, wasn't she?
She might have been. I don't know.
Okay, but I mean, if she's already been in the courtroom,
if she's in the States, they could certainly compel her to test. Well, they could subpoena her.
I'm just saying, if she's been in the courtroom already, though, that's going to be tough.
Oh yeah, then she's not going to be called.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Andrew Hansen says Depp should be required to testify in character as Jack Sparrow with a bottle of rum in hand.
Yeah.
Walter
Dedman, I thought it was Vanessa Paradis, not Paradis.
Yeah.
It's like, are we doing the fancy, like, Kentucky pronunciation of her name?
Yeah, especially because she's French. It should be parody like that.
Yeah.
Walter Deadman says, "Objection, Your Honor. What does a wet cat have to do with this case?" Oh God, that's from the dripping pussy comments earlier. G says, "F's in chat for the crazy lawyer's husband." Mr. Insanity says, "Karen's atrocious cross-examination, I bet, turned off the jury more than anything. Who among them could get the reasoning of that dog water badgering?" Seductive Donut says, "The badgering of the attorney and the pure bias of the judge. It's ridiculous." Gino Fast says, "Internet upgrade donation." Thanks. Heather Painter says, "What part of that cross was relevant to anything really?" Not much. I was surprised at the cross of the security guard. It did not move the needle for me. Anna P says, "Is it fair to say what Amber did is similar to what Jussie did, only she was smart enough not to file a police report?" If she fabricated the whole thing, then yes, it's fair to say it. Absolutely. Chelsea Bird says, "Have you heard about the possible connections between Amber Heard and Marilyn Manson's accuser? There's evidence that they know each other. It would not surprise me in the slightest." The vegan lion Lindsay says, "Wasn't the attorney basically testifying?" Yes. But if you're not going to object to it, then they get to do it. Gethralkin says, "Hey, Nick, you weren't able to get around in my super chat yesterday. Did you see it? Did you get to see it? No need to read aloud." Yes. I did. And I will forward that on to Tug. Thank you. Gethralkin says, "So no Amber and Johnny on camera today." Well, I think during the other testimony, they were just happy to have the witness on camera as much as possible. Brandon Stull, thank you for the donation. He also says, "Trying this again, wanted to give a huge thanks for your trial coverage, but also your recent conversations about gun laws and education." Hey, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate that very much. Me04120 says, "Coach Red Pill reunited with his aborted kid." Oh my God. Don't laugh. That's terrible. Ketheralgan says, "Hey, so is Court TV keeping Amber and Johnny off of camera now?" Who knows what their choices are? I don't know why they're choosing different stuff. Oh, Guns Down in Hale says, "The only man Nick bends over for is Legal Eagle, the real YouTube lawyer."
Oof.
I'm King Xerxes says, "You're the reason legacy media is failing. Keep up the great work." Hey, thank you. Candy Bar Jack says, "Totally agree. I love both of your channels." That's me and Legal Bites, I think. "To say that it is a complete competition is law and cuck logic." 12345 says, "Farty, cheese, balls, Susan Boyle, milk, poopy dookie." Candy Bar Jack says, "Fatty whack, meat loafers, and spoiled lamb." He also, and 12345 says, "Cheesy fart butt dookie milkshake." Odyssey's a weird place full of special people. It's great that we get to corral them in one area. Red Dev Ved says, "Rekieta Law, you sound exactly the same as Depp's It's Behind the Eyes when you're talking about internet retards." Also, I think they changed the name of these stupid coins. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Next, Anna P says, "Does watching cases like this, not knowing the facts and seeing the jury's verdict, help you better understand how to pick jurors in regards to how they absorb the trial?" Yes. I mean, any observation of a jury that you can get, it'd be better if you were in the courtroom, watching the jury, like observing the jury as this goes. But yeah, if you get a chance to observe a jury, it will definitely help you in picking future juries. Because especially if you can watch it from jury selection straight through. John Diaz says, "Nick, I spammed a link to your stream on every Discord social media I'm in. If everyone in chat does the same, we can beat Law and Cucks." Man, they've got YouTube around their finger. They had 130,000 people watching today. I don't know that I don't know that the little guy gets to compete so much anymore with law and crime on this one. Gabriel Badwolf says, "If Amber is mirroring Johnny's outfit, someone should spread the rumor he's going to testify dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow." Or maybe the Emperor's new clothes. Maybe that's they should spread that rumor. See if she shows up in the Emperor's new clothes. That'd be good. Incarnation Art says, "Did I really come across a video of you socking a fat YouTuber on the chin? That's amazing. I love you, Nick." Yep, you did. It was great. It was good times. Very awkward. Nightmare X123 says, "Why not visit Legal Bites and dual stream like people do on Twitch? You keep the algorithm and hang out together." I don't know how we would do that on StreamYard, honestly. Like, I functionally, I don't know how. Plus, if I'm interacting over here with a panel, and trying to interact on that panel, that'd get messy. I'm not sure. I think YouTube is working on a dual streaming setup, like where people can actually do collab streams in this year. Like I think it was announced in January that that's one of the goals for this year is to have the dual streaming setup. So we could have our own panels on StreamYard or whatever, and also collab stream with each other and bring multiple panels together. Or that's going to be a disaster if it's done that way, but that's
cool.
coming.
I'll have to make sure I don't get banned again.
Yeah. Irish Major Tom says, I think they're going to get Elon Musk up on the stand. Aren't they planning to get James Franco up there? I would be surprised if Musk comes in to testify in person. He'll probably testify by video but hopefully live video, and same with Franco. But you never know who's going to show up. Franco might be Franco has got to rehab his name, so he might go full simp mode for Amber. So he might want to show up in person. Edwin Sparks says, was that judge looks like a school principal? Automata says, just rub some Amica cream on Coach Red Pill. He'll be fine. Natasha, it rubs arnica on its skin. Zadok Attack, what is unbreaded and why aren't you unbreaded? Unbreaded is too complicated. You got to watch at 11 p.m. tonight. There. That's how you find out what unbreaded is. And
if you know, you know.
I am definitely unbreaded. Heather Painter, thank you for the welcome to paralegal status. MG says, what would you ask Johnny on the stand? Also, what would you ask Amber Heard on the stand? As for Johnny, I mean, you want him to, you don't want to, if you're on Johnny's side, you want to do what they're doing, ask open-ended questions and let him narrate the situation. You want to know what happened on these dates. You want to specifically find out how Amber abused him. Like, you want that to come out as much as possible. For Amber Heard, if I'm her attorney, same things. I mean, you just want to know the story. Like, what happened? Why did you feel abuse? Were you talking about Johnny Depp in your letter? But I think she doesn't want to answer that question because the truth is it's shown in the drafts. And if she lies about it, that's a disaster.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You just want the story out. That's what you want. Incarnation Art says, read my super chat, bigot. See Goody says, no, thank you for the streams, Nick. You've legitimately helped get me through some tough times. And I know there are others who feel that way as well. Oh, thank you. Pinkalo the Driving Ape says, they have to prove in 2001, Johnny Depp stole the pencil money box from the blind girl in the corner. Yorick, 29 years ago today, Bill Clinton and Janet Reno used tanks on American civilians. Hashtag never forget. Hashtag remember Waco. Mediocre Didge says, Ty, when do we, thank you. When do we get another, or maybe Ty, when do we get another Drex and Beard night show? It all depends on timing. Don't know. Philip Yee, are you open to reviewing the civil complaint filed last week against Jason Kruta? An SJW tried to steal recall petitions from an Asian dad in San Francisco. The vid is on YouTube and the complaint is now public. Yes, but I've never heard of it. So I'm open to reviewing it, though. Send it on. Oh, shoot. I missed this one earlier. Marsupial Gamer. Oh, gosh. I missed this one too. But Marsupial Gamer says, Malcolm Nance has quit his job and joined the Ukrainian International Legion. My question is, Ty, how can we get Keith Olbermann, Taylor Lawrence, and the rest of Legacy Media to join him?
Yeah. I hope there's a cruise missile with his name on it.
Oof. Mandy Karavich says, could you please inform Drexel that Adam Krigler showed nudes last time he was on your show, and then tell him how red your nose and face became when you blushed? It was adorable, Nick. Gross. Carlos Estrada says, YouTube history not always saving the last seen video. WTF. Oh, if it's mine, don't worry. That's a problem. It's just a little glitch. Don't worry about it. Not even happening. Never even heard of it. Joe Corcoran says, don't let this trial or 21 years of other distractions keep you from realizing the fact that 3 buildings were blown up on 9/11/01 in controlled demolitions that set the dystopia we live in now. Alberto Bonsato says, believe all women, but what is a woman? I don't know. I'm not a biologist, and neither are you.
Yeah, there's a reason I went to law school.
Edwin Sparks says Amber can't afford to lose. Most sites put her at approximately 8 to 10 million net worth, so she would be bankrupt if she loses, only if they win 50 million in damages, which I think is probably just, but unlikely.
Do you think her attorneys are hoping for the big score there, or do you think she's having to pay them? Or she's paying them a little bit and they're hoping for a score? I think it's probably a little bit of both.
Yeah, they've got to have like a retainer plus contingency going.
Yeah.
I would think. But that counter, I bet she's got a retainer ostensibly for the main case for the defense, and then they've got a big fat contingency on that counterclaim. That's what I would suspect.
Yeah.
But I think a $50 million verdict would be one of the biggest defamation awards from an individual to another individual in the history of the United States. Like, adjusting for
40%
inflation
of that
and everything.
too. Slash
Yeah,
that in your trust fund or trust account.
They're not going to get a $50 million.
Oh, I know
verdict.
they're not. I know they're not.
Even if Johnny wins, I mean, I would think 3 to 5 million, because it's all speculative damages. I mean, he's still got his royalties. The bulk of his income is past work. So it'd have to be on work that he could prove that he didn't get based on this, which might be Pirates 6 or Fantastic Beasts, which those could be big numbers, but.
Well, didn't Fantastic Beasts crash and burn?
Yeah.
I'm not a Harry Potter guy, so I don't really.
It did.
No.
And by the way, guys, I think the 50 million would be justified. I just don't foresee a court giving that award. That's the difference.
And I don't know what Virginia allows for, or how they handle stuff like that.
Yeah. Old Soul 92 says the Bible is infinitely more just. If someone falsely accuses in the Old Testament law, they would face the same punishment the accused would face. The Vegan Lion Lindsay says Johnny Depp suing ACLU per Laura. That'll be fun.
Good for him. I hope he wins.
Yeah. Please, everybody sue the ACLU.
Win. Take over their building and bulldoze it.
Once they stopped actually caring about civil liberties, I hoped they would be dismantled from that moment on.
Yeah, they peaked at Skokie.
Riza says, if Depp wore his rings and tried to stop the bottle, the rings could have shattered the glass on impact. First super chat, your videos make my day. Hey, thank you, Riza. Very much appreciated. Echo to Papa 2. Start a campaign to buy copies of Johnny Depp movies, especially Pirates of the Caribbean. Wait, like to buy the rights to them? I mean, you're not getting that from Disney. They own the Pirates of the Caribbean, not just the movie.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jenny Genevieve says, Tug fan first, now Nick 2, best combo. Both speak at the right time and don't interrupt court. Amazing coverage, relevant and hilarious. Thank you so much. Slingblade says, don't forget Heard's ex-girlfriend before Depp accused her of domestic abuse. Unfortunately, they can't bring that into this case unless she opens the door to it, but man, that would be great. Kyan Rennell says, please ask Ty how his AIDS treatment is going. I don't know where Ty went. He's just this guy. Here, I'll pull him out of the
making
stream.
money. Oh.
Yeah. I heard something and then I saw him look to the side. So I assume he's got something that he's got to deal with. But I'll pull him out of the stream. If I see him come back, I'll bring him back in. I should have done that earlier. Real Hydro PX says, if Johnny Depp had forgiven his mother for all the abuse she gave him, he would not have been with a woman who is exactly like his mother. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like he did forgive his mother, but I don't know. I don't know him. Diaphaniac says Amber likely threatened his reputation prior to getting married. Possibly. Matthew Self says, hit the like button. Evie Warner says, I had hope he would be more smooth talking than what he is. Not sure, having trouble finding the words is a good or bad thing in the jurors' minds. Oh, by the way, guys, that umbrella guy has started his live stream. Feel free to pop over there while I finish these out. Tug's a good dude, and he's going to have, I think he's got some sweet new evidence popping up over on his channel. He tweeted about it earlier. So you can pop over to that umbrella guy. You won't hurt my feelings. I'm going to finish reading these, of course, because that's what I do. But Tug has probably started up by now. Six is hungry, says if Ice Queen was a person, she is that today. Like, how on the nose can you get? She should fire her design team. Yes. Jenny Genevieve says, could lack of objections be so that they waste time? Yes. I was thinking that, like, let Johnny go, like let him ramble through this early stuff. Plus you could come across mean to a guy who's talking about childhood abuse, and that just could look bad. Kyan Rennell says, Coach Red Pill's Cameo page says he can deliver videos within 24 hours. This proves he's alive and well, and all for the low price of $100.
I think the reports are the Ukrainian counterterrorism police. They may have got him.
That's the report.
Or
I'm
the
waiting
Azov
for
guys, yeah.
waiting for some confirmation. But I said the other day, if I were Coach Red Pill, I'd take the out if I was still alive. Be like, oh yeah, I died. Just go on and live my life and not being him anymore. G says, how would y'all prep actor witness less so it comes across genuine, or more because they can sell it? How would you instruct them to dress and act? You don't want to try and get an actor to act on stand. It won't work. It won't work. But actors get to where they are, especially famous ones, by being personable. So you let them be them.
Yeah.
And I think you more have to prep your own team for like what's going to come out personally.
Sure.
But
yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
From One Adam says, Tug, with Amber Heard's type of mental illness, will she ever be satisfied? How will her child be affected? Adam Trapp says, they lure you in with candy, then they poo in your bed. Possible pilot deviation. Lawyer's take, if Johnny Depp had shown up today in full Edward Scissorhands costume but acting completely normal, would his case be tanked? No, he'd win. He might have had to donate his hands at the entrance to the courthouse, though. Probably don't get to bring those in.
Yeah.
Heather Painter says, Crybaby was a great movie. Then again, Grease is my all-time favorite, so there's that. Melodious says, this turned into an interview, works to fight the ego narrative. Joe O Flesh and Bone says, Pepe Le Pew, ha ha ha, oh my God. G says, is he filibustering? No, I think this is just how he talks.
Yeah.
Jojo Bizad says, quality Johnny Depp ASMR. Walter Deadman, why, including Depp, keep going back to Jack Sparrow? Everyone in that court is old enough to remember he played Donnie Brasco, George Jung, Hunter Thompson, and more recently Whitey Bulger, right? Dude, it's Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, that's who he is forever.
Yeah, you will. Every Johnny Depp character is Jack Sparrow, no matter who they are, no matter if it was pre or post Pirates. It doesn't. He is Jack Sparrow. Everybody knows him that way, and everybody likes him as Jack Sparrow.
Just like Bruce Willis is always going to be John McClane, despite his other roles.
1338 says, oh yeah, my super popular, most well-recognized movie. Never saw it. Pure absolute Chad right there. Johnny Stoffel says, put Johnny Depp's testimony with brown noise to fight insomnia. Ethan Hall says, when you're an actor, we assume you're always acting, even when you're being genuine. Comes with the profession. I think he's real, but I've thought it too. Thomas Larson says, if he's acting, it's very low key. The important part here is consistency from him and witnesses. The same kind of person comes through these stories. Terry Bell says, to Tug, what do you think about when it is said that men tend to go after women who resemble their mother in some way? Explains his marriage to Amber. Yeah, a lot of that in the chat. Joe Flesh and Bones says, always use the green branch because it won't break. Slagless, off topic, but just some guy is defending the doxing of libs of TikTok now. Lamau, look, he's okay. I mean, if he wants to further alienate his audience, he can keep doing it. I mean, let him. Wrathchild78 says, Ty and Tug on Rekieta stream together is nostalgically affecting me. Ty Beard's dad says, watch your mouth, boy, or I'll whoop you some more. And he also says Ty was always soft like a dumb marshmallow. Damn, rude. Paddock SA says, I got ADHD and I'm paying attention right now as a crazy person. Seal Hunter Lawtube. Muhammad Wazapedo says, I'm on a hunger strike until Coach Red Pill is dead. Cornelius Buttknuckles says, Depp trying to speak during his testimony is proof that drugs are bad. Okay. ANN says, come on, Muhammad, eat something, bro. Kelly Jansen says, I bet he had threats after he threatened President Trump. I really wish he hadn't done that. It doesn't seem to fit with what he is saying today. Like, people make bad decisions. That's humanity. Crusaders Viewing says, used to develop film, worst role, Guy liked Prosties on the rag, like really liked it. He also had photos of a monkey dressed as a baby, bib, bottle, diaper, whole nine. The monkey seemed happy. I will never be the same.
Oh, oof.
Oh, awful. Gunnar says, is this spark of life evidence? No, you have to be dead for spark of life evidence. Slaglove says, hundreds in the chat simp for Venti while she is here to simp for Rekieta. Learn from him, chat. Gunnar says, are they lulling the jury to sleep to show that he's the opposite of a violent man? Tom Bemore says, what does any of this have to do with the truth of the matter at hand? Well, this whole thing is about, really, the defamatory statements are about Johnny Depp's character for violence. At the end of the day, his propensity for violence, his propensity to do drugs, and his propensity to abuse Amber Heard in one way or another. So all of this, when your character is at issue, most things about you become relevant really quickly. So that's kind of the risk of a defamation, of a defamatory statement, is that you're bringing if they sue you for it, I mean, they're the counter to the defamation. They have to be able to talk about themselves, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, how else do you defend that?
Right. Leah Lade says, myself, I like to hear what he has to say. No, me too. I enjoyed listening to Johnny's stories for sure. Tired Retro Gamer says, maybe the hardest role for an actor to play that they almost never do, just being themselves. 6 is hungry. From a writer's perspective, this is quite lovely to listen to. I don't find this pretentious at all. Well, you're a writer. So that makes sense. The DUI guy plus says, get back on script, Johnny, you're losing them. When he sent this, I agree. It was at a part where Johnny was getting a little bit too out there for me. A little bit too much. Jackson Kai says, was going to say, I imagine Stefan Molyneux is recording a video about this as we speak. Arcasul, welcome to Paralegal. Kelly Jansen says he met the demon from his youth in Amber Heard. The end is near. Beware. Going to ask about his want to assassinate Trump. They're not going to ask about that. It's not relevant to this thing. But the chat is very much hung up on
A lot of
that.
people in Fairfax County would agree, though. So
yeah, that would probably, maybe they will ask it.
it's one of the more bluer counties in the state of Virginia.
The end is near. Beware. Wait, Joe O. Flesh and Bones says some lovers leave a chocolate on the bed. Evie Warner says Amber looks like she wants to go off. Lager 1829 says whiskey arm curls. Dang right. Russell Hall says Depp was sloshed throughout those pirate films. Matrix says, yeah, the whole Trump assassination thing will be brought up. Zero doubt about that. I don't know that would be. I'm not sure the wisdom of bringing it up.
I don't either.
It doesn't have anything to do with his statements, with the statements Amber Heard made about him and his actions towards her. So, but maybe. Georgia at the Lake says, so how will he explain his statement on wishing to see President Trump assassinated? I wonder what he said during this, because a lot of people sent that same super chat at the same time, basically. I don't remember his specific statement that people are latching onto, but if you're just talking about him being a peaceful person or whatever, again, he could
Even
say
then,
it.
that comment about when was the last time an actor assassinated the president, that's not necessarily implying he's going to do it. It's just, he's just thinking aloud. So
and it's also hyperbolic. He could say it was a joke. He could say a lot of
political
things.
speech, yeah.
But I don't think it's going to benefit Amber Heard's team to bring that up. Frankly, I don't think they're going to win much support with it.
I do agree. In case the Trump curse is real, Johnny really should apologize, like right now, just in case.
I think he has apologized for it.
Oh, okay. Well, then he should be good.
I think
The Emperor of Mankind will protect.
I would say Amber Heard was talking about it all the time, and she made me do it.
Ooh, there we go.
I was just making a statement about her opinions. She controlled all of my opinions at the time. Catherine Ruck says, Nick, you could be the lawyer in the remake of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Yeah, but who would play the other guy? G says, shout out Sober Chat. Zero DAAT, keep making the choice. Oh, zero drugs, alcohol, something, and tobacco, maybe. AIDS, is that the other one? I don't know what the two A's are.
Zero AIDS.
I think it's the same. I think that's a good life policy, right? Like
Yeah,
no
yes.
AIDS. AIDS is terrible. Catherine Ruck says PSA from Johnny Depp: don't do drugs, kids. Stogies and Boomsticks, read that one. Darren Clousing says, I don't see how any of this has anything to do with him and Amber duking it out. Matrix says, I don't know what the defense is doing, but Amber Buse looks like an accidental deflation of a muffin with that hair, and the blouse is a way failed attempt to look homely. She looks wasted in costume. Dude, she looked tired to me today. Walter Deadman says, John Boy, you got your years mixed up. Hunter died in 2005, so unless you can talk to his ghost or his Venture Bros character started talking to you, it was before 2005, but he could be faking his death. I think Johnny could pull off a seance.
Johnny probably did enough drugs to talk to the ghost.
Natasha says, so essentially she was the rebound. Mr. Tom says the lead attorney's teeth are better than Amber's, in my opinion. He's nice teeth. Nice teeth. Meatflower 66 says, sounds like he started dating his mother. Tisha says she abused her ex-wife. She was arrested for it. Yeah, but you can't bring it up in the case, unfortunately. Deborah Breeden says, oh my God, she was chosen for Johnny by Hunter from the Great Beyond. Can the jury grasp the magnitude of that level of control over his psyche? Jackson Kai says, I have to say Slim seems kind of shady. The Pie Baker, calling it now. What? Oh, yeah.
That was a great dad joke.
Calling it now, Miss Turd was jealous of her sister and didn't like the thought of Johnny being into her. Joe O. Flesh and Bone says, it's obvious who the narc is and who is a good guy. Jackson Kai says, some people may have exes, friends that live rent-free in their heads, but how many live rent-free in their house? Julius Caesar, lead attorney, I would like you to put your attention to my divorce case first and foremost. Jackson Kai says, sorry for my horrible dyslexia at the beginning of that last chat. I'm sure you patched it for me as usual. Here's another as a thanks. I think it just says some people may have exes and friends that live rent-free in their heads, but how many live rent-free in their house is what he was saying. Andre Tukalusku says cocaine plus alcohol equals cocaethylene equals big high. Natasha says, I had cocoa tea in Peru. Cocoa plant with chems equals cocaine. It made my face numb, but I had energy. G says, the lead attorney's like, is this Nick's grandpa? Oh, no. The boss says, howdy, Rekieta. Howdy. Sarah Palmquist says, I find it interesting that Elon Musk in the TED interview says he's obsessed with truth, and that has been a popular video the last few days. Jackson Kai, how does someone have the last name Rottenborn and not become a lawyer? That or a doctor specialized in prenatal care? Hungry for Heaven says, great point you made about the Me Too movement and false accusations. It's why I still hope for justice in the Mignogna versus Funimation Real case. Me too, brother. Automata says, come on, 60, middle-aged, dudes living to 120 now. Jason Cox, can Johnny Depp get thrown off for speaking to attorneys after? He can't talk about his testimony. He can actually speak to his attorneys, but not about his testimony. Speaking to them briefly in the courtroom is probably not a big deal, but he's going to go home, and he probably shouldn't speak with them very much after court or outside of the courtroom. Mike Huckhold says, damn, attorneys are cheaper than hookers in Atlanta, allegedly. 200 Watt Studio says, seems they gave the cute chick time to direct. She doesn't have enough trial experience to defend objections. Can her team defend the objections? Depends on the courtroom.
Most courtrooms, if you're the one doing the examination, it's you're the only one allowed to talk. So when you're up there, you have to handle it.
In the Florida trial of Curtis Reeves, they let anybody throw out objections.
That was weird. Yeah.
V-Sing says, also clawing back life plus joy and fun is at Life of Boris. Black Tiger 001 has lead open the door to the chat's debauchery. Yes. Matt K says, I don't get the feeding that horse joke. Please explain. No.
Oh no.
Gunner says, Yoda, in my Honda Civic, ketamine I must obtain. Jack Murphy says, oh, you're talking about me. Lawyer panel. Want to share desserts with me? Yum. No. Nicholas Cruiser. Oh, God, so many new people are going to hear this now. Matt from Tinder says, as Matt from Tinder, I can vouch for this. C4 Owen says, we need to get lead attorney caught up on the channel lore. He needs to learn the truth of India and Australia. well, the truth is a fiction. CL Hunter says, tell them what 69 coins is worth. Sin's Corner. Depp's dyslexic, which explains the speech pattern. Black Tiger says, okay, lead has opened the door to Chat's debauchery. Jesus, please get lead attorney on with Drex. We're begging. I would love to. We'll make it happen at some point. Where are we? Almost done. Wrestler Tom Town says, TLA. Lead attorney asks good Jack Murphy questions. Good lawyering. NGE fan says, I see the day stream has devolved into the night stream, and I'm here for it. Black Murphy says, Jack's got nothing on this. Heartfelt. Oh, no. Radioactive Llama Pajama says, wait until the lead lawyer is presented with the gospel of Harris. Unbreaded. Odd Duck Oasis says, Johnny Depp started a brand called Never Fear Truth for featuring and selling his artwork. There's an entire Discord he started also with NFTs. Same acronym. Brando Commando says, if Congress passed some sort of anti-doxing law, would it be held up in SCOTUS for violating the First Amendment, or could it actually be put into law? I would say it violates the First Amendment. I would say they're actually laws against the more destructive speech, and that is the threats, the harassment, stuff like that. And those are the least restrictive means. I think you'd fail several First Amendment tests. Bailey Mosley says, love your channel. I've learned so much. Forgive my shameless plug to Cult of Lore, a Cult TalkNet production where you can learn about Warhammer 40K. Check it out, guys. Check out Cult of Lore. I'll have to check it out. I've never heard of them, but now I want to. McQueen G says, when Johnny wins, she's only worth $9 million. What happens when she can't pay the $50 million? Well, if he gets a $50 million thing, he has a judgment and he can collect on it the same way you'd collect on any other judgment. Most judgments can't be paid by the people.
She'll have to just start doing a lot of movies.
Yeah. He would be able to go after any income she made on any movies or projects, but it'd take a lot of time. Reginald Von Vonderson says, ice wallow cum. So thank you for that. Brian Schulz says, McQueen G, 41 million worth of BJs. The DCV Titan says, it's great watching lead attorney get slowly corrupted in real time. Yes, you are correct, but Drop is so calm. Oh, I think Depp is so calm and relaxed. He knows he is innocent and it shows. He is not that good of an actor IRL. Good to be back on your channel. Hey, good to have you back. Jasonian says, thank you for allowing a free and open chat. Yeah, my pleasure. Legion Shorty says, for you think the crazy cat lady judge and the spaghetti brain cat lady attorney communicate telepathically? The judge can interpret the cat lady very well. Michael Von Hegger says, Johnny Depp Masterclass, how to be articulate by being inarticulate, planet ? C. Goody says, Lawtus, fuck CL Hunter. Michael Von Hegger says, inarticulate, not inarticulate. And CL Hunter says, no, you C. Goody. Tor Theo says, have you heard of the Mike Z lawsuit? Looks a lot like the Vic Mignogna situation. Lawsuit against him got thrown out by Slap. Countersuit continues. And Rob says, lead attorney is my new favorite guest. And Elgonzo 1000 says, we're not old, just Johnny Simps. Also, did you get my chat from yesterday? I just wanted to clarify, you can wear one if you like. Just know it will keep you from getting sick about as much as Scotch tape can stop a semi. Yes, I did. Thank you so much. Well, that's it. That's it, guys. Dude, it's been a long stream. I need to go eat.
Wow, 9 hours. Jeez.
Yeah. Yep. All right, to the chat, thank you for hanging out with us. To Potentially Criminal, thank you for hanging out with me through the super chats. And we'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Peace.
Yep, see ya.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glen, it. There's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubrock. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. Let's be here, Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.